And today I'm more than honored to have with us Dr. Hugh Ross. Good morning to you, Dr. Ross.
Good morning, and it must be the evening for you.
It's evening here. It's 5 p.m. here at the moment. But thank you so much for joining us today. We've got lots of questions, lots of exciting questions, and I'm sure our viewers are going to absolutely be enthralled with your answers. So before we begin then, please could you introduce yourself to our UK viewers and explain to them how you came to a personal faith in the existence of God?
Yeah, I'm Hugh Ross. I'm an astrophysicist. I also serve on the pastoral staff of a church sandwiched between Caltech and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. And I'm the founder and president of Reasons to Believe. That's an organization a lot like Reasonable Faith, where we survey the latest discoveries in the book of nature as a tool to bring people to the book of Scripture into a relationship with Jesus Christ.
Yep.
And I was born, raised, and educated in Canada. I didn't really get to know Christians, not personally anyway, until I was 27. But I got interested in science when I was 7, astronomy in particular. And it was my studies in astronomy that persuaded me that the universe had a Big Bang beginning. And if there's a beginning to the universe, there must be a beginner. So starting at age 17, I began a search for that beginner. I first tried to find him in the writings of Immanuel Kant and René Descartes. That was kind of disappointing. Then I went through the world's holy books, and after an 18-month study of a Gideon Bible that was given to me in a public school, I gave my life to Jesus Christ.
Right. And what was it that caused you to give your life to Jesus Christ through reading the Gideon Bible?
Well, there were a few things. Number one, as I went through the early chapters of Genesis, I realized that everything is correctly stated and in the correct chronological sequence. And I knew this was far beyond the science of the author of Genesis. So that was the beginning of my realize this may actually be inspired by the one that created the universe. And I was particularly impressed to find that all the foundational elements of Big Bang cosmology were written in the Bible by 6 different Bible authors thousands of years before any astronomer even had a clue that the universe had those characteristics. And as I went through the Bible, I found many other examples where the Bible predicted future scientific discoveries and recorded events that not yet had happened in human history. And so that predictive success of the Bible persuaded me this is not just from a human source. This must be from the creator of the universe. And of course, I also got attracted by the moral message of the Bible. I said, this is superior to anything I've seen in any other writing. And I said, this is a standard I want to live up to. But I discovered I couldn't do it.
Right.
And then I recognized the Bible's key message. God is a being who loves us so much that he's prepared to do for us what we can't do for ourselves. And I have to give credit to the Gideons. In every one of their Bibles they handed out, at least in Canada, there's 2 pages that tell you exactly what you need to do once you become convinced that this is the inspired inerrant word from the one who created the universe. So I can remember the exact time when I signed my name in the back of that Gideon Bible, giving my life to Jesus Christ.
Right. So you said that you've studied the other holy books of the world, the other religious books. Didn't you find the Big Bang cosmology in those books as well? Or is the Bible unique with that?
The Bible is unique. I mean, I did find some statements in the Quran and in the Mormon texts that talked about a beginning of the universe. And I noted that they have borrowed some material from the biblical creation text. But I realized, those are 2 religions where they accept the Old and New Testament as inspired scripture.
Yep.
So I was not at all surprised to find it in those books. But I found a plenty in both of those texts that contradicted what's in the Old and New Testament.
Right.
So the inconsistently told me this can't be. And I was also stunned by how similar the Quran was to the Mormon holy books. So I says, okay, I was convinced it was from the same non-divine source.
Okay. Right. So when we talk about the Holy Bible, we're talking about Judaism, the Old Testament texts. We're talking about Christianity. Do the Old and New Testaments, the Jewish scripture and the Christian scripture, do they align with one another regarding Big Bang cosmology?
Oh, they do. I mean, the Old Testament is a lot more detailed and specific about the Big Bang features of the universe. But in the New Testament, you got Hebrews 11 talking about how the universe we can detect did not come from that which we can detect, which is consistent with what you see in the Old Testament, that there's not only a beginning to the matter and energy of the universe, but the space and time as well. You know, and that's a unique feature of Big Bang cosmology, that you have a space-time beginning. And, you know, I was actually studying the Bible in depth at the same time physicists in Britain and in South Africa were beginning to develop the space-time theorems. And so seeing that concurrence had a big impression on me.
Okay. So as a professional cosmologist, I think that's what you are, right? A professional cosmologist?
Well, yeah, I'm an astrophysicist.
Astrophysicist. Okay.
Quasars and galaxies.
Okay.
Cosmology is something I do for fun, but my research specialty was quasars and galaxies.
Okay, so as a professional astrophysicist, would
Yes.
you say that there are good reasons to believe in a creator of the universe, kind of outside of Scripture, just from the data that we get from observing the universe?
Yeah, very much so. The fact that we have space-time theorems that prove that space and time are created entities, and especially the fine-tuning. I mean, when you look at the universe, you realize the entire universe must be exactly the mass that it is, the age that it is, the size that it is, to get one planet in which advanced life is possible. And that's just one of hundreds of different features of the universe that must be fine-tuned to make our existence possible. There's just the whole idea that the entire universe must be exactly the way it is in order for the two of us to have the conversation that we're having.
Could you explain for our viewers today who perhaps haven't heard of fine-tuning before, what fine-tuning is and how that kind of shows the existence of God?
Well, fine-tuning is basically saying there's very narrow ranges on which certain features of the universe and the laws of physics must possess to make life possible, and human beings possible in particular. And that's something I've noticed in our research here at Reasons to Believe, is that when you look at this fine-tuning and try to measure the degree to which you have to have things in specific values, the evidence goes up exponentially when you go from what's necessary to get a simple bacterium, to what is necessary to get plants, to what is necessary to get animals. But the greatest jump is what's necessary for billions of human beings to be redeemed from their sin and evil. And so this actually gives you an argument that the Creator must be a personal being, because we can actually put numerical measurements on the degree of fine-tuning, and it measures to be many, many orders of magnitude what any of us human beings can achieve. And so what you'll see in our books is calculations of how many more times the Creator of the universe must be more intelligent than we human beings are, more knowledgeable than we human beings, better financed than us human beings, but greater technology in our human beings, and basically making a point. This must be the work of a personal being, because only a personal being can manifest the attributes of intelligence, knowledge, creativity, and power, and care, but to a degree far beyond anything we human beings are capable of.
Wow, that's excellent. When I sometimes discuss the existence of God with atheists or even agnostics, sometimes they will raise what they consider a problem, which is the multiverse theory or quantum physics or quantum mechanics. Does the multiverse or does quantum mechanics or anything within quantum mechanics, does that pose a problem to the existence of God, in your opinion?
Well, there's a physicist here in California, well known, Leonard Susskind. He's an atheist, but he says we atheists have got to stop using the multiverse.
Right.
It's a poor argument, and its point is it explains too much. And I've developed an analogy in my book, The Creator and the Cosmos, to make his point. I mean, the multiverse is the idea there's an infinite number of universes where each universe is different from every other universe. And therefore, by pure chance, you're going to get a universe just like ours.
Yeah.
By that same argument, you're going to get a universe with an infinite variety of birch tree species. And birch trees peel white pieces of bark. And if you got an infinite number of universes, one of those species will peel pieces of bark that measure just like A4 sheets of paper. They'll be rectangular, they'll have the same dimensions, the same color, and an infinite number of universes. Those pieces of white bark are going to fall on soils with an infinite variety of chemicals in them that will make markings on those white pieces of bark. And if you collect all those white pieces of bark, they will duplicate all the research papers published by every research scientist in the world throughout human history, which means all those research papers didn't come from the minds of those scientists. The multiverse did it. And my whole point is a philosophical one. If you're going to appeal to a multiverse to say there is no personal God that's designed the universe, at the same time, you're eliminating all the designs that we human beings have achieved. And so you're committing a philosophical inconsistency there.
Yeah.
But I've also argued there's a way to put it to the test positively in this sense. If there is no God behind all this design that we see, then if we continue to measure the universe and its components in greater detail, you're going to reach a point where the design you're discovering, instead of getting more spectacular in its fine-tuned features to make our existence possible, will level off and begin to decline.
Right.
And we've never seen that.
Not seeing that, no.
It's gone up, and it's always gone up on all size scales.
Yeah.
So that's a positive way you can put the atheist version. Now, as a Christian, there are ways I could frame the multiverse so it would be consistent with the Bible. What I've discovered, though, we try to frame it in a way that it supports an atheistic worldview, you get these internal contradictions. Only from a Christian perspective can you have God creating an infinite number of universes where there's no contradictions. And one thing I noticed, the people propose a multiverse from a non-theistic perspective, they all admit that their speculations are subject to the space-time theorems. So they're not eliminating deism, they're mainly going after theism.
Right, right. And what about quantum physics?
Well, quantum physics is part of the evidence for fine-tuning that points to a God.
Yeah.
Because the uncertainties are absolutely essential. If you don't have quantum uncertainties, you're not going to have stable atoms and molecules. And we need that for life. And when you actually examine how much uncertainty you need, make the uncertainty slightly bigger or slightly lesser, you eliminate the possibility of life.
Right.
And that's also true of statistical mechanics. The uncertainties we see in statistical mechanics, likewise, must be extraordinarily fine-tuned to make life possible. I mean, for example, inside the cell, there's machines that take advantage of the uncertainties in statistical mechanics. And to change that uncertainty slightly, those proteins don't work.
Right.
And no life is possible. So at the quantum level, we see fine-tuned designs just like we do everywhere else.
And there's no evidence that quantum physics existed before or causally prior to the universe, is that correct?
Well, there are people who are speculating quantum gravity theories, basically making the point that if we speculate in a very early era of the universe where we have no capacity to do laboratory experiments to put our speculations to the test, they're basically saying maybe quantum mechanics operates so differently in that realm, basically the first 10 to the minus 43 seconds of the existence of the universe, that perhaps we can get around the space-time theorems. But I've written about this in The Creator and the Cosmos, the 4th edition of that book. We're now able to develop experiments and observations where we can at least probe somewhere inside the quantum gravity era. For example, when we look at the images of distant quasars, If you've got large quantum space-time fluctuations in the quantum gravity era, large enough that you've got a possibility of bypassing the conclusions of the space-time theorems, those space-time quantum fluctuations will actually blur the images of distant quasars. We astronomers don't see the blurring.
Right.
So it tells us that the quantum space-time fluctuations in the quantum gravity era are not as large as what the atheists need.
Okay.
And our observations of black hole event horizons has the potential to probe even deeper into the quantum gravity era. And this just simply makes the point. We can never eliminate all the speculations that the non-theists will propose. But what we notice is the more we push back the frontiers of ignorance, the stronger the evidence becomes for the God of the Bible. 100% of the observational and experimental evidence supports Christian theism.
Wow.
So the atheists always have to appeal to things we can't measure.
So recently Sir Roger Penrose has come forward and he stated that they've discovered 6 Hawking points, which I believe is electromagnetic radiation. And he says that these 6 points point to a prior universe that our universe, I guess, was given birth from. Is that the correct interpretation of these Hawking points? And does this have any bearing on Genesis at all, the Genesis creation account? What's your opinion on that?
Well, he's referring to the maps of the radiation left over from the cosmic creation event, the cosmic background radiation.
Right.
And the latest maps, that put out by Planck and the 9-year W map, he's basically saying there's a possibility that some of the irregularities that we're seeing in those maps might be these Hawking points. But he's very careful to use the word might. He's not saying it. He's saying there's a possibility.
Could they?
And so that basically says we need to get better maps, but that will be challenging. The maps we have already are quite good, and I would say if you actually look at those maps, our best interpretation of those maps are that they support a single beginning, Big Bang beginning of the universe. And what I find ironic about Penrose's statements, in the book that he wrote with Stephen Hawking, they did this course at Cambridge where they debated one another for a whole semester in front of students and graduate students and faculty, and they wound up putting a book out. It's basically on God, eternity, and time and cosmology. Very fascinating debate. But Penrose said in that book, okay, if you're going to speculate that there is a universe that preceded ours that was collapsing and transitioned to a universe that's expanding, you've got the same problem you've got with wormholes. Namely, that you have to join the geometry of a collapsing universe to the geometry of an expanding universe. And mathematically, that's conceivable. The physical possibility of that happening is zero.
Right.
You're not going to join it. I mean, just like you can't take the two singularity of black hole A and black hole B, have them perfectly meet one another and travel from one space-time realm to another, the probability of getting those two singularities to perfectly touch one another, although mathematically possible, it's just not going to happen physically. And moreover, it won't be stable. And so those two requirements also apply to Penrose's latest speculations. But he's a theoretical physicist. He admits that it's speculation. He's not saying this is the way it is.
Right.
So I think people need to carefully read what he says. And he's also on record as saying there must be purpose behind the universe and purpose behind us human beings.
Right.
So when I read that book where the debate between Hawking and Penrose, it was like you got two physicists, one defending deism, namely Stephen Hawking, and one defending theism, namely Roger Penrose. But as I read the book, I'm not sure either one of them would be a Christian. But where Penrose stood apart is he says, there really is purpose. If there's purpose, there must be a personal
purpose.
Universe.
That's brilliant. So as a scientific discovery will be leading us. Has there been anything in recent scientific discoveries that have made you kind of reformat your model at all?
Definitely, but it's always been an exciting thing for me with rare exceptions. For example, a paper just got published a week ago in Science Advances where they said if you want to have a planet with life on it, you have to have a small planet orbited by a gigantic moon where they form in such a way that both begin with a liquid iron core and are close enough to one another that you actually get a coupled magnetosphere between the two. And without that, the planet's going to lose its water, it's going to lose its atmosphere. Basically making the point, if you want life, you've got to have an Earth-Moon system exactly like ours with the precise history that it has. And, the authors ended the paper by saying this is a habitability requirement, but from a Christian perspective, it's another advance in our fine-tuning argument.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's a habitability requirement, that the probability of finding a small rocky planet orbited by a small or big rocky moon where they're close together and spiraling away from one another, where they both have a liquid iron core, and they have to be close enough together that they exert tidal forces on one another. Because if you have a liquid core, that won't give you a magnetic field.
Right.
You have to have convection currents inside the liquid core.
Okay.
And the only way you're going to get convection currents is by having strong tidal forces, both bodies exerting on the other one, which means the moon must be a significant fraction of the mass of the planet.
Wow.
And that's where our moon sticks out like a sore thumb. It's 50 times bigger than any other moon when you compare its mass to the mass of its host planet.
Okay. So if I was an atheist hearing this, I could turn around and say, well, the universe is so big, there has to be a planet like Earth with a moon that size, with a sun the perfect distance away in the Goldilocks zone, for instance. Is that a good argument?
Well, I mean, astronomers basically look at the universe and say, everywhere we look, except for planet Earth, we see conditions hostile for advanced life. There are some that are speculating there might be planets out there on which bacteria could exist for a short period of time. But even getting bacteria to exist for 3 billion years, we're not finding any site beyond Earth where that is conceivable.
Right.
And without that, you're not going to have advanced life. We need 3 billion years of diverse, abundant bacterial life here on planet Earth in order to transform the planet chemically where advanced life could be possible. And so there's a growing consensus in the astronomical community, maybe bacteria, but not the equivalent of human beings or even animals on another planet out there. Okay. And, just what I shared, the fact that we're coming up with all these habitability requirements. So, when NASA says there's 40 billion habitable planets in our galaxy, all they're looking at is the condition for liquid water on the surface of the planet. That's one of only 14 known planetary habitable zones. And so for a planet to be truly habitable, it's not enough that it reside in one of those zones. It must simultaneously reside in all 14. And as every few months go by, we discover another one that has to be added to the list.
Right.
But even the 14, we now know of 4,350 planets that exist in our galaxy. And of all those planets, we know of only one planet that exists in even 3 of those 14 habitable zones. And your viewers get one guess as to which planet that is.
Okay, we often hear on the news as well that they found a meteorite with bacteria on, or there's a moon on a planet that seems to be producing a gas that shows there's organic life on the surface. Is this organic life, has it been transported from the Earth onto the meteorites or onto the distant moons of planets within our solar system, and it's producing these gases? I mean, what's your take on that?
That's a possibility, but it's also a possibility that these molecules that they're finding are by abiotic processes.
Right.
Because there are ways you can make those gases abiotically. And, the recent announcement that they found phosphine, that's now debated. People are wondering, did they really find it?
Okay.
But they're finding it at parts per billion. I mean,
So very small amounts.
Very tiny amounts. And for example, we know enough about the chemistry of interstellar molecular clouds that we recognize these building blocks or the building blocks of life molecules are being manufactured in these clouds. But there's also chemistry that destroys them almost as rapidly as they're made, which is why we're not finding them at 100 parts per million. In fact, the discovery of phosphine, it was 40 parts per billion.
Wow.
And somebody said, wait a minute, it's only 20 parts. Now they're wondering whether they found it at all.
Okay.
And so, and if they're at that low level in abundance, it's of no help to any conceivable naturalistic origin of life model. On the other hand, we're talking within our solar system. It's inevitable because of how long and abundant life has been here on planet Earth. Earth has infected the whole solar system.
Yeah.
And so I wrote an article, a dozen years ago, basically saying we need to go back to the moon because the moon is Earth's attic.
Yeah.
And we know there's 20,000 kilograms of Earth rocks and Earth soil on every 100 square kilometers of the moon.
Wow.
And 1 ton of Earth rocks and soil contains about 100 quadrillion microbes. And Earth's geology has destroyed the fossils of Earth's first life, but the moon has essentially no geology. We can go to the moon and we will find the fossils of Earth's first life. And atheists have a very different idea of what those fossils will look like compared to theists. I got to speak on this subject at NASA Houston to the scientists and astronauts there and said, you guys need to go to the moon. Let's forget about Mars, go back to the moon with a different mission, and you'll be able to prove who got it right, the theists or the non-theists. And last time I checked, that made up 100% of the U.S. taxpayer base. So this ought to be a thrilling achievement for you.
Yeah. Absolutely. Maybe it sounds like a silly question, but how did all of the Earth matter and organic material get up onto the moon?
Well, through meteoritic bombardment.
Yeah.
I mean, every time an asteroid, a comet, or a meteor of sufficient size impacts the Earth, it will cause Earth material to be dispersed.
Flung up, yeah.
So we're going to find the remains of Earth life on Mars. We're going to find it on the moon. We're going to find it in the upper atmosphere of Venus. But probably the best place to look for it is on the moon. It's received the greatest supply.
Wow. Now, I hope you don't mind. We're going to go all sci-fi on you now, if that's okay.
Sure.
So we want to talk about UFOs and UAPs, which is unidentified aerial phenomena. Lots of people now are claiming, even professional airline pilots and people in the military are saying that there are unidentified flying objects or aerial phenomena. As a astrophysicist, as a cosmologist, as a Christian, could you give us some insight possibly into what these are? Are these space aliens from another planet? Are these interdimensional beings? Are they angels? What are these sightings?
Well, I wound up becoming an expert on UFOs, not by design. Okay. When I was 16, I organized a booth at an exhibition in Vancouver, British Columbia, and they put our astronomy booth right next to the Flying Saucer Club.
Okay.
So from that point onward, I became the one that had to process all the UFO reports. So I did that at the University of British Columbia, University of Toronto, and at Caltech. And what I discovered is 99% of what people report as UFOs can be identified as natural phenomena, military experiments, or hoaxes. But there's a 1% residual.
Yep.
And I wound up writing a book on this with two of our colleagues here at Reasons to Believe, Lights in the Sky and Little Green Men, because we wanted to give people a scientifically testable model on UFOs. And we basically cited 6 physicists, none of them who are believers, who've devoted decades of research on this, who point out that the 1% residual, which we cannot identify, they violate the laws of physics. but we can prove that they are real, which means we're dealing with non-physical reality.
Right.
Which explains why a professor I had at the University of Toronto, we had Carl Sagan come for a week-long visit in the summer. He says there's no such thing as UFOs, but his worldview would not tolerate the possible existence of non-physical reality. As a Christian, my worldview does. And the evidence is overwhelming. We got 2,000 crash sites where you can see a little crater. You can see the vegetation is damaged, snow is melted, but there's no artifacts or debris. If a physical object crashes into the earth, you can recover something. In these cases, there's nothing. And there's even cases where observers, human observers, saw the UFO going through the atmosphere and then crashing into the earth. And there was no heat friction when it went through the atmosphere.
Right.
No sonic boom. If it's a physical object moving at 18,000 miles per hour, you're going to get a sonic boom. You're going to get heat friction. We don't see that. And it was Alan Hynek, the American physicist, who coined the term close encounters and basically made the point that humans who have these close encounters with the phenomena that fall into the category of non-physical reality, the effects are always deleterious. It's never the best you're going to come away with are recurring, terrifying nightmares. You say, what's the worst case scenario? There's documented cases of people being killed by the encounters,
Right.
and animals being killed. So this is not a benign phenomena. They mean to do us harm, which is why I, as a believer, think that this is the handiwork of the fallen angels, the demons. And I find fascinating, we cite this in our book, Lights in the Sky and Little Green Men, 6 physicists who've devoted more than a decade to researching the UFO phenomena all agree that what's behind these UFOs is identical to what's behind witchcraft and the occult.
Okay.
And what I've done in my book is to say the Bible warns us to avoid the occult. And if you will eliminate the occult from your life, it'll be the end of your UFO experiences. On the other hand, if you bring the occult into your life in sufficient quantity, you're going to start having recurring experiences. And I also cite evidence that there's a direct correlation between the number of people who have these close encounters with non-physical real phenomena and the degree of commitment to the occult.
Right.
So I spoke in the Soviet Union when the communists were still running the show, and I discovered the percentage of the population that was having these UFO encounters was far higher than anything I saw in Canada or the US. But that's because a much larger percentage of the population was involved in the occult.
Right.
What's happened today is the occult has become unpopular in Russia, and therefore the incidence has dropped.
Oh, okay.
So these correlations, I think, tell us a lot.
So just trying to wrap my head around this. So we're potentially saying these could be interdimensional demonic beings. Are they using physical craft to operate within a physical world? Or is this an illusion? Or because I can remember reading in the book of Daniel when an angel is sent to Daniel, and I think in the Hebrew language it says that he kind of traveled at breakneck speed, an incredible speed to go to the prophet Daniel to give him revelation from God. Are we saying then that these demonic beings, when they enter a physical world, they need a physical craft to move in, or was that speculation?
Yeah, what we get from the Bible is that God has created 2 distinct species of intelligent beings, humans and angels. And we humans are constrained by the physics of the universe. The angels are not.
Yep.
They live in a realm that's distinct from the universe, but unlike us, they have the capacity to come into a realm and leave our realm. We can't go to their realm, but they can come to our realm.
Right.
And when they come into our realm, they will come through a non-physical means, but they can even manifest temporarily a physical entity. So, for example, you see in Scripture that there were angels that ate dinner with Lot,
Yeah.
and likewise with Abraham. So they are capable of some physical capacity, but in terms of the UFO phenomena, what we see on spaceships and aircraft and on the ground, 100% of the evidence is that it's not a physical manifestation.
Okay.
On the other hand, when people get killed, something physical is happening. When they crash into the earth, there's a crater. So there's physical effects. But the cause of this, we can't identify anything physical to the cause, which is why you got people like Jacques Vallée, who's probably done the most research on UFOs, saying we're dealing with interdimensional beings, beings that are not constrained by the dimensions of our universe.
Yeah.
But that's identical to what the Bible describes as angels.
Okay. So some ufologists, I think they're called ufologists, they will point to Genesis chapter 6 regarding the sons of God coming down and intermarrying with human women, showing that these are obviously alien or extraterrestrial, even perhaps interdimensional beings. So what's your take on that? Because there are different opinions as to what the sons of God are. Some would say it's the line of Seth. Others would say that these are fallen angels. And, of course, another question, just to follow up on that, is if they are fallen angels, why would God give angels in the first place human genitalia and human sperm to intermarry with human women if they were never supposed to procreate in the first place? So could you give us some insight on that?
Yeah, I actually devoted a whole chapter and appendix to this question in my book, Navigating Genesis, so people can go there for the details.
Okay.
But certainly that is a possible interpretation of the Nephilim, that it was fallen angels that came and impregnated human women and gave rise to the Nephilim. And some evidence to support that particular interpretation. As you mentioned, there's other interpretations.
Yeah.
You have to realize there's not a lot of content in the Bible on this, and it always gives you room to speculate. But when you look at Goliath and Og, the king of Bashan, they had superhuman characteristics. I write in that book about the physics of basketball, that basketball is a sport where your ability to sink a basket goes up with a square of your height. So if you're wanting to put together a championship team, just get the tallest people you can find. But what we recognize is with increasing height, you lose mobility. And the mobility becomes really catastrophic once you get past 8 feet.
Yeah.
And you basically are constrained to a wheelchair.
Right.
But Goliath was at least 9 feet 9 inches tall. Og had a bed that was 13 feet long, made out of iron, so he was even bigger than Goliath. And yet Goliath could go into battle with a minimum of 250 pounds of armor and weapons. So he was defying the laws of physics. The laws of physics tell us that if you're a physical being and you're bipedal, that there's a limit to how tall you can be before you're incapacitated. And Goliath was beyond that limit, which has caused some people to point out there had to be something beyond the physics of this universe that explains the person of Goliath. And yet people say, but the Bible says that angels do not marry.
Yep.
It does say that, but it doesn't say they cannot marry. It just says that they do not marry. And you also see an interesting passage in Jude's verse 6, where it talks about this special prison, the abyss, and how God has consigned demons to that abyss who, quote, left their estate.
Yeah.
And when you look at that in the Greek, it would be consistent with angels that committed bestiality.
Yeah.
And evidently the fallen angels don't like the abyss, because notice when Jesus cast out demons, they always said, don't send us to the abyss.
Yeah.
And evidently is reserved for only those who violated the command that God gave them, do not touch these human beings.
Okay.
So, however, I do admit that there's other explanations. People have speculated maybe it's demon-possessed men bred with these women, or maybe that it was a special breed of humans. Maybe conditions were different at that time. I'm a little skeptical of that interpretation, that was simply the sons of Seth under different laws of physics, because the Bible tells us explicitly there's been no change in the laws of physics. Jeremiah 33, Romans 8, our texts that do that. So, but again, it's an open question. The Bible does warn us. There are angels out there that mean us harm.
Yes.
There are angels out there that mean to assist us. So, I mean, there's both righteous angels and evil angels, and it tells us in Hebrews 13, we entertain more of them than we think.
Yeah. I think the fallen angel view is the most consistent with the rest of Scripture. I think that's probably the view that I take, but it's the mechanics of it I wasn't certain of.
Right. Especially since God was so intent on eliminating these Nephilim.
Yeah.
I mean, the flood wiped out the Nephilim that were procreated before, and evidently these sons of God came back, and then God raised up David's mighty men, and they took care of the last of the Nephilim. So.
And I heard you mention once about the origin of the Philistines, where they came from.
Yes, they came from the Isle of Crete, and there's only one other place where you see literature talking about superhuman men
coming down on the Mount Olympus. Is that correct? Or
yeah, I mean, you got the Titans in Greek literature, and then you got what you see in the Hebrew scriptures. And what you notice is you only see men mentioned, not women, and they got birth defects, 6 fingers and 6 toes.
Okay, yeah.
So that's all evidence that we may be looking at these fallen angels committing something that God commanded them not to do. And the other thing I've noticed too, just in my own experience in dealing with demons, they seem incredibly obsessed with sex. So, and you see that in the UFO phenomenon as well.
Right.
So there is this obsession. And why would that obsession be if they had no capacity for it?
It's true. Yeah, it's very interesting. Another question I'd like to ask, I know you've mentioned this before, the extraordinary long ages of people prior to the flood, and you seem to give some evidence that this could literally scientifically be true.
Well, part of the evidence comes from Britain. There's an astronomer in Britain, Wolfendale. He's been in partnership with a Russian astronomer, Ehrlichman. And for 3 decades, they've been researching what's called the cosmic ray knee, which is basically making the point that when you look at the cosmic rays that are bathing our planet, more than 95% of the heavy nuclei, fast-moving cosmic rays, those are the ones that are going to do us the most physical harm, come from a single supernova eruption event where the eruption took place less than 100,000 years ago, relative to the Earth. And in their latest research, Wolfendale and Ehrlichman says, we think we've identified the remnant. And it's basically the Monoceros ring, which goes about 25 degrees across the sky, which means this is a supernova that erupted relatively close to the Earth. And so I talk about, again, this is in Navigating Genesis. One scenario is you got human beings living before the supernova eruptions, and they wouldn't be exposed to the radiation that we're being exposed to. The other thing you notice in Scripture, not until after Noah's flood did humans become globally distributed. And therefore, if you got humans living in sedimentary plains and not exploiting igneous rocks, they'd be protected from the radioactive decay of uranium and thorium, which is the second big source of radiation exposure we human beings have to deal with. And so given they had a different radiation environment than we do today, there would be the possibility that they could live a lot longer than we do. But there would also have to be some supernatural intervention, in my opinion, because right now our chromosomes get shorter and shorter as we get older and older.
Right.
And that's actually a good thing. If they weren't getting shorter and shorter at the rate that they are, we'd be dying earlier deaths from cancer. So it actually helps extend our life.
Right.
However, if you don't have the radiation risk, there wouldn't be the need to have our chromosomes get shorter at such a rapid rate, and therefore we could live longer. I mean, none of us are going to make it much past 120 because our chromosomes will be too short for us to actually live.
Right.
And the other thing you see in Scripture is vegetarian diet. If you want to live to 900, you have to avoid eating meat. You'll concentrate too many heavy metals in your body.
Okay.
And I'm not saying you have to be a vegetarian now.
Yeah, I can't do that. I like my steak too much. So an interesting theory developed by physicist Dr. Gerald Schroeder is that as space expands, so time stretches with it. And Dr. Schroeder has calculated from our perspective that the universe is 13.8 billion years of age, but with God's original perspective, it would now actually only be about 5.5 days old. Are you familiar with this argument, and is it a sound argument? And can we look at Genesis in this way?
Well, I've read Schroeder's books and actually had dinner with him when I was speaking at Texas A&M University. In fact, both of us spoke that evening because we shared the Trotter Prize. So we got to address the physics and astronomy department there, but we got to discuss this. We had a friendly discussion on it. And the point I was making is, first of all, once we recognize that creation days in Genesis 1 are 6 consecutive long periods of time, there really is no need to appeal to God telling us a story from a relativistically time-dilated frame. Moreover, if you look at Genesis 1:2, it says the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of waters of planet Earth, which implies that the God is telling us the story of creation from the same that we're in.
Okay.
And as Schroeder admitted to me over dinner, he's been revising his model over more than a decade, because there was a time we thought the universe was 15 billion years old. So he kind of worked out the numbers to make it work, and he had to keep revising it. Now he's saying 13.8, but he does admit he's got way too early of a date for God creating Adam and Eve.
Right.
He's got Adam and Eve at about 500 million years ago, and that's way too early. So he says, yeah, I'm still working on it. And I also recognize that, he is an Orthodox Jew, but he's unusual in that he gives credence to the Kabbalah. I've met many Orthodox Jews that say, hey, it's the Tanakh, the Old Testament, and the what do they call that commentary on the Old Testament?
The Talmud, the Mishnah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Many of them will say, I hold the Talmud and the Tanakh equal in authority to one another. Schroeder says it's the Tanakh, the Talmud, and the Kabbalah.
Okay.
So most Orthodox Jews will not go that far because the Kabbalah is highly mystical.
Mystical, yeah.
And it's filled with numerology. And that's where Schroeder's getting his numerology from. It's from the Kabbalah. But I'm basically saying none of that's necessary once we recognize that a literal reading of Genesis 1 and 2 forces the belief that the creation days are not 24 hours. They're 6 consecutive long periods of time.
So some people would say, well, how was the sun created on day number 4? And how does the book of Job help with this, with the cloud covering? How can you tie that into Genesis chapter 1?
Well, I never heard of that until I came to the U.S. and met Christians who seemed bothered by that, because when I first read Genesis, I noted right away it doesn't say on creation day 4 that God created the sun.
Yeah.
It says, let there be the great lights. And so it says, okay, the sun may have been created before. And I believe that the sun was created before the 6 days of creation. And on creation day 1, again, the text says, let there be light. It doesn't say that God created the light. He did that in the beginning, Genesis 1:1. Genesis 1:3 is when the light that God created for the first time penetrated to the surface of planet Earth. And you mentioned Job. Job actually gives far more scientific details on the creation days than you get in the book of Genesis, especially Job 37, 38, and 39. And Job 38, verses 8 and 9, talks about a time in the past history of the earth when God had blanketed the seas, had blanketed the waters with clouds that kept the seas dark, basically explicitly stating the reason why it was dark on the face of the waters in Genesis 1-2, earth had a cloud layer that wouldn't let visible light through. Now, as a 17-year-old reading that for the first time, I had enough astronomy under my belt to realize any planet the size of the earth is going to begin with an atmosphere that's so thick, visible light will not make it through to the surface. Same thing as Venus. Venus today has a thick atmosphere, and the only visible light that gets through is at the very deep red end of the spectrum. Earth had an atmosphere 3 times thicker than that of Venus, so no visible light would have gotten through.
So that's why there was darkness on the surface of the deep then in Genesis 1.
Day 1. When you get to day 4, it says, "Let there be the great lights." And keep in mind, it says, "Let there be the great lights so that they may serve as signs to mark seasons, days, and years." And again at age 17, I said, well, for whose benefit? And then I noticed on creation day 5, God creates animals. Animals are the one life form that must know the position of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky to regulate their biological clocks. So I said, okay, that makes sense. The atmosphere has got to go from translucent to transparent if you're going to have animals. And I wrote a blog. It's in June of 2018. It's on our reasons.org website, where I talk about an experiment that physicists did, where they took the atmosphere of the Earth, duplicated that in a flask, and changed the oxygen content. Because we know just before animals appeared in the face of the Earth, there was less than 1% oxygen in Earth's atmosphere, and the great unconformity caused that to jump up suddenly to 8%. And when it hit 8%, you immediately got animals. That's the Avalon explosion. And so they did this experiment in this flask, and what they discovered, at 1%, the atmosphere is a thick haze. At 8%, it's transparent.
Oh, okay.
And so that explains what we see there in Genesis 1. You've got a hazy atmosphere for the first 3 creation days. On day 4, that thick haze gets transformed into a transparent atmosphere, and now these future animals will be able to see where the sun, moon, and stars are in the sky.
Well, thank you so much for your answers today, Dr. Ross. Just as we close now, please could you share with our viewers what steps they could take to start a relationship with God for themselves?
Well, that's a great question, and it tells us in Ecclesiastes 3:11 that God has written eternity on the hearts of every human being. And it's something I've noticed even in my debates with atheists, is that they can't escape the fact that there's this just sense that we have some ultimate purpose and destiny that's written on our hearts. What's also written on our hearts that there's a moral law we're all expected to live up to and obey. You see that in all the cultures of the world, but no human being can live up to the standards of their own conscience. We all fall miserably short. What we see written on our hearts. But as we look at the universe, as we look at the earth, we see just how much there's a creator there who's provided for us. And he's provided for us extravagantly, which means he loves and cares for us a great deal, which means he must be committed to do for us what we can't do for ourselves. And that's what I found in the Bible. The Bible actually describes the account of how the creator of the universe came to planet Earth as a humble human being, took on human form, and in human form, he paid the redemptive price, but we're not able to pay for ourselves. And if we will receive that price, then the promise is he'll send the Holy Spirit and begin to transform us and deliver us step by step from what we can't deliver ourselves. And that's what the Gideons explained to me when I was 19. Basically said, you need to make the creator of the universe the boss of your life. Why? He knows better than you do what's best for you. It just makes good sense to put him in charge and then just submit to the work that he wants to do inside of you, and you will see him begin to transform your life. And so that's the heart of the Christian faith, receiving the gift of redemption that Jesus Christ has made available to us through his sacrifice on the cross. Put him in charge of your life. Let the Holy Spirit begin to transform you. And the promise we got in the Bible is you'll actually see visible evidence of that transformation. Not so much what you do, but he says he's going to give you new desires and new powers to live the Christian life. That's your proof.
And it's worked for you and it's worked for me.
It has.
Yeah.
It's working every day.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Dr. Ross. And just as we close now, please could you share with our viewers how they can interact with your ministry, how they can get your resources? Where's the best place to find you?
Well, we have a website, reasons.org. It's deep with tens of thousands of articles and podcasts and debates that people can watch. They can get free copies of the books that our scholars have written, reasons.org/ the last name of the scholar. So for me, it's reasons.org / Ross. And we have chapters, so people can join chapters. Just like you have chapters, we have chapters literally around the world. And they can ask questions. All of our scholars have a Facebook and Twitter page. We don't tell you what we're eating. We use it for ministry only. But people are free to pose questions to us, and we do our best to answer them.
Today, I'm more than honored to have with me Greg Koukl. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, and thank you so much for including me in the august lineup that you have in this program. I'm glad to make my contribution here to the good people in your good country.
Oh, thank you very much. Could we begin by introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about your ministry?
Yeah, sure. I've been a Christian for about 48 years, but I was not really raised a Christian. I was raised kind of in a church, but it wasn't any vibrant Christian relationship with God kind of thing. Like a lot of people, I just kind of went through the motions. And then when I became 18, in the mid-60s, I decided, well, this isn't for me. And there were lots of other appealing things, more appealing things than religion and purity and all of that stuff, as an 18-year-old kind of venturing into his world. And so I left what I thought was Christianity for about 6 or 7 years. And then when I was 23 years old and I was a student at UCLA, I began to take more seriously the claims that Jesus made about himself, the claims he made about the world, and the claims he made of my own life. And began to think about them and asked a lot of questions, and the standard common questions that we'll probably be discussing a bit here, and that I'm sure you cover with other guests on your program. And I pushed back a lot, and I left the table. Then I came back to the table and asked more questions. And I'll just tell you, Paul, after a period of time, I just came to the understanding. It took a little time for me, but I just came to the understanding that Jesus got it right, that he saw the world the way it really was, and that the way he described the world and the way the whole biblical view of reality was resonated with my deepest intuitions about the nature of reality itself. There was a fit. And so I had to make a decision. I could walk away or I could walk with Jesus. And that's when I decided to become a follower of Jesus. And that's been now almost half a century. And there's been a lot of adventures. I will say, quite honestly, it has not been easy. It has not been easy. But Jesus said as much. But it's been reality. And it has absolutely transformed everything about my life and the way I look at life. So about 28 years ago now, I decided to take my efforts and focus them on making a defense for Christianity. In other words, answering the questions and challenges people had, and then also giving positive evidences in favor of Christianity. And when I say in favor of Christianity, I don't mean just like a religious sect, a group, or a religious view. What a religious view is a take on reality. It's a description of the way the world actually is. And so what I am trying to help people to see is this particular take on reality actually fits reality and turns out to be the best explanation for the way things actually are. And so I think this is was very compelling to me as a young man trying to figure out what is actually true, not just what I want and not what just what I like, but what is the nature of the world. And it's, I think, one of the most compelling reasons that people should take the Christian worldview seriously. And that effort 28 years ago was called Stand to Reason. Mm-hmm. And so I started this organization, and now 28 years into it, with a lot of public speaking and some books and a big staff, 18 people. And maybe that's not big for some people, but it's big for us. And we have speakers that travel the world and represent Christ. And so these are all parts of things that are important to us and are important to our making a difference for Christ. And it's really what makes my life tick right now, not just professionally, but it's, strictly speaking, it's my life, because these are life issues. They aren't just jobs.
Yeah. So you mentioned there that you kind of started on a journey of discovery, a journey of investigation of the Christian faith. For some viewers who are watching today, perhaps they want to start on that journey too. What advice would you give to them?
Well, this is a very good question, and my answer is going to be different than a lot of people that maybe you're interviewing and that I know for whom apologetics, particular issues of defending the faith, etc., made a big difference. That wasn't the case for me. It wasn't until after I became a Christian that I discovered a lot of the particular answers to my challenges and a lot of the particular evidences in favor of the truthfulness of the Christian worldview. What happened to me, though, this is a really important part, is there was a time in my life when I was willing to say, okay, I want to know what's true.
Sure.
All right. For a long time I didn't want to know what was true. I wanted to know whatever I could find out that would reinforce what I wanted for me in my life. So I'll just give you an example here. I was a moral relativist at the time, in the late 60s and early 70s. And that means I did not believe in objective morality. Now, this is very convenient, by the way, because it means that I can do whatever I want and nobody can say I'm wrong. That was the great appeal. However, I was also marching against the war in Vietnam at the time. And the reason I was against the war is because I said it was an immoral war. Now, there's a dramatic pause there for a reason, because as you notice, I can tell by the look on your face, and others may be thinking, wait a minute, there's a contradiction here. On the one hand, you say there is no objective morality. On the other hand, you're saying that this war is immoral. You can't have it both ways. Either there is no objective morality and nothing is immoral, including my behavior, or some things are immoral because there is objective morality, and that might include some of my behavior. Okay, so notice how I was willing to live with a tension because of the payoff it gave me personally. I was aware of the contradiction, but I was dismissive of it because I didn't care about the truth. At that point, I cared about me, what I wanted. So it was a deeply narcissistic perspective, which frankly I think a lot of people are committed to nowadays. But this goes back thousands of years. I mean, this is the condition of man. We are concerned about self first. And so what happened, there was a point in my time in my life, Paul, where I came to a crossroads, and essentially I said, I want to know what's true. That's what began to make the big difference in my life, when I was willing to let my guard down, an inappropriate guard, a self-serving narcissistic guard down, and say, okay, what's reality actually like? Now, those aren't the words I used at that time, but that's the way I understand what I was doing. And so I would suggest, and I actually prayed a prayer, and not being a believer, and it wasn't becoming a believer, but I was out in the field at a military base, because I was in the military at the time in the summer of 1973. And I said, essentially, God, if you're real, and Jesus is who my friends, my brother in particular, is telling me he actually is, then I want to know that. If this is the truth, then I want to know that. Now, there was no, lightning or flashing or coconuts falling from the tree or anything. It was just a guy praying. But it was probably the first genuine and sincere prayer that I'd ever prayed. And after I prayed that willingness to be open, that God started to work in very profound ways that persuaded me of the truthfulness of Christianity, even though all of my questions and challenges had not been answered. Okay, and I have discovered since then that I'm not the only person who's prayed a prayer like that. There are lots and lots and lots of people for whom that prayer was a really vital part of their journey to come to a relationship with God through Jesus of Nazareth. And so my recommendation for others, they can, listen to Bill Craig, Dr. William Lane Craig. They can listen to my podcasts at Stand to Reason, or a host of other things that are valuable to challenge their thinking about what worldview is actually true. But if their heart is not open to the truth, they will find shallow ways of dismissing all the evidence. This has been my observation. A person has to first deal with their own self and say, look, do I want the truth, or do I want whatever I want? All right. And once they decide they want the truth, and they say to God, I want the truth, if you're there, and I didn't know whether God was there or not when I prayed that prayer. In fact, I even said, I feel like an idiot. I'm standing out here in the field talking to the sky. That's what that was part of my prayer. But I think that, Paul, is really, really a vital step for anyone in the process before they begin embracing other things.
So it's about having a right heart motivation, isn't it? And being open and honest with truth, and
right.
throwing all the facade away, really.
There's a price to pay for changing your mind on any important issue, and changing it for the truth, okay? Because the truth is not particularly popular. No. And especially this truth today is not particularly popular. No. But that doesn't mean it's not the truth, just because lots and lots of people dismiss it.
Absolutely. Well, you mentioned, we talked about truth. What is truth? Jesus. You talk about Jesus quite a lot in your introduction, and that's amazing. But there are a lot of people in the UK, perhaps today, who would say, well, what evidence is there that even Jesus existed? Was he a real person? Did he really do the things that the Bible claims that he did? What's your take on that?
Well, this is actually very easy to answer. And I have support from a very well-known, vigorous critic of Christianity. His name is Bart Ehrman. He's one of the top scholars in the world on the issue of the biblical documents, okay? And his mentor was Bruce Metzger, who was #1 in the world. He co-authored a second edition of the text of the New Testament. I mean, this guy knows his stuff. No, he's not a Christian. He used to be, but he's not. But when he was confronted with this particular question during a Q&A, and I watched the video, that an atheist said, well, I have no reason to believe Jesus ever existed. He stopped him very aggressively. And he said, don't talk like that. Because and this is Bart Ehrman saying, there is not a scholar in the world in the area of New Testament studies or the life of Jesus or that period of time in history who believes what you just said. And the reason they don't believe it, that there's no evidence for Christ, is because there's abundant evidence that matters to historians. Okay? Now, some people say, oh, yeah, that's the Bible, and then they want to be dismissive of it. But the New Testament didn't even exist as a New Testament book until about the 4th or 5th century. All the documents existed, but they weren't brought together. So the New Testament is a library. It's not just one book. And in that library are records, primary source historical documents that are classically known as Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that are independent and co-validating witnesses to the life of Jesus that give lots and lots of detail. And this is the kind of thing that Bart Ehrman was saying. He said, of course Jesus was an historical figure. Of course we know all kinds of details about his life. I wrote a book on it, he said. And then he chastised the atheist, and he said, don't keep talking like that, because when you say things like that, you just sound foolish. So the academic issues, the academic evidence is in. Now, Bart Ehrman doesn't believe every single thing that's written there, and there are reasons that academics are going to dismiss certain parts, and that has to do with their own presuppositions, and that's another issue. But as to their general historical reliability, this is not an issue among academics in the field studying that kind of stuff. And I think Bart Ehrman, the agnostic/atheist critic of Christianity, for putting those facts out on the table in such a clear way. There is no good reason to reject the basic historical information about Jesus of Nazareth. He was a man of history.
Well, we get a lot of our information of Jesus, of course, from the four Gospels, and we get segments of Jesus's life throughout the epistles and also the book of Revelation. There are many people who are aware of the manuscript evidence that we have. There are literally tens of thousands, I believe, of manuscripts that confirm the New Testament. However, within these manuscripts, there are also literally thousands of errors. And so people will point to these errors and say, well, you can't trust the New Testament documents because they're so full of errors. Now, once again, what's your take on that one?
Well, this is also a hobby horse of Bart Ehrman, okay? And Bart actually writes in two different arenas. He writes in the academic arena, and he also writes in the popular arena. And in his popular books, he plays this tune very aggressively, okay? But in his academic work, when he knows his peers are looking over his shoulder, he is much more reserved about his conclusions about the differences you cite. So he's actually right, and so are the critics. There are something like 300,000 words in the New Testament, and there are more than 400,000 variants. Now, you use the word error. That's actually technically not accurate because not all the variants are errors. I mean, somewhere there is an accurate rendering, presumably, but let's just call them what the scholars call them, variants. That means there are differences between the different manuscripts. And the reason there's so many differences is because there's so many manuscripts. So the bad news is kind of the good news. You have tens of thousands of manuscripts. You have Greek manuscripts. These are all written, by the way, handwritten manuscripts. And so that's why you're going to have variations. We didn't have printing press until 1,500 years later, right? And so you're going to have variations. People make little mistakes, and there are going to be differences. And by the way, any difference is counted as a variant. So when you hear 300,000 words and 400,000 variants, it sounds like you can't trust a single word in the New Testament. But that's not the way it works. When one looks more closely at what the details are, and here the devil is in the details, it turns out that that most of the variants, the vast majority of the variants, are spelling differences. All right. So if one document has, we'll just use the English for the sake of illustration, has Jesu, Jesu, which is the way some languages pronounce Jesus, Jesu Cristo, that's Spanish. We say Jesus Christ. One says Jesu and one says Jesus. It adds the S. Yeah. Listen, there's no confusion about what that word means, whether it's spelled with the S or not. All right? But every single time the S is dropped, I'm just thinking conceptually here, that's considered a variant. If it is dropped 10,000 times, that's 10,000 variants that mean absolutely nothing. Okay, so the vast majority of all of those variants are changes, variants like that. All right? And that means that the variation makes no difference to us capturing the original text. And that's what we're after here. What did the original say? So we can sweep away a massive number of those variants. Other ones are not spelling errors, but are things like when James's name might be there, and sometimes this has an article. So it says, and James did such and so. Or it might say, and the James did such and so. Yeah. It's pretty clear that the added to James makes no difference in the meaning and in recapturing the original meaning. So I'm just giving two examples there. I don't want to be tedious with so many examples, but it turns out that when you remove all of those absolutely inconsequential differences, when I say absolutely inconsequential, they have no bearing on us regaining the original. Then you have a much smaller group left. But it turns out a lot of those differences are valid differences, but we can figure out which one's the right one. If you have 10 passages that says James and then one that says the James, to use that illustration again, well, we know that the 10 are probably, and they're earlier manuscripts, well, those guys are probably right, and this is the mistake. So this removes a whole bunch more, okay? And then the ones that you're not sure of, most of those don't make any difference to any detail of meaning of the text, whether, and then when you, so each time you go through these variants, you can whittle away more as to their significance to regaining the original.
Yeah.
All right. And so once you do all of that, there's almost nothing left of significance. What's left? The long ending of Mark? Well, everybody knows that that's probably added later. The woman caught in adultery that we find in John chapter 6 and 7 and 8, starts in 7. Yeah, and comes in 8. Thanks for that help. But that, we know that's not in the oldest documents, okay? And so those, okay, we know that. And so does Bart Ehrman. The point is, we are able to reconstruct using the skills that somebody like Bart Ehrman has to weed out the things that we have very high confidence don't belong there, so that what's left is the heart and soul of the original document. And Bart Ehrman acknowledges that to be the case, especially in his academic work. There is nothing that is contested of significance, certainly theological significance or historical significance about Jesus, as to being able to reconstruct the original. Nothing is in question there. Even the stuff in the long ending of Mark, except for the snake handling stuff, you've got that repeated in other areas that there is no question about the legitimacy of the documentation there. So this turns out to be, Paul, a kind of common canard that people raise to create doubt.
Sure.
And even Bart Ehrman has done it in his popular works. But I don't think he's done it illicitly, because in his more academic works, he's much more reserved and more careful because he knows people are looking over his shoulder. The fact is, we don't have any good academic reason, with the abundance of manuscript evidence that we have in our possession now, to doubt that what we have in the record is substantially accurate, certainly in all the theological or historical points.
Which is the important thing, really, is that we can get back to the theology of the first century church.
Yes. There's no question about that at all. I was talking with a young lady yesterday about some manuscript says that these demons cannot be cast out unless you have prayer and fasting, and another account says just prayer. It left out the fasting. Well, was fasting in there or not? And I said, I don't know, but I hope it wasn't in there because I don't like fasting. I'd rather just pray. But you see how that's not a really relevant factor in the big picture. I mean, if you're into demons, casting demons out, that might matter, but this is hard, not even a tertiary issue in Christianity. That's way off in the distance. The main things, the plain things, are solidly attested to by reliable documents from antiquity.
Okay, so a lot of people also say, if we add to that Jesus okay, he existed. Jesus was a great speaker. He was a great rabbi, a great storyteller, but he wasn't deified as God until centuries later by the Roman Catholic Church. A lot of people say that in the UK. It was the Roman Catholic Church that invented the God man rather than just the man. So biblically, is that a sound argument, or are there some holes in that?
Well, you just threw me a softball, so thank you for that. It's not a solid argument. There are a lot of holes in it. All right. This is basically Da Vinci Code, Dan Brown kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so I have a question here that I'm going to ask a person who raises that. And my question is, why would you believe that what you just told me is an accurate account of things?
Okay.
Now, I would presume that someone who makes this claim that Jesus was a man of history and a great this, that, and the other thing, which is common because people like Jesus, right? But he wasn't this God-man. He wasn't this savior of the world, et cetera, okay? That was invented later. And so that's a very strong claim. Okay, fair enough. I'm not threatened by it. Why would you think that's the way? Now, this is a very important question that every thoughtful person has to ask. If they're confronting the challenge or they're offering the challenge, why would anybody believe that? Okay, this idea that Jesus was kind of an ordinary man and he was somehow deified 300 years later, maybe by the Roman Catholic Church or somebody. All right, there was no Roman Catholic Church 300 years later, by the way. The Roman Catholic Church as we know it is probably 6th, 7th century, all right? That was the ascendancy of Rome into this strong, monolithic representation of Christianity. So before there wasn't the church. So let's just look at the history. That's the question. Why is it? So here's another question that goes to this issue. Why is it that people believe, these people raising the objection, that Jesus was a good man, a good prophet, a good rabbi? Well, because just look what he said and what he did. Where are you looking at what he said and what he did? Yeah. You're not looking at Pliny or Tacitus or Josephus or some of these others that make references to Jesus and to Christianity that kind of confirm and validate aspects of the Gospels. You are looking at the primary source documents themselves, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And because that's the place where you get any detail about Jesus.
Yeah.
So if a person is going to have an opinion about Jesus that's robust in any sense, they have to gain that opinion from some record of Jesus' life. And there are only 4 detailed records of Jesus' life, and I just mentioned them. That's the canonical Gospels, okay? But the problem with drawing a good conclusion about Jesus the man and the prophet and the rabbi and the great teacher from those canonical Gospels is that those very Gospels say a whole bunch more than that. Because this isn't what Jesus believed about himself, not according to the testimony. Okay? The language that he used to describe himself got him killed.
Yeah.
It was not his political action or his advocacy for the poor or any of that. We have a record of the trial. He made a claim about himself that he was the Son of God. Yeah. That's blasphemy. And by the way, this claim was made from beginning to end.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't realize it, is the leadership wasn't trying to kill Jesus at the end of his life. They started to try to kill at the very beginning of his life. All right? And by that time, it wasn't just the leadership writ large over Israel. It was a local leadership of a community worship service. You know, in the synagogue, Jesus was preaching, and that made him so mad they almost drove him off a cliff. You know, to stone him. That was right in the beginning. It's Matthew 4 or something like that. So that was why. Why were they trying to kill this guy? A couple of reasons, but what they got him on was his claim to be God. Now, some people are thinking, wait, no, he claimed to be the Son of God. Well, keep in mind, we're 2,000 years removed from the circumstances, right? And so people claim to be sons of God all over. Now, it never raises an eyebrow, all right? But back then, in a Jewish community with Torah-observant Jews, which Jesus was, by the way, you don't make a claim like that frivolously. That is blasphemous, because to claim to be the Son of God is to claim to have a divine nature. Okay, you are a son of your father. You share the same nature as your father, Paul. So do I.
Yeah.
We both have human natures. God is unique. He has a divine nature. He has a son. The Son has the same divine nature. This is blasphemous. And they understood this. Why are you wanting to stone me, Jesus said. This is the record, right? And he said, what good work? He said, not for a good work, but you, being a man, make yourself out to be God. Okay, so this record that allows us to draw great opinions about Jesus as the man is thick with references to his divine nature. And think of the claims that he made. Now, we want to say this is a great teacher, prophet, and all this. Okay, this is the man who said, not my teaching, I am the bread of life. He who eats from this bread will never die. I am the living water. You drink from this, not my teaching, me. You drink from this water, you will never thirst. I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me will live even if he dies. And after he said that, he walked out and he raised a man from the dead who had been in the grave for 3 days and was rotting and stinking. That's Lazarus. Okay, so the point I'm making is our viewers can draw whatever conclusion that they want about Jesus of Nazareth from the record. And they can walk away from him if they want, or they can embrace him. But if we want to be intellectually honest, we have to embrace the man as he was and presented himself. We can't just cherry pick, because if this man was not who he claimed to be, then he's not a good man. He's a liar, or worse.
Yeah.
And one of your wonderful countrymen,
C.S. Lewis, yes,
made this point in a very lucid way, and his point was that you can't have it in between. That option is not left open to us, and Jesus did not intend to leave it open to us. Okay, the ancient dictum in Latin is aut deus aut homo malus. In other words, either God or a bad man. Nothing in between.
Nothing in between. Excellent. Yeah, sums it up. Brilliant. So in the UK today, we were talking a little bit just before the interview about the kind of the state of the church in the UK, that is very listless, it's very apathetic in not all areas, of course, but I would say as a majority view that I see, this is my own personal take on things. And in many places today, the church has gone what we would call the seeker-sensitive route, which is basically, for those viewers who don't know what that is, it's basically don't talk about sin, don't talk about hell, don't talk about anything that could potentially upset anybody from coming to church. And so basically the gospel is stripped of all of that, and Jesus is really presented as a social justice warrior. In other words, doing these good works and kind of fighting poverty and fighting this and rallying for this. Is Jesus SJW, or biblically, where is Jesus in this?
I have a lot to say about that. Okay. Actually, you're right. It's a very common way to go. Let me say something about seeker-sensitive churches. Okay, one would think that what this means is that there is a group of people who are seeking what? What are they seeking? I think originally this term meant to describe those who are seeking the truth. They're hungry. They realize their lives are not satisfying, living for themselves. There's something bigger than themselves. What is that? What is the truth I'm seeking? So this is seeking. These are people that are saying, what I'm not big enough as a center for the universe. Something bigger than me is what I need to attach myself to. What is that? Okay. So what seeker-sensitive churches end up doing is they end up giving the so-called seeker what he just acknowledged wasn't adequate. Oh, well, I'm going to give you the things that make you feel good and blah, 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 blah. Wait, if there's a real seeker, those people need the truth. Okay, and that's the truth that Jesus gave. Yeah. All right. So what really happens in most seeker churches is not a seeker-sensitive church, but rather, what's the right way to put this? They're not even sensitive, or what they are looking for is to provide a religion that will appeal to a consumer.
Yes. It's a marketed Christianity, yeah.
Yes, of course. It's got kind of the words that sound good. And what do you want? Oh, you don't want sin, they think. So we're not going to talk about that. We're not talking about anything that bothers you. We're going to talk. What is it you want us to talk about? You know, we talk about politicians like that who got their finger in the wind, and we don't respect people like that because they are not leaders. But this is what secret churches end up doing. Yeah. They're putting their finger in the wind. What do people want? We'll give you what you want. You want to have a better marriage. You want to, we'll tell you how to have a good relationship. You want to do more for the poor. We'll help you to do that. Now, I'm not disparaging the work for marriage or the poor.
Sure.
But that is not what Christianity is all about. All right? And you mentioned the term social justice warrior, and a lot of people don't realize that social justice is actually a term of art that is part of a different worldview. It doesn't just mean helping the poor. It is a piece of a larger puzzle called critical race theory, CRT, that is consuming the universities right now and much of the population and even the church. Now, people don't necessarily have to get all up on CRT. That's a whole, but I'm just saying that it's a different worldview.
Yeah,
and it's a view that certain groups are oppressor groups and others are oppressed groups, and you, Paul, would be an oppressor just because you're a member of the group, even if you're the nicest guy in the world. And so it's group guilt, and what social justice is paybacks. Okay, it's what we give to the so-called oppressed groups to pay them back for having been oppressed. Now, I'm not taking on the worldview right now. I'm not saying good, better, or indifferent. I mean, I have my own concerns, obviously. But I'm just making the point: when Christians or anyone adopts that language, they are really promoting an understanding about how the world works. Okay, the biblical view is different. Okay, the biblical view is that there are poor people and there are some that are not poor. Okay, and the biblical view is not that people are poor as a result of injustice. Some people are just poor. Okay, and we are to help them, not because we owe them, but because we are charitable and love them.
Yeah.
Okay, think the Good Samaritan here, kind of thing. So there's a proper concern for those who are down and out, but it's motivated by a completely different thing. It's motivated by love. The old word was charity. Okay, you don't hear that much anymore. It's motivated by love, not guilt. That's the new system. Yeah, but and it was to help those who needed the help. Okay, not because it was owed them. That's a government approach, but it's because we want to help them individually. And so that's why so many great, wonderful things were done by Christians, like the end of slavery, famously William Wilberforce in your country and others in ours, and things like that. Wilberforce wasn't just famous for slavery, but for ending slavery as a lifetime work, but he created all kinds of organizations that were meant to help the poor as a result of his Christian convictions. So there is a legitimate place in the Christian worldview for helping those who need the help. But, and here's what's really important, that is not why Jesus came.
Yeah.
So I got really annoyed at what I thought was a distortion of his purpose, and I decided I'm going to go through all the Gospels, and I'm just going to find every single reference to social justice or helping the poor or anything that could be construed in that category.
Yeah.
Social gospel is the way it used to be described. Okay. So I started in the Gospel of John. When I got to the last verse of the Gospel of John, I had nothing on my paper.
Wow.
That means there was not, in the entire Gospel of John, there is not a single word that can be construed as Jesus championing the poor or the Christian's responsibility for so-called social justice or social gospel issues. That was a stunner. Does this mean that Jesus didn't care about it? No, that doesn't mean he didn't care about it. The Old Testament is filled with commands and affirmations of our responsibility for those who are poor before God. Okay, and Jesus held that view too, and so did the early church. But the reason it wasn't mentioned in the Gospel of John is because that isn't the reason that Jesus came. And that's why it could be completely left out of the Gospel of John. And it turns out it does not even appear very much in the synoptics, Matthew, Mark,
not
and
really.
Luke.
No.
It's with another stunner. You look at the great discourses of Jesus, the bread of life discourse, no mention. The upper room discourse, no mention. The Olivet discourse, no mention. Some things there in the Sermon on the Mount, but those have to be qualified. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Oh, well, that's something different, isn't it? Yeah. So anyway, it turns out not to have been the main focus of Jesus. The main focus of Jesus was not what Christians do, but what Christ has done.
Yeah.
Now, this is just a matter, in a certain sense, of empirical examination of the historical texts. Yeah. Okay. I think this is wildly misconstrued regarding Jesus because people keep hearing it over and over and over again, and they don't go back to the primary source documentation to see, is this what actually took place? And the fact that one entire gospel, the last written gospel, the most sublime characterization, some would say, of the person and work of Christ, has no mention of any of that at all, ought to make it absolutely undebatable that this was not the reason that Jesus came, and it was not the main focus of his work. Rather, he was the reason he came, and he was the main focus of his work.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's such a kind of sad situation that kind of in many places in the UK that the church has kind of gone down that route. Some time ago, I heard a minister say that, and he said this from the pulpit, which was quite shocking. He said that if he preached what the Bible actually said, he wouldn't have a church. And then I spoke with another minister probably about 2 years ago, and I said, well, why as a church are you kind of going the seeker-sensitive route? He said, well, listen, Paul, I'm paid by a denomination, and I have to, when I take up that residency as a pastor, as a minister within that church from the previous minister, I cannot lose members of the congregation. I have to grow the congregation. And if I preach hard messages, people are going to leave, and if they leave, I'm going to lose my job. And so it's almost like a lot of ministers today are forced into preaching these soft messages to try and grow numbers. And it's such a vicious circle for them.
No, it is vicious, but nobody is forced. They are making a choice.
Oh,
Why
absolutely.
don't we have burlesque on the stage? Why don't we just have burlesque? Why don't we have a bunch of girls dancing around? That'll bring a lot of people in. Okay,
that's
if
true.
you just want numbers, all right. That is, it's so offensive to me, and I know it is for you, Paul. And I think your listeners are reflecting on circumstances in their own communities that are examples of this. Okay. What do we think of people who do that? I mean, just outsider. I'm just thinking from an outsider's perspective, okay? I'm thinking of the church, okay? If I was an outsider, say, you're a guy who gets up there to preach about religion, and what you're really preaching about is just stroking people's feelings and trying to help. You're just trying to get a lot more people into your church because now you're getting a lot more money. I mean, that's discreditable in terms of a pastor's purpose. And if the denomination requires that they keep adding more people, because that brings in more money, obviously, then he's in the wrong denomination if he cares about what Christ cares about.
Absolutely.
And that's the critical thing.
Yeah.
We serve an audience of one, not an audience of 1,000 or 2,000 or 4,000 or 8,000. We serve an audience of one. Now, I have a suspicion, and I'm thinking about the citation you offered from the pastor just a moment ago. If I preached what the Bible said, I wouldn't have a congregation. What you wouldn't have, Pastor, is the congregation you have.
You have, yes.
You would have a different congregation. And I know that because under the most extreme circumstances imaginable, from the first to the fourth centuries, Christians preached that message, the biblical message, and they transformed the Roman Empire as a result. That is the power of the truth, but they suffered at the same time. So there is a price to pay for speaking the truth. Yeah. This message changes lives, and it draws people in. You want a church with vibrant people, excited people, you preach the truth. You preach nonsense, and you're going to get people who believe nonsense and live lives of nonsense. That's okay?
True. Yeah. 100%. Okay, we're going to change gear a little bit now.
All right.
Growing up, well, obviously outside of Christianity, I was influenced by kind of two people. The first is Elvis Presley. I was raised on Elvis Presley music.
Kidding.
In my home. No, my mum absolutely loved Elvis. I think she only ever played Elvis in the home. It was like nothing. Even the Beatles wasn't allowed on in our house. So,
but just a quick question though.
Yeah.
You say you were influenced. Do you just say that something about the music had an impact on your life, or you just really liked it a lot? Because I
think both. I think his gospel music was absolutely. To me personally, I don't think anybody can sing "How Great Thou Art" better than Elvis Presley. So that's my opinion on that one. So
no, well, it's hard to argue with that.
It's incredible. And the second person,
I was a kid when Elvis was on his ascendancy. Oh,
the second person is this guy. Okay, so
that's a cigar box there, brother.
Yeah, this is. These are all of the DVDs of Columbo. Every episode.
Gosh.
Now the reason I'm
hardcore.
I'm hardcore, that's right. And some years ago, I was introduced to this book that you wrote, and somebody talked about the Columbo tactic. I said, "Well, what's that then?" Because I was kind of, I love Columbo, kind of raised on Columbo. Watched it I think it was on Saturday mornings and stuff. It was on TV. We used to watch it. And there's something in here called the Columbo tactic or the Columbo technique.
Right.
Yeah. Can you talk to us a little bit about Tactics, this amazing book that's transformed so many people's lives, and about the importance, I'd say, of communication when we're sharing our faith with unbelievers?
Yeah, of course. And by the way, somebody might have noticed the subtitle of the book. It's a game plan for discussing your Christian convictions. There it is, a game plan for discussing your Christian convictions. So what I did is I was very, I would like to say I had an epiphany at some point in my life that revealed all of these things that I'm about to share now. But it really was a process over a long period of time of engaging lots of people on spiritual matters. And I've spoken to more than 80 college and university campuses around the country and in the UK and other parts of the world. And I realize, and it's tough dealing with people, because you're talking about very, very personal matters that have people have very strong opinions about, and they're important. All right, so we're not just talking about Super Bowl, who's the better quarterback. We're talking about really important things. Okay, not to denigrate that, but just say there's just a different world there, and so consequently, the Bible has something to say. The New Testament writers have something to say about how we navigate, in these conversations, and that we're supposed to do it graciously, with gentleness and with reverence. Let your speech always be with grace. I mean, man, where'd that come from? Kind of thing. This Lord's bondservant is not to be quarrelsome. Well, see, a lot of Christians haven't figured this one out. And they get in fights. And my rule is, if anybody gets mad, then I lose. Right? You're not going to persuade people who are angry. It doesn't work that way. So, and I would get in a lot of fights. So I learned this lesson the hard way. And I began to realize that there is power in navigating with questions. there is power in navigating with questions. And as I began to think about the process and see how I was actually working more effectively, I realized that there's some steps to this process. And so I formalized it, so to speak, in this book, Tactics, a Game Plan for Discussing Your Christian Convictions. And there are 3 steps to the process, but each step employs questions.
Yeah.
Now, in the book, there are lots of tactics, and these are maneuvers in conversation. Things like Taking the Roof Off and Just the Facts, Ma'am, and Rhodes Scholar, and What a Friend We Have in Jesus, and Inside Out. I have all these names for them. But the main tactic, which really represents the game plan, I call Columbo, after the infamous Lieutenant Columbo. And by the way, this is like 40 years ago on TV, right? Yeah. I have never spoken in a country and talked about Columbo that there weren't people in the audience who knew who he was.
Yeah,
he's
great.
Very well known as an icon, right? Okay. Yeah. And what's so nice about Columbo, the character now played by Peter Falk, is that he was a detective, and he would come into the crime scene, a murder detective, and he's got this rumpled coat, he's got the cigar in his hand, and that's why when you opened the box, I thought these are Columbo cigars, but they were the DVDs. So you disappointed me there for just a split second, but I was glad to see the full range and he just was so disarming. I mean, he'd come in and scratch his head and mumble to himself, look around, and like he's deep in thought. And I mean, this guy's stupid. He looks like but he's stupid like a fox, right? Yeah. Because he's got a manner, he's got a plan, and at some point he'll put his fingers to ruffle brow, with that cigar sticking out there, like this here, and then he'll say, "There's something about this thing that bothers me. Do you mind if I ask you a question?" And so he gets the answer. "Oh yeah, well, you're very intelligent, that." One more thing, and then he one more tings him to death, question after question. So, and he says, "I know this bothers people, but it's a habit. I can't help it." And so this is a habit that Christians ought to get into. They ought to get in the habit of asking questions. Yeah. Okay? And then I outline that in the book, some particular steps in the game plan and particular questions that abet those steps. And I really am thankful for you putting the book up there. That's the 10th anniversary edition. I have gotten so much response from people about how this has radically changed their lives. Actually, that's the words they use. It's humbling to hear that, but it's very satisfying. This book changed my life because it gave them a way of maneuvering conversations that was more relaxing, less confrontation, less combat, looks more like diplomacy than D-Day, okay, that kind of thing. And therefore much more effective and more enjoyable. Yeah. Now, I want to just draw attention to something. You raised the question earlier, which is an appropriate question, that Jesus was deified. Hundreds of years after the fact. And I asked a question, and it was basically, why would anybody believe that's what happened? Now, that's the second Columbo question. How did you come to that conclusion? What are your reasons for thinking that? Lots of people don't realize that it's not the job of the person being challenged to defeat the claim. It is first the job of the person making the claim to defend it.
Yes.
This is called burden of proof.
Burden of proof, yeah.
All right. So, if the DA comes and knocks on somebody's door and says that you robbed the bank, then you get to say to the DA, district attorney, prove it, because the burden of proof is on the challenger.
Yes.
On the person who makes the claim. Same thing in your jurisprudence as well. So this is an important principle. It's part of the game plan, but if somebody else makes the claim, instead of taking the responsibility for refuting it, which we may not be able to do, we may not have the background or information or whatever. I was able to give some answers here because of my background, my training. But notice even with my training, I would first ask the question, well, why do you think that's the way it happened? You must have some reasons to think that all of this has been changed over time. And there are actually very practical reasons why you can't change documents that are written in the 1st century and then copied for 2 centuries and go all over the Mediterranean region and then decide in the 4th century that you're going to change them all. You can't get at them all. Is Daily Telegraph. That's a UK paper,
It's
right?
UK paper, yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So even today's issue of the Telegraph, you can't do that with. Just in England, you can't, because it's gone. It's delivered to all these places. You can't change all of those. So there's a practical problem there a lot of people haven't thought about. But in any event, the whole issue of having friendly conversations is really critical. And since I've had so many unfriendly conversations, and I was at fault in the vast majority of them, or at least I contributed to it, I wanted to find a way that we could do this better. And I noticed, by the way, Jesus asked over 300 questions.
Yeah, that was his primary technique, wasn't it?
Yes, in the Gospels. And so what I've done is kind of formalized a way of putting that into play. And it's been very effective in my life and very effective in others' lives. And what it does is it takes, if you follow the plan, you get the picture, and it's all there in the book. Lots and lots of illustrations of times I did it right. And a few times where I did it wrong, too. That's instructive, but if you follow that, I can pretty much guarantee that it will transform the quality of conversations that Christians have with their non-Christian friends.
Yeah.
It's just it's so. I just checked at Amazon, and I've got now just that 10th anniversary edition, which has just been out for about 15 months.
So hold this up again. There we go.
Yeah, it's been 10 years. Then I did the 10th anniversary edition, and then that's been out but I have over 1,500 is 4.9 on Amazon. So I'm not trying to really, grandstand here, but I'm just pointing out this is really helping people.
Yeah, I would say it's a fantastic book. I would highly recommend it to any serious Christian who wants to get involved in evangelism, which we really all should, and apologetics. And it's not a very expensive book either, so it's definitely one for the Christian library. Highly recommend this. 10 out of 10.
Thank you. Thanks so much. But it goes to the broader point, though, of the conversations that we have with non-Christians, people who don't agree with our view, is that it needs to be genial. It needs to be friendly. And you can accomplish that by drawing the other person out and letting the other person talk, but the conversation is guided by the questions you ask. So it's an odd situation here, Paul, where you can actually be in the driver's seat of the conversation, actually just like you are right now in this conversation, by the questions you ask. Our interview is going in the direction that you've predetermined, and I'm following along because of the questions that you ask. I'm doing all the heavy lifting here, I'm doing all the talking, but you're the one who's in charge and in the driver's seat. And this is exactly the same dynamic that I want to have in conversations with others who don't agree with my views.
That's wonderful. And I'm also a church pastor, as well as kind of doing reasonable faith as an apologist. And after reading this book, I actually did a couple of sermons. I guess I could call them sermons, but where I just asked questions of the congregation. I didn't actually really preach. So we kind of shared some scripture, then I kept asking questions. And said, why do you believe that? Where did you get that from? It's actually an amazing way of studying the Word of God.
Yeah, that's great. I hadn't heard that application before, but I'm glad to hear it now.
I wouldn't do it all the time, but every now and then I think it's very good. It creates lively debate and discussion.
Yeah, especially on Saturday night when you're a little short for words. You say, okay, tomorrow morning I'm going to ask a lot of questions. That'll take care of my sermon. Good for you.
Absolutely.
But you know what? I actually want to commend that, because I think that having a session like that, every 2 months or something, is going to be really healthy for the congregation. And sometimes a turnabout is fair play. So pastor says, look, I have no sermon today. What I want to do is I want to hear your questions. And I'll do my best to answer your questions. Christians have a lot of questions.
They do, yeah.
And they don't have very many opportunities to have those questions answered. Now, this is what I do on my own broadcast, which I'm in my 30th year now doing that, and it's a Stand to Reason podcast as well, so people can go online wherever you get their podcast and look up Stand to Reason. You'll be able to benefit from that.
Okay.
But lots of people can come to my show to ask me questions because they can't find answers in the local congregation. And I think that sometimes pastors are a little bit leery of it because they don't want to look like they don't know the answers to a lot of questions. But I think it's actually healthy for a congregation for the pastor to say, that's a good question. I don't know. That's troubled me too. I'll do some work on it. But some questions aren't really answerable. You can only go so far with that, okay? But what it does is it communicates to the audience that, first of all, questions are okay. Secondly, that unanswered questions are also okay. That just because there are some unanswered questions, it does not tear apart the fabric of the Christian worldview.
Yeah.
We have so many things that substantiate it so well, we can live with some unanswered questions because every worldview has outliers. Every worldview has unanswered questions. In my experience, though, the Christian worldview is the one that has the fewest, and has and what's left has the best explanation for the way things actually are.
Right. Okay, then. Just one more thing.
Yes, sir.
In closing, please could you share with our viewers today how they could start a relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ?
Sure, I'd be glad to do that. And in a certain sense, it's not very complicated, but there's very, very good news regarding that issue. That's what the gospel means. The word gospel means good news. But no news is good news without bad news. In other words, in almost every case, the good news is a reversal of bad news. And this is something that's very important for people to understand in this regard. Paul, there's something that everybody knows, no matter where they lived or when they lived. And they know that something is wrong with the world. And they also know, if they're honest with themselves, that the thing that is wrong with the world has to do with something that's wrong with every human being. We contribute to the problem of evil. It's not just out there somewhere, it's in us. And in our candid moments, we're aware of that. If we are in relationship with a significant other and we have harmed them badly, they are not going to be interested in a genuine renewal of that relationship unless that barrier is removed. A vital part of our understanding of reality that Jesus made very clear is that we all have something like that with God. There is a huge barrier. And by the way, we know it. We don't have to be persuaded of this. We feel guilty because we are guilty. And we are guilty principally to the sovereign of the universe who we have rebelled against constantly. That problem has to be solved. Yeah. Right now, we're rebels. We want to be children. That's a relationship that is open to us, but we have to deal with the rebellion. And this is where Jesus comes in, because Jesus has made forgiveness possible for our rebellion through what he did as he lived on this earth and the way he died. And that is, very simply, he paid the debt that we owe. He paid that debt. Okay, there it is. Now what? Well, now you have to decide, very important question. Am I willing to bend the knee? Am I willing to say, like Jesus described, the tax gatherer who is basically an extortionist in that culture, who is in the back of the synagogue, not bragging about his righteousness, but beating his breast and saying, Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. If a person is willing to do that, Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner, and the Lord they're speaking to is Jesus, because he provided mercy, then he will be justified, just as Jesus said regarding that parable. The problem of rebellion and the guilt associated it goes away. It's because the debt then is paid by Jesus. It's not an issue anymore. This is why Paul said, in Romans 5. He said, therefore, being justified by our trust in Jesus, that's what the Bible means by the word faith, justified by our trust in him, we have peace with God. In other words, God's not mad at us anymore. We're not in this fight anymore. And now we're in a different relationship, and that's a father-son relationship, and that's the relationship that we're after. But that's the crux. That's, well, ironically, I made a pun. The crux means the cross. That's the critical point, all right? And that is seeing what Jesus has done, affirming it, thanking him for it, confessing our need for it, and turning and following him. It's a change of life here. It's not just an academic decision. I'm going to follow Jesus.
Yeah.
This is my life now because he has rescued me, and I'm going to be a son to the Father, God, the sovereign of the universe. And there's a whole bunch of good stuff that follows, and also hard stuff, because we've been screwing up our life for a long time, and God's going to turn it around little by little, and that's not an easy thing. But that's the heart of it, I think, Paul, an acknowledgement of our desperate need for him, and our willingness to trust him for what he's done for us, and then to follow him in that new relationship.
Wow, that's an outstanding answer. And it's been an incredible interview and discussion today. Thank you so much for your time. And so where can people get hold of you? Is it www.standforreason?
The organization is Stand to Reason. But
Stand to Reason, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's the acronym ST for 2R, STR. So if you go to str.org, you're there. And there you can, sign up for our podcasts. We have multiple podcasts. I do 2 hours a week in the kind that I described. I do another hour, two half-hour segments with another teammate. We answer questions on that, and then other team members have podcasts, and there's a lot there, and I hope people avail themselves maybe of the book or books, that we've done. But our goal is to help them walk more solidly with Christ and be better ambassadors for Jesus Christ. So str.org is the place to start.
Today, I am super excited to have with us J. Warner Wallace. Good morning to you.
Well, good. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. This is a lot. Listen, we're doing this from pretty far away. I think I'm pretty close to you as far as visually, but we are not close geographically. So I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you for joining us today. And just to begin with, please, for our UK audience, could you share perhaps your testimony, how you came to a personal faith in the Lord Jesus Christ?
Yeah, and I'm gonna, I know you don't know my work, so you're familiar with this, and so I always say it this way: I can talk about my testimony, but to be honest with you, my testimony does not matter, and either does anybody else's testimony, in my view. What matters is this true or not? Now, the question is, how do you come to that conclusion that it's true? And I'm not an either or. I don't think, hey, if you've been telling your personal testimony to all your friends, you should stop doing that. No, you should continue to do that. But in the end, it's going to come down to, is this true? You have to also, I think, be able to share, well, what are the reasons why it's true? Because everyone's got an experience, and I've got 6 brothers and sisters who were raised LDS. My second family, my dad's second wife, they're all raised as Mormons, and they all have wonderful, at least at one point, had wonderful stories about the experience they had that led them to believe the Book of Mormon is true. Their experiences and their personal testimonies do not therefore make the Book of Mormon true any more than ours do. Make Christianity true. So I think it's a combination of these two. And so I knew that going in. I was about 35 years old before I ever started to examine the Gospels. And here in Southern California, you could very easily, probably like where you are, it's like I didn't know anybody who was a Christian growing up. I didn't have that experience, and so I was never even challenged to examine the Gospels. But when I was about 35 and I was already working as a detective, I first took a peek at him, and I was already involved in doing a lot of forensic statement analysis at my agency, a lot of interviews. I interviewed thousands of witnesses by the time I opened up the Gospels for the first time. I mean, it was their eyewitness nature that it first intrigued me. Could they be tested as eyewitness accounts? And if I did test them, would they pass the test? That's honestly how I became a Christian, by searching, and that's how I was even provoked to begin. Because the first time I heard about Jesus, he was just described by some pastor as a super smart person, like the most intelligent man who ever lived. And I'm like, well, really? So I was only interested in the teaching of Jesus. But as I read through the Gospels, I realized, whoa, these have a texture. Because if you ever interview 5 or 6 witnesses to a crime, even if it occurred 30 minutes ago, you will get 5 or 6 very different accounts, of which some things will be parallel and a lot of stuff will not. And that difference is not, you can't statistically categorize it, but you can get a sense of the texture of that variation if you do this enough. And as I read through the Gospels, I realized they had the same texture of variation. They didn't all line up. As a matter of fact, the first thing we tell dispatchers when we get dispatched out to a murder is have the officers on scene separate the eyewitnesses, because if you don't separate them, they'll basically tell you the same story 5 times, and that's not how it really works. We want the differences in the story, because it turns out that gives us the most robust puzzle to reassemble. When I saw that in the Gospels, I said, maybe I should test these, because this has the texture of eyewitness testimony. Like somebody is capturing the testimony of people who saw something. And that's okay if it's not, like, if Mark's not an eyewitness, I don't need Mark to be an eyewitness. I don't need Luke to be an eyewitness. I just need to know, were they talking to eyewitnesses? Because that's what you get in supplemental reports on old homicides. You get somebody who talked to an eyewitness. The eyewitness himself does not always write down his statement. He's being interviewed by somebody. So to me, the Gospels were perfect. You got a couple where allegedly people who are writing down their own statement, and a couple where they're being interviewed. That was enough for me to get started.
Okay, so as a homicide detective, is there a flow of procedure that you would follow that you've brought over into your research of the Christian faith? Is there a step-by-step process that you use?
Yeah, there is. First thing you're going to do when you open a cold case is you're going to pull that notebook off the shelf where it's been sitting for 10, 15, 20 years, and you're going to start to read through all the supplemental reports, give it a first read from cover to cover, and that's what you always do. And you're going to kind of make some notes, but you're not going to jump to conclusions yet. You just want to have a first read, okay? Because you're going to go back through those reports hundreds of times.
Can I just stop you for a second?
Yeah.
Could you explain to our UK viewers what a cold case is?
Okay, so a cold case here in America, it's probably the same there, is that we have a statute of limitations by law on any crime. So if you committed a burglary here, after a certain number of years, I cannot go after you on that case because there's a statute of limitation in terms of time. So 5, 7 years in, that case now closes, it wasn't solved. And the reason why we do that is to protect people's ability to defend themselves. It's hard to defend yourself on a crime from 10 years ago, right, if all the witnesses aren't available to you to even help yourself out. So the law says, hey, if I can't go after you in the first 5, 7, 8, 10 years, then I can't go after you at all. But homicides have no statute of limitation. Right. So on murder cases, I can come back to those 50 years later because the nature of the crime is so heinous that the law says, hey, we're going to leave that open. And that's where you get a ton of these open homicides from 30 years ago that don't close by law, so they remain open. And these are cold because they haven't been touched in a while. Mm-hmm. These are cold homicides, and that's what I do for a living, and I've done that in most of my career. And really, some of it was fun, some of it was challenging, but it was challenging enough, and it was similar enough, because that process of reading through supplemental reports in which you no longer have access to an eyewitness because he died, and you don't even have access to the detective who was the eyewitness report taker because he died. So now I've got no access to the report writer and no access to the witness. That sounds like the Gospels. Same thing. No access to either one of those. How do we kind of sift through that when we can't ask the follow-up questions to figure out, well, why are these differences between the two reports? What is I can't ask follow-up questions in my cases typically because these people are dead. Same thing is true here. So how do we determine what actually occurred when you have no access to those people? That's the process I employed as a detective.
Okay, so once you've gathered the information, you've read through the reports, what's the next stage after that?
So then what you're doing, you're looking, what's the template? How do I determine if something is reliable as an eyewitness? Well, in our state, California, we have jury instructions. And those jury instructions provide jurors with a way to evaluate eyewitnesses so that they can determine if the eyewitness is telling them something true. And there's like 13 or 14 questions that we encourage jurors to ask when they're assessing eyewitness testimony. And I took those 14 questions and I applied them to the Gospels. If I asked the same kinds of questions of the Gospel authors, would we ultimately deem them as reliable, even though there may be variations between the accounts? By the way, this is always the case. We have a jury instruction for that, by the way. And so can somebody be wrong about a detail? In criminal trials, you can be wrong about a detail, yet still be deemed reliable by a jury. So there's, and again, I was not interested theologically in whether or not, about inerrancy of Scripture. No, that didn't matter to me. What I needed to know were the Gospels reliable accounts, because if this dude actually arose from the grave,
yeah,
that changes everything. And I just needed to know, was that a reliable inference from the evidence?
Okay. Well, what would you say about kind of personality, character traits of the writers themselves, or of the people like the apostles being mentioned? What would be your approach on that as a homicide detective?
Well, there's reasons why people vary in their descriptions of events, right? Sometimes they vary because they're just geographically in different locations in the room and they see it from different angles. But actually, that's probably the least amount of influence on your report. What really influences the way you see something in real time and the way you describe it back afterwards are a lot of other things that people don't usually think about. It's your likes and dislikes. It's your personal history. It's your mood in that day. It's how you're innately wired, what interests you. So if I'm somebody who's, if I'm somebody who cuts hair, and I might really be pinning on the hairstyles of the people who are involved in this. It sounds crazy, but it's not unusual. At least I'll have a better description of what that hairstyle is, because I'm constantly cutting hair. So I know if he's got a fade on the side, I might even mention that in my report, and somebody else doesn't mention it at all. What kind of hairstyle did he have? I don't even know. Or I mischaracterize the hairstyle because I'm not paying attention to that aspect of it. If you push some witnesses to provide you with the detail when that's not their wheelhouse, you will get an interesting result, right? Okay. So you just get these different perspectives, and it's those likes and dislikes, how you're innately wired. Those are the things that provide you with different context. This is why, to be honest, as a police officer today, I'm a little bit wary of body cams. I'm not. This is a crazy kind of an offshoot of what we're talking about, but I know that in real time, especially in a fight or flight situation, that you get such tunnel vision on what you see that even though the camera is going to capture the entire range of what can be seen, and you can watch it again and again and again and again, in real time, we have a tendency to focus in on the things that are either the biggest source of a threat or the most personal interest to us, or how we're wired. Those kinds of things matter. And so afterwards, if I watch that video, I can say, well, how could you not have seen that? Well, because in real time, I was focused on this, and it's hard to convince people that I should. How could you not see this? Because you're focused over here. But this is how we actually perceive reality in real time. Right. So I'm always a little bit afraid to say, well, look, I can't even get two witnesses to agree sometimes on what they think happened. So I'm not surprised then when one witness, being the camera, doesn't seem to agree with what he perceived in real time. And remember, we are only going to act and react based on what we perceive in real time, not even necessarily what's actually happening. So that might be captured by a camera. So I think this is true also of eyewitnesses, that any two eyewitnesses will focus on different things and also have a perception. So for example, if I'm just focused on the words that somebody says, whereas somebody else is focused on actions, well, then I might begin to misinterpret what was meant by the words, and I interpret a state of mind on the part of the person doing this, that the person is more focused on actions. He's not interpreting it that way because he's not even focused on the words. So I can misinterpret a state of mind. So all of these things come into play. So I just always have those in the back of my mind when I'm assessing any set of accounts.
Okay, coming back to the characters and personalities of the people mentioned in the Bible, such as the apostles, what is it about their testimony or the testimony of the authors that convinces you that the Gospels then are reliable?
So in the four ways we test reliability, we just tested by number one, is the witness really there to see what they said they saw? Because people sadly say they saw something when they weren't around, and you have to kind of make sure we test that, right? Because they have motives to kind of try to help you or try to persuade you about something that aren't necessarily based in truth. So that's the first one. Number two, can they be corroborated in some way, even though, remember, my cases don't usually have the benefit of video because they're old enough that there wasn't a cell phone in everyone's hand, there wasn't a hidden camera in every corner of the room. So those were usually not the kinds of cases that I worked. So you're looking for what I would call touch point corroboration. So for example, if somebody says they saw him jump over the counter, and I go back and find his palm print on the counter, well, that's going to at least have some touch point confirmation that he appears to have done what they said he did, although if they tell me what he wore or what he said as he was doing it, I can't capture that from the palm print.
Right.
I'm only going to get a piece of the overall account. And we would consider this corroborative, even though it only gives you a fraction of what they're saying occurred. So remember, corroborative evidence is simply going to give you fractions. It's just the nature of the business. Third, have they changed their story, or they have been honest and accurate over time? And so if you get somebody who changes their story from 1970 to 2010, well, then you probably have a good reason to believe that they may not have been telling you the truth in 1970. They just can't remember the lie they told you, so they changed their story. And finally, do they possess a bias that would cause them, would motivate them to lie to me? And those biases are only in three categories ever. It's sex, money, power. Those are the only three things that cause any of us to do what we shouldn't do. So even to lie. So you can assess whether or not somebody is motivated to lie. Does not mean that, but if you find no motivation, that they're telling you the truth. That's another step, but it's 1/4 of the total puzzle, is do they have a motivation to lie? So I tested the gospel authors based on those 4 principles to see if they would pass.
Okay, so looking at number 2 and number 4 then, corroborative evidence and money, sex or power.
Yes.
Is there evidence outside of the Bible that confirms what the gospel accounts state? And looking at, once again, the characters and the personalities of the apostles, were they motivated by any of these 3 things?
So when it comes to exterior corroborative written evidence, right? So we have some exterior corroborative tangent. Remember, there's 2 kinds of evidence, indirect and direct. So what we're looking for here are the kinds of indirect pieces of evidence, which, by the way, is 90% of all criminal trials are 100% indirect evidence. The only thing that counts as direct evidence is an eyewitness who can testify that what they saw. Everything else, DNA, fingerprints, all that stuff is indirect evidence, also known as circumstantial evidence. So we're going to build cases with indirect evidence. This is the nature of cases. By the way, the reason why most of those cases are indirect that go to trial is because if you have a case where you have living eyewitnesses who can come and testify, that dude's probably taking a plea offer. He's not going to trial. It's the ones who don't have those forms of evidence that take you to trial. So that's why we end up with a lot of those kinds of cases in trial. Sure. Now, back to this question. As far as corroborative evidence, there's a lot of external evidence. And here's the problem you have with it. A lot of people would argue that they do not want to accept what's external because it may have been written by a Christian author. Okay. So for example, we've got people like Tacitus and Thallus and people who are outside of the Christian writers, the church fathers, who will make claims. But even Celsus, for example, he is somebody who's not a Christian who's making claims about Christianity. Now, the reason, if you go on Wikipedia, you'll find that he appears to be considered a credible secular author. Interestingly, though, the only source we have for Celsus is on the pages of Origen's response to Celsus. We don't seem to kick that to the curb just because the Christian is debating with Celsus in this manuscript. So if you look at the voices, the non-Christian voices, you'd have to say that Celsus is a non-Christian voice early in history that confirms the claims of Christianity, even though that non-Christian voice is on the pages of a Christian source. So I separate those 2 things. If Celsus is widely assumed to be credible as a non-Christian source, now there'll be people who will say, well, yeah, but he's a non-Christian voice, but people will say, well, he's not on a non-Christian source. He's from a Christian source. Really? So now you're saying that when anyone says to me they need an external view of Jesus because they can't trust the 4 gospel authors because those are Christians. Really? I mean, think about that for a second. What are you really saying here? You're saying that, okay, so if I have somebody who witnesses a bank robbery, and then later on they say, yeah, I knew that guy from high school. I know that dude is Jim Wallace. I knew him from high school. You're going to say, well, wait a minute. So you're convinced that Jim Wallace is a bank robber? I can't use you as a source because you're already convinced that Jim Wallace is a bank robber. No. I didn't think he was a bank robber before I saw the bank robbery. I only thought he was a bank robber after I saw Matthew, who's a tax collector, who's not part of the discipleship of John the Baptist, and nobody even likes this guy. He comes in very late to the group. Well, then after a few years of being around Jesus, he's convinced that Jesus is the Messiah. He didn't start off thinking Jesus was a Messiah. He wasn't looking for a Messiah. He was a hated tax collector, okay? Yet now he's convinced that Jesus, but you won't count his testimony? Well, if you're looking for somebody who was not a believer, who became a believer or became convinced on the basis of the evidence, that's Matthew. Well, why won't you accept his testimony? Because he's now a believer. That's stupid. That's like, okay, so how about this? Let's test these guys, even though they are believers, to see if they're credible.
Yeah.
Rather than say, I cannot accept a source that's a Christian. It's like saying, well, I can't accept an American who's writing about a history. He's an American. I need somebody who's got no idea about American history. That's the only source I can trust.
Yeah.
This doesn't seem sensible to me.
No.
So that's the first question I would have. But I think there are a number of, and I've talked about these in the book, but more importantly, you can find touch point corroboration in other ways. So, for example, if you look at the non-canonical Gospels, you will find that the writers of the non-canonical Gospels don't seem to know anything about the geography of Jerusalem or the area around Jerusalem. They don't even seem to know anything about the popular names and the cities and the geography and the political systems. They avoid all of those questions. Why? Because they're being written very late, hundreds of years late, out of the region, usually in Egypt, Upper Egypt, different places around the Mediterranean. It turns out that the gospel authors happen to know something about the region in which they're writing, and even the names of the people who lived there, the popular names that come up in the Bible, happen to be, now having done research, we know those are the actual popular names in the first century in that region. And those cities, those little tiny towns that no one ever mentions in the non-canonical Gospels, they're filled in the Gospels. Why? Because it turns out those Gospels were written early in the region by people who understood the region. So we can even corroborate stuff just internally. You don't have to always go to an external source in order to corroborate the first thing. Let's go to your last question on attestation. What is the motive?
Yeah.
Now, I know that people will find this hard to believe, but those are really the only three motives for bad behavior. It's sex, money, power. Now, power is a huge overarching category because it's the pursuit of power that is very nuanced. If I go into a 7-Eleven or a market, and I shoot 40 people who don't look like me, what's causing that? Well, I pridefully think that my race or my ethnicity or my sex is somehow more important than yours. That's a pride issue. That's a power issue. If I'm a drug addict who just wants to steal from my parents because I want to get high, what is that about? Well, that's about power and pride and authority. I think that my personal pleasure is more important than your rights. I'm more important than you. That's a power issue. So a lot of stuff gets lumped into that third category. The reason why I say all this is because if I'm going to be lied to, the person lying to me is only lying for one of those three reasons. Those are the only three reasons why anyone lies. Now, I'll give you an example of this. Joseph Smith, the prophet of Mormonism. Did he have a sexual motive? Well, yeah, he was married over 30 times to people in spiritual marriages that he consummated physically. And a wide range of women, a wide range of ages. Did he have any financial benefit? Well, yeah, actually, he was supported by the church. He everything he ever purchased pretty much was purchased on church money. Did he have a power issue? Well, yeah, he actually he ran for political office here. He at one point was leading the largest standing army on the North American continent, second to the United States Army. He had power. Now, does this mean he's lying? Not necessarily. It's only 1/4 of that total puzzle. But does it mean he has a reason to lie? Yeah, he had great benefit in all three categories. Okay, so who is it on our side on Christianity that is somehow getting rich, girlfriends, or powerful based on this lie? They didn't even have the power to control their own martyrdom. And so someone like a Bart Ehrman who would say, well, yeah, it's that power section that creates celebrities of people who were nobodies within this religious community. Really? So this is going to cost them their lives. And Paul, who already was the student of Gamaliel, who was already a devout Pharisee, who had enough power to draw papers. And he says in Acts, I think 21, he says, hey, ask anyone on the council. They'll vouch for me. They knew who I was. They knew how much power I had. Okay, so he's going to jump out of that position of power with the larger group into some tiny group where he's going to get his rear end kicked all over the region for 20 years to do what? To return to the position he already had? Look, these things are possible, but the standard for me is not beyond a possible doubt. That's just too high a standard. I can't prove anything beyond a possible doubt. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a lower standard.
Yeah, it's not probable.
And so for me, this is not reasonable, and this is why I just now look. Let's do a thought experiment. If the story of Jesus was just of an ancient sage who preached on the hillsides in this region, who never worked a miracle, was never born of a virgin, never rose from the grave, never ascended into heaven, none of the supernatural stuff is there. It's just him preaching and loving people. Do you think there'd be any skeptic in the world today who would deny the historicity of that Jesus?
No
given
problem.
the manuscript evidence we have, given his impact on history, given the non-Christian authors who wrote about him, given his impact on the arts, his impact on music. Nobody would ever doubt the historicity of that kind of Jesus. But you had a miracle, you had a few miracles, walking on water, rise from the grave, and suddenly it can't be true. The historicity is now being denied of Jesus. Well, what's that about? That's about a presuppositional bias on the part of the assessor, not about whether or not the manuscript evidence and the historical evidence for Jesus is solid. It's that he works miracles. That's what turns us in a modern, current era away from the story as non-reliable.
Okay. So coming back to kind of eyewitness testimony, we're looking at, from the Gospels, we're looking at Matthew, we're looking at John. There's testimony that Mark is actually Peter's Gospel written by Mark. And Luke obviously interviewed many eyewitnesses and wrote it down in a chronological sequence. Then you come to the Apostle Paul, who's an eyewitness of the resurrection of Jesus. You mentioned something called a chain of custody that is evidence for these original autographs or these original authors of actually writing this. Could you explain something about that to our UK viewers, please?
Yeah, and here in our, we have a duty on every important piece of evidence to show how it got from the crime scene to the courtroom. Because there's some chance it could get from the crime scene and then be altered in some way before it gets to the courtroom. And if that's the case, then we can't trust that it really showed that sign, that really had that blood on it, really had whatever it was, if it doesn't that way originally. So we got to ask the question, who's the first seer of that piece of evidence? And did that person collect it? And if he collected it, where did it go next? Who picked it up next? Who touched it next? Who assessed it next? How did it travel through history from the time of the actual crime scene to the point at which we get it into a courtroom? Yep. And each person who touches that piece of evidence over that period of time is like a link in the chain. And that's why we call this the chain of custody. It connects the past to the present. So that's a question we have to ask for every significant piece of evidence, especially if you suspect that something has been tampered with. We have a Netflix has got a series called Making of a Murderer. And if everyone's ever seen it, it's pretty famous. Really, one of the questions is, was the evidence tampered with? Did somebody pull it out of property and take the blood out and plant it somewhere else? This kind of thing is always, it's also good for fiction, too. You see it in a lot of fictional accounts as well. So the question is, did something happen like this with the story of Jesus? There's some simple version, like we talked about, of just the preaching Jesus of Nazareth. And then over time, slight modifications are made to the story of Jesus until by the end, he is the Christ of Christianity. In other words, he's just tampered with over time, becoming legendary as time passes. What we could do is take the same approach we do with the chain of custody. Like, who's the first claimant? And then who does that person give the information to? So, for example, John, who makes a lot of spectacular claims related to the deity of Christ, who does he give those claims to? If you're saying that, hey, the first versions of Jesus were not supernatural like we see today, they were less supernatural in some way, well, you could ask the question, okay, who's John giving this information to? Well, he's giving it to Polycarp, Papias, and Ignatius. Those are the people in history that have been most identified as the students of John. Well, it turns out we've got some written information from those people in which they are referring what they learned from John to others. They're actually communicating this to others. They've got a student named Irenaeus who's got a student named Hippolytus. And you can do this through history, from the actual eyewitnesses to the people to whom they gave this. I do this 4 times in Cold Case Christianity, just to show people, or 3 times actually, to show people what is the chain of custody from the alleged eyewitnesses to the point at which it makes it into the canon. And does the story of Jesus change, or is he just as supernatural early as he is late in the chain? And it turns out he is every bit as supernatural. Now, you can still argue it's a lie, but you can't argue the story's been changed over time, because every marker we could look at through history, he doesn't become more supernatural. The virgin birth, you think, well, it's missing from Mark, and if Mark's one of the earliest accounts, well, it's also missing from John, and John's the last account. So I don't think the missing virgin birth is going to... The question is, why would I leave it out? But it turns out that claim is in the very first set of students of the eyewitnesses affirm the virgin birth.
Why?
So that claim was very early. Now, you could argue that is not true, but you can't argue it's added 100 years later. And remember, if you want to lie about Jesus, the best thing you can do is just wait till everyone who knows the truth is dead. Then you can say anything you want. But if these accounts are appearing early enough where they can be fact-checked by those who would know they're a lie, that's more difficult to lie in that environment.
Okay, so you mentioned there about miracles of Jesus, and there are many kind of what some people would consider very outlandish claims, i.e. the resurrection, Jonah and the whale or the huge fish, talking donkeys, talking snakes. How are we supposed to take this today? Are we supposed to take this literally? Is it
or figuratively?
Figuratively, mythologically?
Yeah.
How should we take this?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, why do we have such a hesitancy to take descriptions of supernatural intervention, supernatural acts on the part of God? Now, I get it. We are inclined toward, hey, if I can't see it, I don't believe it. If it's unlikely, if it's something I haven't seen, it doesn't happen all the time, therefore it can never happen. But here's how I first processed it. I was, as an atheist, I was somebody who believed in Big Bang cosmology. This is still the standard cosmology. Astrophysicists, the idea that we are in a universe that had a beginning, that all space, time, and matter began at the beginning of this universe. So there is no spatial void in which this universe appears. There is no space before the space we talk about and describe in this universe. That means all space, time, matter has a beginning, Big Bang cosmology. I accepted that as an atheist. Why? Because the scientific evidence pointed to that. And that's why it is still the standard cosmological model. Now, there are many other theories, but they're less supported by the evidence. And there's like 6 or 7 really significant lines of evidence that people use to make a case for a Big Bang cosmology. So I'm thinking, okay, that's why. Now, I never ever questioned, though, the law of causality. If something has a beginning based on the law of causality, and this is every scientific experiment done by humans confirms the law of causality, that means that beginnings require beginners. If the universe is infinitely old, it requires no beginner. But if it has a beginning, there has to be some cause for the universe. But that cause, by definition, has to be outside of space, time, and matter. Now, you'll hear a lot of kind of modern cosmologists, like Lawrence Krauss, people like that, who will try to change the definition of nothing to account for how the universe comes into existence. And they almost always end up embracing all 3 things that are something: space, time, and matter, in a spatial void where energy exists and pops in it. And then you got to wait long enough in that environment. Well, you've got space, time, and matter over there. There is no space, time, and matter over there, according to the science. So the question becomes, okay, so if there's a cause outside of space, time, and matter, okay, well, that's a personal being. The biggest miracle or miraculous supernatural event then would be the beginning of the universe. A being with that kind of power to create everything from nothing. It seems reasonable to me that kind of being could do all kinds of things. Could inhabit, could walk on water, could heal the sick, could rise from the dead. Everything you see in the Old and New Testament after Genesis 1 is what I would call small potato miracles. Small potato miracles compared to Genesis 1. And we have good reason to believe that there's something outside of space, time, and matter that's the beginner of all space, time, and matter. And I think there's also good reason to believe that's a personal, and here's why I say that. Look, it's not just the origin of the universe that's troubling, it's the origin of life in the universe that's troubling, and it turns out the origin of life is not physics dependent, it's informationally dependent. It's DNA guiding the formation of all life. And if you find someone scribbled on a wall, you're probably looking for a suspect. And information always points back to mind, to person, because we need a coder and a decoder. The coder is somebody who understands the code. We understand the decoding. I think that we've got good reason to believe that whatever caused the universe is personal. And that means that we're getting pretty close. We're inching closer and closer to some form of theism. Now, that doesn't make Christianity true. And I could very easily, say, well, look, as an atheist, that first step should have been pretty easy to theism. And you're only going to get there by examining the universe the way it is. But I think in the end, it's the reliability of the Gospels that will push you toward Christian theism.
Yeah. So many skeptics today would say that the resurrection of Jesus is borrowed from pagan mythologies. How would you address that objection?
Yeah, I just finished a new book where I'm looking at this as an entire section of the book because well, first of all, they say this because there are similarities between some pagan, non-Christian, ancient mythologies and Christianity. But what's really interesting is if you read through all those mythologies, you'll discover that they are similar to each other. In other words, all mythologies have some similarities. Isn't that interesting? Why? It turns out, as I read through all of the ancient mythologies, comparing them to each other, I found 15 common characteristics. Not that everyone has all 15, but these are the 15 most common characteristics between all the ancient mythologies. And I made a list of these 15 characteristics. It turns out that no one, all preceding Jesus, I stopped at Jesus. So I'm looking at all of antiquity in what we call BCE, before the Common Era, or BC, before this. Okay.
Yeah.
So looking at those mythologies, they share 15 things in common. Not the very most usually one will possess is like 10, down to about 7 or 6. But between 6 and 10 of these common 15, each of these possesses. That's very interesting to me. Why would it be that there's this kind of mismatch overlap between wherever you are in Persia and Greece and Egypt, wherever you are, your form of deity is going to possess one of these in some combination? That's interesting to me. It's that I think that when we think about God, we imagine certain common expectations given our expectations of deity. For example, the one that all of them have in common is they can perform miracles. Well, no kidding. If your God can't perform miracles, he's probably not a God. So that's common to all of them. But whether they appear miraculously, that's not common to all of them. Whether they all offer salvation, that's not common to all of them. Whether they are the judge of the righteous or the unrighteous, that's not common to all of them. But it turns out at the end of all of those, somebody appears who possesses all 15 attributes. And it's Jesus of Nazareth.
Right.
Now the question is, why would that be the case? Well, Paul knew it was the case on Mars Hill. He said, you're very religious people. You've got an object of worship here to an unknown God. Well, I'm here to tell you that what you have thought about, what God might have used to lead you to him, has been made real in Jesus of Nazareth. In so many words, that's what he says. Isn't that interesting? So it's not like Paul was unaware of all the similarities. He's just saying that this is now God. Well, why would God appear possessing the most robust version of our human expectations for thousands of years? I learned about this working undercover. I had a case one day. I'm working undercover. I'm in a neighborhood. We're watching for residential burglars. Okay, we're just in the neighborhood doing a geographic surveillance, which is not effective usually, okay, because he could hit anywhere in this city. And sure enough, as we're in the city, sitting down undercover, waiting for someone to do a burglary, I hear on the radio that there was a burglary 2 blocks away. I'm like, can't believe we missed it by 2 blocks. So I jumped on the call, and before the police officer in uniform got there, I ran over to that victim to see what did he see. Maybe this guy's still in the neighborhood. Maybe we can still catch him. Well, I walk up on this guy. He's a victim of a burglary, and he sees me. I have super long hair. I'm undercover. I got a pair of shorts on. I threw a vest on, and he saw me, and he was like, he didn't give me 2 minutes. He would not talk to me. Then the officer shows up, and he tells the whole story to the officer. I've been an officer for 10 years longer than this other guy, and he wouldn't even talk to me. Why? Because when he called a police officer, he expected a black and white car to show up with a uniformed police officer. Instead, he had me in an undercover car hop out with shorts and long hair. I didn't meet his expectations. And he didn't cooperate with me because I didn't meet his expectations. It turns out if you want to actually get a good response, you probably should try to meet the expectations of the expector. And this is what God does in the person of Jesus. He meets the expectations of humans for thousands of years who have been thinking about God, yet have only kind of given a percentage. Every God that you see in mythology is only a percentage of the God who appears then and proves his deity in real time. And by the way, these folks believed on those ancient gods when none of them had a first-hand experience with any of them.
Right.
No one even claimed to. Yet here we've got someone who shows up, who has contact with humans, who are actually able to write about him as witnesses, and he meets the expectations of every ancient that preceded him. To me, those similarities between the ancient mythologies and Jesus are not an evidence against Jesus. They're an evidence for Jesus as the God of the universe.
That's incredible. That's really an amazing answer. Thank you so much. In closing today then, please could you share with our UK viewers how they could start a personal relationship with God?
Well, here's how I typically put it. I am not a Christian because it works for me, because probably there in the UK and here, it's not practical Christian in the sense of what you might think of as a practical benefit in real time. Look, it's not popular to be a Christian probably anywhere anymore. And it's wherever, the UK is usually about a couple of years ahead of us in this regard, but I think we're catching up pretty fast here in America. And so I was 35, I had a great life. I had no reason to change it. I wasn't like trying to fix something that was broken. I wasn't raised in the church. I don't have any Christians in my family. I became convinced that Jesus rose from the grave based on the reliability of the eyewitness accounts. And once I became convinced that the Gospels were telling me something true about Jesus, I began to read the New Testament to see what it told me about me. Look, folks, if we only are looking at a good God here, well, then I should be able to hang out with him because I've had good days. But we're not looking at a good God. We're looking at a God who's so powerful he could blink the universe into existence from nothing. That means he has the power to eliminate all moral imperfection, not just some. And that means we're looking at a morally perfect God. I've had good days, but I have never had a morally perfect day. I cannot, it's like oil and water. We cannot, we're so categorically different than God. There's no way to be united to him based on this categorical moral difference. But it turns out he loves us enough to offer us a way home, not based on our moral perfection, because that's a joke. He's doing it based on the moral perfection of the human. This form of moral perfection that we take on positionally, even though practically we're never going to be that person, right? I'm always going to continue to fail. I'm never going to be, I know I'm still a train wreck. I get that. But I trust in the one who isn't a train wreck. And he did something. He paid a price, the penalty for my stupidity. Look, every stupid decision people make, every breaking of people, every moral law breaking, you're not even a good God. You're just an appeaser. So it turns out every one of our mistakes has to be accounted for. Yet God says, I'll account for those. I'll take the punishment that you deserve through the person of Jesus, me, coming to you. I'm not going to punish another human. And that's the way that you can be united to me. You can begin this relationship with me because you're going to trust in what I did for you that makes you positionally perfect, even though you will practically never be perfect. But I will take you home that way. I can be united. This is why Christianity is so unique. Think about this. When I work a suspect, I'm looking for the guy who stands out. If I got 10 guys who are potential suspects, and 9 of them are pretty much all the same, but one guy stands out, he's uniquely available to do the crime. He's uniquely motivated to do the crime. His uniqueness is what I'm going to pin on. Well, it turns out of all the views of God historically, all of them are, what do you need to do to please God? This is the one view that uniquely stands out. It says you can't do it to please God. You're not capable. It's not like, hey, you just can't do it. You're just a human. But I've done it for you. I've already done that. This is the one unique view, like the unique suspect that stands out as uniquely motivated and uniquely available. This is the one religious worldview that is uniquely available to you. It offers this uniquely positioned to offer you what none of the other ones offer. They just say, be good, try harder, you might get it. This one says, you could never try hard enough, I'll do it for you. Already home. That's unique about this, and that's how you begin the relationship, by trusting that what is recorded in the Gospels is actually true about Jesus, and that he died for us. That is really the way to enter into that relationship.
Well, thank you again so much for today. It's been an absolute feast of knowledge, information, evidence. Really, really enjoyed this discussion and interview. Just in closing, how could our viewers get a hold of your literature, your materials, your books? Where's the best place to find you?
Well, I know that it's different when you're overseas. We have a website, though, that's international, right? You can just hop on to coldcasechristianity.com. And I always say it this way. Look, as an atheist, I never trusted Christians because I always felt like they were trying to sell me something. Now here I am years later as an author, but I'm not trying to sell you something. So I always say exhaust what we have for free. Then you can decide if it's worth a deeper dive. Of course, it's always best to deep dive into a subject by reading the hundreds of pages that are available. But There's a ton of free stuff available on our website. I just want to encourage you to use that first. It'll get you pretty far before you need to buy a book. But yes, our books are linked there, and I'm sure you can probably find them at all the Amazon sites globally. So I appreciate even asking that question.
And today I am super and hugely excited to have with us Dr. J.P. Moreland. Good morning to you, Dr. Moreland.
Well, it's good to be with you, Paul. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming on today. Please, could you share with our UK viewers exactly who you are and what your speciality is and how you came to faith in God?
Sure, of course. I am a distinguished professor of philosophy at Biola University in Southern California. I came to faith in God, actually faith in Jesus, my junior year in college. I was a physical chemistry major, and it was 1968 in the middle of the Jesus movement. I heard a talk that was a defense of the historical reliability of the New Testament and the resurrection, and I'd never heard anything like that in my life.
Wow.
I didn't even know such a thing was possible. So I met with a gentleman for about 3 or 4 weeks. He gave me some books to read, and I became convinced that it was likely that Christianity was true. And so I gave my life to Christ in November of 1968, and it literally completely changed my life. And it was the greatest adventure I've ever been on the last 52 years. I've had my share of pain and disappointment with God like anyone, but it's been a wonderful thing. I went into philosophy and took my PhD in 1984, and my specialties would be metaphysics and philosophy of mind. I have areas of competence in epistemology and philosophy of science, but I'm working primarily in philosophy of mind today. I used to work in philosophy of religion. I don't keep up with that as much anymore because I've moved on to other areas, but I know something about the field. So there you have it.
That's wonderful. Brilliant. Now, if I were somebody seeking evidence for the existence of God today, what would you say are the 3 strongest arguments that we could kind of put forward as Christians for the existence of God?
Well, I would start with what's called the cosmological argument, which argues that the universe had to have a beginning. And then it goes on to argue that since the universe began to exist, it makes far more sense to believe something caused it to come into existence than that it popped into existence out of sheer nothing without any cause. And then if we begin to look at what kind of thing had to cause the universe, it turns out that it had the best depiction of that cause is that it is an immaterial or spiritual person that transcends the universe. That would be the first argument. The second argument would be a form of design argument that would focus on 2 fundamental facts. The first would be the fine-tuning of the universe, and I don't know if you want me to elaborate on that.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Well, that there are at least 100 constants of nature, which a constant of nature would be a brute fact that it does not have a further material or physical explanation, like the rest mass of a proton, or the precise charge on an electron, or the universal gravitational constant G in Newton's laws of gravity. Now, these have been measured, Paul, out to probably 8 to 10 decimal places. What we discovered, and we didn't know this, if any one of these 100 different brute fact constants of nature were slightly larger or smaller on the order of a trillionth of a percentage point, no life whatsoever could appear in the universe. And so when you have 100 of these that are precisely tuned so life could appear and survive in this universe, such that if any one of them were just a hair's length different, As one Paul Davies said, he's a British scientist, it looked like the dice were rigged ahead of time. And my argument is that if the dice were rigged, there is likely to have been a rigger. Dice don't rig themselves. The third argument, the other form of the design argument would involve the origin of biological information. And very quickly, it is widely recognized, for example, in the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which is a legitimate scientific project that's received hundreds of millions of dollars of funding. And it's a precise, I don't know whether they find anything or not, it's not the point right now. The point is that you're not going to pour $100 million into something or more to set labs up around the world if you don't have any idea of how you would recognize life if you found it. And the answer is that life is different from very simple order and randomness. I don't need to go into how, but if you discover an information signal, like the first 20 prime numbers in a row, the assumption is that information can only come from a mind. It is unique. It can't come from a random combination of matter. It can only come from minds. Well, the biggest discovery of the 20th century in biology is that living organisms are literally libraries of information. Now, I'm just asking people to be consistent.
Yeah.
If that argument works in an area of science, and it's not a theistic point, it's a secular scientific point, then you need to follow the evidence wherever it leads. And in DNA, the most reasonable explanation for the origin of information, which is probably non-physical, by the way, would be a designing mind. The third argument would be what I call the anthropological argument. And basically, there are a number of facts about human beings. Example, they have inherent moral value. They are able to know objectively true moral laws. They have consciousness. We behave teleologically. In other words, a stage of reasoning. If I'm trying to think about getting a house and I'm trying to weigh 4 or 5 houses, I begin a process of deliberation that may last 5 minutes. But that's a process where the different stages of my deliberation are for the sake of an end, namely of making a wise, rational decision. Matter does not behave teleologically. Only mind behaves teleologically. And so there are a whole host of things, free will, moral responsibility, that are true of us. We all know they're true of us. And yet it is very, very difficult to make sense of how these things could exist: consciousness, moral value, inherent worth, free will, teleological behavior, if the universe does not begin with a divine mind. Because you either have in the beginning was the logos, or in the beginning were the particles. If you start with particles or wavicles or strings or whatever you want to call them, and all you do is rearrange them, you're going to end up with rearranged particles. You're not going to get free will emerging and all that sort of thing. That's getting something from nothing. So the best explanation for these various facets, including the moral law of the human person, is that the universe begins with a being who exhibits all these features, namely a transcendent person. And then we don't have to get something from nothing if we start our universe with matter utterly bereft of any of these features.
So there's a very famous UK scientist, you've probably heard of him, Richard Dawkins, and he's gone on record as saying that, coming back to the Kalam cosmological argument, he's gone on record as saying that it was nothing that caused the universe, but it was a special kind of nothing. Is he just talking nonsense?
Well, Alvin Plantinga, who's a leading Christian philosopher in the United States, did a review of his book, The God Delusion, and said that if it were an undergraduate paper, he'd get a C-. And the point is that Dawkins is one of the, and so was Stephen Hawking, by the way. They're fine scientists, but
Yeah.
they are utterly ignorant once they get out of their field and start talking about philosophy.
Yeah.
There cannot be a special kind of nothingness, because nothing is the complete absence of anything, including kindness. If something is characterized as being a kind of thing, like being a dog or being a human or being an electron, then it has that property of being an electron. Now, nothingness has no properties, it has no powers, it has no being whatsoever. Now, Paul, here's what's going on. In the last book that Stephen Hawking wrote, he said that scientists have discovered that the universe did in fact come into existence out of nothing. Now, I read that and I thought, well, boy, this is going to be very interesting. Well, I kept reading, and sure enough, what I thought was going to happen happened. And it was that what he was talking about was a specific our universe being a bubble that arose from a quantum vacuum.
Right.
Now, the quantum vacuum is not nothing. It's got physical properties. It's taken to be real. It's got certain powers in it, and so on. So it's not nothing. So the scientist is using nothing in a funny kind of a way. So when Dawkins makes statements like that, I literally have no idea what he's even talking about. It's gobbledygook, and there could be no evidence that something came out of nothing in the world today, or even the universe, without any cause whatsoever, because things can't come into being from something that has no being. That's a fundamental principle of science. I'll close with this. When scientists discover the existence of something, they never say, well, I don't know, it just came into existence out of nothing. No, they look for its cause.
Yes.
Don't they?
Absolutely.
So the universe could not have come in. It's It's like saying there are square circles in, in London. There might be some odd fellows in London, but there aren't any square circles, I assure you.
Thank you for that answer. That was amazing. You're somewhat of an expert on the philosophy of the mind. And so the next question I'm going to kind of direct towards that regarding consciousness.
Yeah.
Now, is consciousness a byproduct of the brain, or is it something over and above the human brain?
Well, first of all, if consciousness is a byproduct of the brain, it's still real. And if it's real, you've got to explain how there could be consciousness in the universe to begin with. And saying that the brain is what causes it does not explain why there are how anything physical could cause something non-physical to exist. So the charge that consciousness is a byproduct of the brain misses the point.
Right.
It grants what the theist says can only be explained if you begin with consciousness. Secondly, it's self-refuting, because as Richard Swinburne pointed out, if our thoughts and our beliefs or our visual sensations, let's say of a lamp, are mere byproducts of entirely non-rational physical processes, then there would be absolutely no reason to trust them at all. They would be like the sounds that come out of a parrot's mouth that is merely habituated to make certain noises. The parrot doesn't have any grasp that the parrot's talking about anything, or that his statements are true or false. And so you and I both know that if we come across someone who is mentally deranged, so that what they utter is not the result of a good process of normal reasoning, but rather, due to brain damage, what comes out of their mouth is produced by a distortion in one region of the brain, we disregard what they say because we don't think it's not a reasonable utterance. Well, if our consciousness was merely a byproduct of the brain, there would be no reason to trust scientific theories themselves, because they would not be nothing but a byproduct of the brain, not the result of a series of mental states that constituted reasoning. Now, one other thing I'll say on this, and then I won't try not to take too much time on each of your questions. You tell me if I'm going too long.
I know you're doing great. Yeah.
Okay. But now let's take a mental state or a mental event, like the event of sensing a lemon when I taste it, or thinking about the Atlantic Ocean, or reminding myself of my belief that 2 and 2 is 4, or having a desire for ice cream. Those are all conscious mental states. Now, what causes them? Well, a whole bunch of things. Sometimes it's my brain state. If I get stuck with a pin, that's going to cause some C fibers or neurons firing in my brain, and that's going to cause a feeling of pain. Okay, sometimes your brain causes your mental state. Sometimes a mental state causes another mental state. So a feeling of thirst causes me to desire a drink of water. So the feeling of thirst caused the desire, and those are different. Sometimes I cause my own mental states. I'll give you an example. We all know the difference between a passive thought and an active thought. A passive thought is when I'm receiving thoughts that other people are putting into my mind by speaking or reading. There I'm a patient or a receiver. But I know the difference between that and if I choose freely to redirect my thoughts and think about something brand new. That is an active thought, where I am the active initiator of what I choose to think about. Now, those feel different. A passive thought doesn't feel like it's originating from my own exercise of agency. The active thought does. So when I engage in choosing to think about a certain thing, that is a thought, a conscious state that's caused by me. So there are all kinds of things that cause mental states, brain states, other mental states, or me as a mental self or subject, and there's no one size fits all on this.
Okay. So would you say then that there's good empirical evidence? I mean, are we saying that consciousness is the same as the human soul or spirit? Or are they intertwined? And is there good empirical evidence for the human soul and spirit in all of this?
Well, consciousness is to the soul as being red is to the apple. Being red is an attribute. The apple is a thing, and the redness is its property that it has. The soul is a substance or a thing, a self, an I, an ego. And consciousness is a range of properties, like being a sensation of red, being a desire for such and such, being a thought about thus and so, being a belief. These are properties that the self has. So consciousness is a word that stands for a range of properties that the self can have or not have. And so I remain the same through change, but my consciousness flows and is constantly changing from one moment to the next as I think about one thing and then another and feel an itch in my knee or whatever it might be. So consciousness is a property that souls have. Brains could not have the property of consciousness because the brain is a complex object. And the properties of consciousness can only be possessed by simple partless things. They can't be possessed by aggregates of parts. Now, we can talk about that if you'd like, but that's the difference between the soul and consciousness. Now, you could ask, what are the reasons for believing in that? And that's another question. If you want, we can talk about that if you like.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Well, there are 5 or 6 reasons I've written about. I wrote a book called The Soul, How We Know It's Real and Why It Matters. and I give 5 pretty hard-hitting arguments for the soul's reality. But I'll give you just a couple here.
Okay.
For one, we know that material objects, no matter how complex they are law-governed in their behavior. They behave according to the laws of physics and chemistry and so on. Now, that means that the behavior of any ordinary-sized object, like a billiard ball or a rock or something of that sort, is determined in its behavior by the laws of nature. And it's determined in 2 ways. It's either determined through time, where the state of the object or the environment and whatever causal inputs happen to the rock will determine its path, or it will fix the probabilities of its path if we're dealing with quantum entities.
Yeah.
So there is determinism through time. There's also what's called parts to whole determinism. That means that, according to science, ordinary sized objects behave the way they do, determined by the behavior of their microphysical parts. So that the parts of a billiard ball, if the billiard ball hits something, then it's actually the sum of its microphysical parts that are carrying the mass and the force that hit the object. It isn't the ball as something over and above those parts. Now, if I were my brain or my body or some part of my brain, my behavior would be determined. There would be no rationality, because I think rationality requires a freedom to decide based on the reasons rather than being determined ahead of time before I start deliberating by my brain states. There would be no moral responsibility. No one would be responsible for anything. But we all know that occasionally, especially if my wife lets me, I exercise free will. You know how that goes. And so if I have the power to choose or refrain from choosing, and nothing determines what I do, then I can't be a material object. I have to be a transcendent object, meaning that I have causal powers that transcend the laws of nature, and I can actually intervene into that system. Well, the only kind of thing that we know could do that would be a soul of some kind. So free will gives evidence for the soul. Secondly, I am not divisible, and my consciousness is a fundamental unity. In other words, a person, you can't say, well, there's 70% of a person. I know there's a certain syndrome called Dandy Walker syndrome, where these people are born with 10% of a brain. If you do an X-ray of their skull, there's a sac of fluid inside their head that covers 90% of their head. There is a sheath of brain tissue around the outside of that sac. Now, they're not 10% persons. No. In fact, about 75 to 80% functional like a normal person. In operations, sometimes 55% of the brain is removed, but I'm not then 45% of a person. Persons are all or nothing. They're not divisible. I can gain or lose functioning, but I can't become 70% of a person. Material objects can. You can be 70% brain or body if you lose your legs or knees or whatever. And so there's something true of me. I'm not divisible that isn't true of my brain and body. The other side of that is that when I look at when I have a visual field, that I'm looking at a broad visual field, there are several waves of light hitting my eyeballs from all the different objects I'm aware of at the same time. And believe it or not, those are registering in different regions of the brain.
Right.
So the problem is that's how complex objects work. If a complex object like a car is functioning to go down a highway, that's because it has a conglomeration of parts, and each one of those parts does its own thing. The pistons move up and down, the crankshaft does such and such. So complex wholes act by various members of its parts acting to produce the whole act. My visual field is not a result of different parts of the brain doing its own thing. If it were, there would be no what it is like to have the entire visual field as a single unified experience. Only a partless thing could unify, it's called the binding problem, could unify consciousness and give us a unified visual field. And so the indivisibility and the unity of consciousness is another issue. And then finally, I am possibly such that I could survive in a disembodied state.
Yes.
My body and brain, that doesn't mean I do. I'm saying I at least could. It's possible that I could. However, my brain and body are not even possibly such that they could survive. So I can't be my brain and body because there's something true of me. I have a potential they don't have.
Yes.
So we can't be the same. Now, before we go on to NDEs, let me just say that I've debated atheists or on this question, or your audience has watched a television program that featured alleged near-death accounts. I'd be willing to bet money that just like the atheists that I debated, they would be willing to let the evidence settle whether these things are true or not, even though they're skeptical. So they might turn on the show and say, you know, I don't believe any of this stuff. I think it's all brain chemistry. But I want to hear what they got. I want to listen to the evidence, and I'll make my mind up, but I'm very suspect that there's going to be any evidence. Well, guess what that means? That means that those viewers, skeptical as they are admitting something. Namely, they're admitting that these might be true. Probably aren't, but they might be. They're possibly true. If there was the same show on that said that they were going to present people who had discovered square circles in the state of New York, nobody would watch that show. Sure. Because we know ahead of time there can't be evidence for it because it's metaphysically impossible. Now, by acknowledging that evidence could be used to decide this case, you have to admit that this might be the case. So you're granting the mere possibility of like a disembodied existence. If that's true, then I can't be my brain and body because it's not even possible that they could exist disembodied. I don't know what a disembodied brain would even mean. So now this doesn't show that there is life after death. It shows that I'm not my body or my brain, that I'm a spiritual substance.
You often liken this to a driver stepping out of a car. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly right.
The car is the body, the driver is the consciousness or the soul.
Yeah, and when you're in the car, if the car breaks down, you can't do certain things. I have no problem with that. Your brain chemistry gets messed up, you get depressed. But when you get out of the car, then it doesn't matter if the car's broken down, you can still get around town.
An interesting subject is memories. Now, are memories stored in the brain like pictures?
Absolutely not.
Not?
No. Oh,
Okay.
Absolutely not. In fact, I heard a lecture from a person that might be the world's leading expert on memory. He's published hundreds of papers on this. He's a professor at the University of California at Santa Barbara. And he opened up his talk by saying, I literally have no idea what people mean when they say memories are in the brain. I don't even know what that means. And I will, and I'll tell you about how he unpacked that and my own view. But if you take a CD, a disc that you're going to listen to music, is there sound in the CD? No, because if you hold it up to your ears, you don't hear anything. We all know what's in the CD, namely grooves or some kind of digitalized arrangement.
Yeah.
If the CD is not broken and you have a retrieval system that works, then those grooves can be triggered and that will produce sound somewhere else. In this case, out in the room, let's say.
Yeah.
That's what's the same thing with the brain is electrolyzed meat. That's all it is. And what is stored in the brain are grooves in the form of neurons that repeatedly fire together to form a groove.
Okay.
Now, if that groove is triggered, if something activates that groove, maybe you see something and it triggers a memory, a childhood memory of being abused, then it will produce a feeling of fear in the soul. But memories are not in the brain. The grooves that can be causally triggered to bring the memory to consciousness is in the brain.
Okay.
So there's no, and here's why it's unintelligible to believe that a memory is in the brain. Here's why I think it's a contradiction. Everything in the brain is spatially extended. That is to say, all the different parts of the brain, the left hemisphere, the right, the amygdala, all the way down to the atomic simples, if there are electrons, all the way down, they all have a small amount of spatial extension. So everything in the brain is spatially extended. Memories have no spatial extension. I don't know what it means to say my memory of having coffee this morning is 1/4 of an inch long, or 1/8 of an angstrom long. Memories don't have size or shape. What they're about has size and shape. Like if I remember my grandmother, she was a rotund woman, and the memory is about a very large object, but the memory itself isn't large. What it is of is large. Now, so memories don't have spatial extension. It becomes unintelligible if you start attributing spatial extension to a memory, because then you have to ask, how long is it? What's its size and shape? And things get crazy pretty quickly. So if everything in the brain is extended and memories aren't extended, then memories aren't in the brain. And there's no scientific evidence, by the way, that memories are in the brain, because all we can show is that if your brain is damaged, you can't remember certain things.
Okay.
Or if you put an electrode during surgery and you spark a certain region of the brain, it will produce a memory. Now, in those experiments where people are having surgery and they're awake, what a Nobel Prize-winning neuroscientist discovered is that when he put his electrode in certain places, memories would occur. And the person would say, "You're producing that memory, I'm not. That's something you're doing." He could distinguish between when he freely chose to remember something and when something was forcing a memory on him. But what the scientist ended up discovering was that not that memories themselves are in the brain, but that there's a causal relationship between memories and brain states. So the brain states can cause memories, as can I. So I don't think memories make, and I'm not alone. Maybe one of the
think that, yeah.
This subject.
What about time extension? Because obviously memories have a duration of time. When you think of a memory, you don't think of it all at once. You think of it in a progressive, ongoing time. And time is located obviously within our universe, space, time, and matter. You would not agree with that?
Oh, no. Well, let me ask you this. Before God created the universe, was it possible for him to create angels?
Yes.
Yeah, not that he did, but could he have?
Yes.
Now, if he did, could they engage in mental processes where they would begin to think about worshiping God, or they would desire to perhaps communicate to another angel through telepathy, or could they have mental episodes that required a period of time?
Yes.
Well, and that's because, as Kant showed, I believe accurately, it is a necessary characteristic of any finite conscious self that it be temporal.
Okay.
Now, what that means is that time is not physical, because if it could exist in a world with nothing physical, then it can't be physical. So what I like to say is that time is metaphysical. It's neither mental nor physical, but it is a third kind of an entity. Now, our measurements of time could be or the way we divide time up might have to do with certain events, like an electron, jumping orbitals or what have you. So that could be physical. But time itself, I don't think there's any reason to believe it's physical.
Okay.
I think it's metaphysical, because it could exist in a world without matter.
That's very interesting. Very, very good. Let's move on now to near-death experiences. And there are literally now tens of thousands of evidential reports of people having near-death experiences. Would you say that these claims, number one, are credible? And are these claims kind of empirical evidence for the existence of an afterlife or for the existence of a human soul? What's your viewpoint on that?
It's beyond any reasonable doubt they're credible. They're up to 300 million worldwide.
Wow, 300 million.
According to the research. By the way, the researchers that have worked on this all have PhDs or doctorates, and they're very solid.
Yeah.
The reason I believe that they're credible is that there's too much evidence that these things have happened that could not be explained in principle by any natural physical process. And there are 8 different reasons why they're credible, but I'll give you the most important, and that is called evidential NDEs, where there have been reported, like you said, thousands of cases where people have been able to see things while they were dead that they could not see if they just lost oxygen to the brain, or their brain died and was reactivated. Things that were later, that, for example, observing one gentleman observed a nurse drop a newborn baby in the neonatal intensive care unit, which was down the hallway, and he woke up and told that there's a baby down there crying, and it's got a broken part of its hip, and there was a nurse, and he described the nurse. Well, they went down there, and there was a baby that they did x-rays that had what he said. Wow. And this nurse was sort of kind of hiding, and they found her, and she dropped the baby. There are numerous accounts of when people die, they have a flat brainwave. They gain knowledge of facts that are distant, or things they couldn't see from the operating room, like a specific quarter that had a specific date on it on top of a shelf in the operating room that you can't see from. You got to get on a ladder, and he saw that when he died. And a nurse went up and found the darn thing, and it was the right date. And there was dust around it, so that it hadn't been placed there, because they lifted it up, and under the quarter there was no dust, but there was dust all around it. I'll give you one more example. 2 researchers at the School of Medicine at the University of Connecticut did a study of 25 people born blind because something happened to them at birth, so that they'd been blind their entire lives. And they had near-death experiences, and they were able to see things that they reported to these 2 professors that they verified. It was interesting. They did not have words for colors. They could say lighter or darker, but they had no concept of color, though they saw colors. But there were other things they saw, like markings on people's faces they knew, but you can't feel. They weren't bumps or anything. And they described these completely accurately, and when they came back into their bodies, they lost the ability to see again. This is in a book called Mindsight. And there are 25 cases. Now there are more, but they did research on 25. And these people are well-known academics. They have their reputation at stake here. And they discovered that there was overwhelming evidence that these completely blind people actually saw a whole range of things outside the room and other places while they were dead. So for these reasons, I think that it's beyond reasonable doubt that these are real. Now, some people wonder if these are contradictory to the Bible. My basic answer is read the book by John Burke, B-U-R-K-E, called Imagine Heaven. And he will answer those questions. And he concludes, I believe correctly, that about 95% of these in no way contradict biblical teaching. There's about 5% that are a little goony, and they're probably made up or due to something else. So I believe that this is hardcore evidence for life after death.
Okay, we're going to come to some weird experiences now, if that's okay.
I wish you would.
Some strange experiences. Well, first of all, I want to talk about you may have heard of remote viewing. And some of the governments around the world apparently have had programs where they've trained people or perhaps taken people who potentially have this ability to somehow come out of their body in a consciousness and I don't really know what, fly somewhere else or float somewhere else and see what's going on. And governments of the world have invested a lot of money into this. Now, is there any credibility to these remote viewing claims? Do you know anything about this?
I do, yes, there is. Now, I don't know anything about the government research. So, okay, do you understand?
Sure.
I've read probably 400, 500 near-death accounts. Incredible books. Some by little children that are 3 years old, and they don't have any religious training, and they see things elsewhere.
Yeah.
There's one story of a young girl that was 12 years old, I think, and she died in the bottom of a swimming pool. And they got her to the hospital and they were able to put pads on her and resuscitate, and she came back. She'd been dead about 40 minutes. And this basically, she described an angel taking her to her home 10 miles away. And she described what her brother was playing with, the toy that he was playing with in his room. Her sister was in her bedroom listening to a specific song. Her mother was cooking chicken, rice, and something else in the kitchen. And her father was in the living room in his easy chair looking at the newspaper. And I don't believe they knew about her about this yet. But the point is that the doctor, the cardiologist who revived her, interviewed the family. And he had a tape recording of the interview. And everything she described, they verified.
Wow.
That was exactly what had happened. Now, her soul went somewhere. It's not clear to me that in order for a soul to travel somewhere, it has to go through the intervening space. I don't have a view on that.
Sure.
It could just go up. What I don't want to do is liken souls to material objects, because I don't know, they're different, and so I don't know what to say about how they travel. But that this has happened, at least in some cases, is for me beyond reasonable doubt. Now, I have no idea whether this can be induced through certain kinds of scientific pursuit. I don't know anything about that.
Okay.
But I do know that there have been people who have viewed things at a distance and have come back and accurately reported it, and eyewitnesses have verified the report.
Well, I've had several very strange experiences in my own personal life, and I know that skeptics will say it's just coincidence. But when you've had so many of them, and you kind of have that particular feeling yourself that this is out of the ordinary, you know something different is going on. So I'm going to give you two, if that's okay, very, very briefly. The first one was when I was in my middle 20s, and my sister will verify this as well. I'm usually a very, very happy guy. Fortunately, I've never suffered with depression. I don't really get depressed. But on this one particular morning, I woke up and I felt really, really down. And I'd never really felt like this before. And I didn't know why I'd woken up feeling so kind of miserable. And I was living with my sister at the time, who's kind of sat next to me here. And I just said, I feel really down today. And I can remember Kim saying, well, that's not like you. What's wrong? I said, I don't know. I just feel really, really kind of down and miserable. That evening, our parents turned up at our house to tell us that my grandfather, they had just found his body. He had died. And the moment they had told me that, I recognized that that was why I was feeling the way that I was feeling. The second incident happened basically last year, and this is another very strange occurrence, is that I woke up And I kept on thinking about a person that I'd worked with 20 years prior to that day. I hadn't seen them in the interval. I hadn't seen them for more than 20 years, but I kept thinking about them throughout that day. And there was no reason to think about that person. I even questioned myself, why am I thinking about this person all the time? It was like a really strange thing that it was bugging me. I couldn't shift that thought about the person. And where I was living at the time was in the countryside. And I had to pick my young boy up from school. And so we have these very tiny lanes in the UK that we have to drive down. Basically, you can get one vehicle down at a time. And as I was driving down this country lane, a large Range Rover, a big vehicle, kind of blocked my way. And so we both had to kind of pull our vehicles over into the hedges just to squeeze by. And as I looked up, the driver of that vehicle was the person I'd worked with 20 years previously that I kept on thinking about that day. Now, I can't put that down to the gift of prophecy because there's no spiritual significance to it. But kind of what's going on there?
Yeah, my view is that there are just too many of these.
Yeah, all the time.
They're all over the place. And if you ask a lot of people, have you ever had something? They will say, yes, I have. And so at some point, you have to start saying, maybe my view of the world isn't true. These can't coincidence. You're kidding me.
Yeah, it's too many.
It's too crazy. Plus, there's a way to show that it isn't a coincidence scientifically, and that's by the use of what's called the intelligent design filter. And that is a test that distinguishes something that's a mere highly improbable accident versus something that was the result of someone doing something on purpose. And the way to tell is that if something was done by an agent intentionally and you discover it, but it could be a coincidence, if it satisfies two conditions, it was done by a person on purpose. Number one, it has to be highly improbable. Number two, there has to be something special about this result apart from the fact that it happened. So let me give you an illustration. If I'm playing bridge and we've got a $500 or £500 prize as to who wins, and I deal myself a perfect bridge hand on the first deal, you have a right to say, dude, you're cheating. You did that on purpose. Now, you're right. It would make sense. Why? Well, if the other people that I'm playing with got an equally improbable deal. Their cards were as improbable as mine since we got the same number of cards. But there's nothing special about their hands apart from it being the one they got. There's nothing independently special. For me, my hand is a special hand as determined by the rules of bridge, whether I get it or not. Whoever gets that hand, that's a special hand. Well, it's a combination of those two that show that I did it on purpose. In an election, one more illustration, where the Republican was in charge of printing the ballots for 8 different congressional districts, and the Republican candidate was first on all the ballots. Now, that was highly unlikely, but it could have been a coincidence, except that what we know is that people have a tendency to vote for the first person listed on a ballot. And so being first gives you an edge in the election. And it just so happened that the first person on all those ballots was a Republican, and it was a Republican who made the ballots. The Democrats took him to court and won because what the results satisfied those two criteria. Number one, the result was unlikely, and number two, it was independently special, apart from the fact that it happened, namely that particular arrangement of the ballots was in the interests of the person who made them. Now, I would say that, let's say your friend there, if you ran into your friend and there was no independent significance to it. You just ran into him, you hadn't seen him in 20 years.
Yep.
I have to say that was a coincidence.
Yeah.
But in this case, that particular event was marked out as special by something other than you driving by him, namely that you got up that morning, I think it was, and you had him on your mind, or the day before, and you had him on your mind. And you'd been thinking about him, and you hadn't thought about him for years.
Yeah, 20 years, yeah.
The combination of that event being very unlikely, plus it being marked off as a unique special event by some factor other than it happened, that indicates that this was an arrangement done on purpose by an agent. And the only agent that could have done this would be God. That person didn't arrange it. So a supernatural being did that. So that passes the test, as does the death, I believe it was, of your grandfather.
My grandfather, yes.
That passes the test too, because the chances of him dying on that particular day are unlikely. And the fact that you were feeling depressed that day,
unusually depressed,
and in the sense that you never feel that way, but it happened to be the very day he died. Those two come together to be improbable and independently special, and so that indicates to me that God was alert. That your depression was brought about by an agent on purpose, because it passes the design filter.
Does it have anything to do that I'd just been asleep? Because I woke up feeling that way, and I woke up with the thought of this person on my mind. Had it something to do with me being asleep? Is there another level of consciousness when we're asleep?
Oh, there is, absolutely. But are you saying maybe that explains it?
No, I don't know. I can't.
I don't see how. Well, it can't, because if you have those two factors, then that is there's almost no false positives with this principle.
Right.
If you're following me. The police use it. They find a woman at the bottom of a cliff in a brand new car, and it wasn't bad weather, and her car goes off the cliff, and it's a high, nobody ever has an accident on that part of the road. It's a coincidence until they find out that the husband had taken out a $500,000 insurance policy, had air tickets to Hawaii with his secretary for a week later. Well, now it's evidence that this was a murder, because you've got an independent criterion that made that special. So it's not just a random coincidence. And I'd say that's true with this guy. I don't care what caused it. God was ultimately behind it, because it matches, satisfies. You're guilty.
And as you said, many people have had these experiences. I know my children have, lots of my friends have. So this is very, very common. I think a lot of people are frightened to talk about it in case they're ridiculed or mocked, or,
Well, that's why nobody talks about it, because they're afraid. Oh, you're right, absolutely right.
Do you have 5 more minutes?
I do.
Could you please, as we're closing now, share with our viewers how they can start a personal relationship with God through Jesus?
Well, what I did back in November of 1968 is I began to realize that I had done things in my life that, if I were honest, I was not proud of. They were wrong. And that I had done things that God, at least I began to see the Bible was likely to be something special and in God's book, that I had violated some of the things he told me not to do, and I needed to be forgiven. And then I began to realize that Jesus Christ actually came, and the things that I have done wrong were placed upon him as a substitute for me on the cross, and that he actually rose from the dead.
Yeah.
So I came to see that these made sense, and so I said, Lord Jesus, I went up to my room, closed the door, and said, Lord Jesus, I think you're real. I'm not positive, but I'm really strongly inclined in that direction. And nobody has to tell me that I need forgiveness, because when I'm honest with myself, I know I do. And I'm asking you, I thank you that you died on the cross for my sins and you rose from the dead. I believe you. And I'm asking you now to come into my life and begin to make me the way you want me to be, and help me to get to know you. And then what I did is I began to engage in reading the scriptures, certain parts of the scriptures, like the Gospels and the book of Psalms are good places to start. And I began to pray. And I began to do the best I knew how to talk to God with whatever faith I had. I didn't try to crank up more faith than I had, but I expressed what I had, and I began to seek help to grow. I ran into some Christians that seemed safe, and they gave me principles about learning how to receive love, which was hard for me at that time, and I began to understand the scriptures better. And then I began to experience supernatural events from the Holy Spirit. I had some visions of people that turned out to be true. And I began to experience answers to prayer and things like that. And those were mind-blowing to me. And they were specific prayers. And as a result, I continued to grow. I got in a fellowship with other believers, and I wanted people that would let me express my doubts without ostracizing me. I needed to be who I was, and I wanted to be loved, basically. But there was a willingness, Paul, in my heart. There was a willingness to change, but I knew I couldn't do it by myself. I needed help. And if Jesus would help me, I was open to him working in me and making me different. And it happened, and it stuck for 52 years, and I'm still getting after it.
Amen to that. Well, thank you so much. Well, this interview has been hugely enjoyable. It's been absolutely fascinating, and thank you so much for joining us on here, Dr. Moreland. It's been a real privilege and honor to have to be able to speak with you.
My privilege is mine, and I want to thank you for having me.
Today I am joined by Professor Gary Habermas. Good afternoon to you, Professor Habermas.
Well, Paul, I'm glad to be with you. This is a good day. It's a good day for an interview, especially going across the pond. So looking for a good time.
Absolutely. Okay, so today then, I'd like us to begin with the historicity of Jesus. And I'd like to ask you 3 questions along this line. And so the first question I want to begin with today is, was Jesus an invention of the Roman Catholic Church, invented centuries after he was supposed to have lived?
Yeah, somebody wrote to me yesterday and they said, which of these questions about Jesus are cutting edge and which of them are on the outskirts? And the question they asked was, could Jesus have come from another planet? You know, and I said, look, I said, there are questions and then there are questions. Whether Jesus existed itself is a fringe question, but it's a big enough fringe that it's worth discussing. Whether Jesus came from another planet or whether he was an invention of the Roman Empire is so far outside of the scholarly guild that I'll bet you if you started writing to people, liberals, conservatives, or in between, you would get a lot of chuckles and very few people to even be willing to discuss it.
It's an interesting one because it's what I see most on social media. And of course, social media has such an impact today. It's the question that keeps on, or it's not so much a question, it's a comment that keeps on coming up that Jesus is just a fabrication of the Roman Catholic Church, which 400, 500, 600 years after he was supposed to have lived. And so it's one of those questions that's often on the minds of people who will be viewing this today. They will deem it as a very serious kind of accusation.
Yeah, you know, Paul, I when I hear things like this, I wonder what's behind these radical things for which there is not a speck of historical evidence.
Yeah.
And I try to look at it like this. Saying that they're bad questions doesn't make them a bad question. And as you said, they're popular whether they're bad or not.
Yeah.
Okay. But why do scholars scoff at them? And why do people who have never studied this outside of talking to their buddies over a pint or something, why do they think these are such good issues? And one of my only thoughts is, The side that denies that Jesus existed hardly has anything historical to say.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think that the wilder ideas stick because, A, there's nothing else to say. The bases have been covered. And secondly, there are no data for these positions. So why don't you say outlandish things that are meant to scare and propel and anger rather than things that are grounded? Because what you don't have with those kind of questions is historical grounding. Saying that the Romans made it up and it was invented, 300 years later? During Constantine, there's another one when the Romans did it, but it just, in historical terms, and I'll just make one comment. The difference is the extremely early data that atheist New Testament scholars think can be traced to a year to 2 years and maybe even weeks after the crucifixion. Forget Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I mean, they're still early by historical standards. But the things we can say historically from just days to a year or two later that alone is 10 times more data than anything that can be made for alien Jesuses and Roman Jesuses and Roman Catholic Jesuses. And by the way, that's not to be blamed on the Roman Catholic Church. Somebody else, the Roman Catholic Church should be appalled. It's blamed on somebody else. So I just think where these things go, I think Christians should learn to say, all you've done is make an assertion. Where are your 10 points of data? And by the way, since you asked me for first century evidence for what I say, how about you give me 10 points of data for your Roman Jesus invention? Give me 10 points, not Bobby says so down the street from me, but how about this textual example, this piece of archaeology, this bit of evidence? And I'd like them to be in the first century. And according to your own standards, you won't allow Mark from plus 40. So I would like all your evidence, come to think of it, to be within 40 years of the cross. You have to go by your own standard. Okay, and I'm going to shut up and let you give me your list of 10 evidences. Fire. And here's what you're going to probably hear. Oh, I didn't say I could do it. I'm just saying this makes sense as this made sense as you were sitting in your living room last night thinking about this. Not that you have data. It kind of bugs me because these comments bother a lot of people with no good reason whatsoever. Anyway, that's enough. Okay, that's about all it deserves.
I think you're right. But on the flip side of that, there will be people who are watching this and they will say, well, I believe that historically there was a good man called Jesus and perhaps he had a little following, but is there any credible historical evidence to show that not only that he did live, that he had a huge following, he was a miracle worker, he operated within Judaism, and that the stories of his death, burial, resurrection, and miracle stories are not just fabrications of a later period?
Yeah, it's sort of like, as opposed to the theses we just asked, things like invented 300 years later, we could take any one of those questions you just asked.
Yeah.
And I could give the same lineup that I asked. Let me give you several reasons in the first 50 years. Okay, I'm ready to do that. But sometimes it's better to see that skeptics who are non-Christian New Testament scholars, they've got PhDs in relevant fields to New Testament, theology, classics, archaeology, but they're agnostic, or they're atheist, or they're super skeptical. I saw a reference recently by one of them that 100% of scholars, now that's an overstatement on their part, but they say 100% of accredited scholars think that Jesus healed and exorcised. Now they could even say, well, we don't believe in demons, but we think that the things the Gospels say happened where everybody thought there was a demon there and the man thought it was cast out. The actual incident that's recorded in this or that Gospel, it or something just like it happened over and over. And they'll say 100% of scholars agree with this historical framework, especially for Jesus being a healer. That's conceded today by the skeptics who are non-Christians and in the right field.
Wow.
That tells you it's a world apart from the people who go after these things. And on the resurrection of Jesus, I go back to the comment I just made. You have scholars, I'll use the names. An atheist New Testament scholar like Bart Ehrman, a German atheist New Testament scholar like Gerd Ludemann. These names, Gerd Ludemann says that the stories of Jesus' appearances circulated immediately after these experiences. Whatever the experiences were, the stories spread immediately. Try that on against a view that says, well, 300 years later, maybe these guys were sitting around and thought, ...
Yeah.
There's no comparison to the amount of data for what you're talking about. And that's why historical Jesus, that general topic, that's why it's the hottest topic in New Testament studies today.
Okay, so you're saying that even agnostic or atheistic scholarship is saying that Jesus, he performed, whether they believe in miracles or not, but he was a healer, he was an exorcist, he had a large following, and the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus, the death, burial, and the empty tomb of Jesus would be confirmed by these men and women?
I would say a goodly percentage all the way up to their figure of total acceptance.
Wow.
I mean, I could just put a bunch of facts out there. The feeding of the 5,000, for example, is told in all four Gospels. That does not count for four sources. The way the critics count sources, since it's in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and since they think that Matthew and Luke got those from Matthew, the way critics think, that they got it from Mark. Mark is one source and John is one source. So that's what you call multiple attestation. We have two early sources for the feeding of the 5,000. And that's how they build these things. And you have references outside the New Testament, secular. And often a comeback is, whoa, time out. You're wanting me to believe what New Testament scholars say, but they're Christians. And I'll say, you don't listen real well, because the guys I just cited were atheist, agnostic, and skeptical New Testament scholars. They will say to you, Gerd Ludemann, Bart Ehrman, if I understand these guys, they will say, we are not Christians. We're telling you what the data say. Like Bart Ehrman says, we don't say something. When I quote a New Testament verse, this is Bart Ehrman, he says in his book, Did Jesus Exist? He says, when I quote a New Testament verse, I don't say it's true because the verse says so. I say it's true because the texts I'm using are accredited, multi-attested data from a very early date. I'm doing Jesus the way you might do Winston Churchill or George Washington. We do that the way we do normal history. And we talk to people. In fact, Bart Ehrman makes a really interesting comment. He says, people say, well, you're using prejudiced sources. He'll say, wait a minute. If I'm doing a book on the American Revolutionary War, and you say, don't cite pro sources, so are you telling me I cannot talk about any British or American participant? Are you telling me they're all out because they all have an axe to grind? That's not how you do history. And this is an atheist New Testament scholar. So playing the rules that historians use, we have way more data than we need to discuss each of these topics, including the resurrection.
What about, just a thought that's popped into my mind, early Christian art and early Christian symbology? Does that have any role in this, like early Christian paintings, or that they wore a cross or anything like that?
Okay, yes and no. Most of the early archaeology is later.
Okay.
So it's going to come in the catacombs of Rome. It's going to show up in artwork maybe from the 4th century or 3rd century. But there are things that in the broad field of art, maybe like archaeology, here's some examples. Did we discover the bone box of one James, the brother of Jesus? And did it say on the outside of the box, like the co-authored book by New Testament scholar Ben Witherington and Jewish scholar who just unfortunately passed away, but Ben co-wrote his book, and the name of the book is it's on Jesus, the brother of the Lord. And they decide that the ossuary that says, it reads from right to left. That's how the language reads. But it says, James, son of Joseph, brother of Jesus. And Ben Witherington asked the question, and Herschel Shanks, he's the Jewish co-author. The editor, by the way, up until his passing, he was the editor of Biblical Archaeological Review, a very well-known archaeological journal. And Ben makes an argument like this. If Jesus wasn't at least believed to have been raised from the dead, if he wasn't at least believed to be, why would the family who buried James, if this is his ossuary, and they're arguing for its authenticity in this whole book, why would they still be claiming the name of Jesus if about 63 AD, where this ossuary dates to, that's 33 years after the cross, why, that's before the Gospels too, according to these critics, why would they still be claiming the name for Jesus on James's ossuary if James for the past 30 years wanted nothing to do with him? By the way, we have multiple attestation for James being a skeptic. So why is Jesus's name on his ossuary if that's in fact what it is? So we have those. Also, Larry Hurtado, an American, I think, but he served for years as the head of the religion department at Edinburgh University. And Larry unfortunately passed away with leukemia just a year or two ago. But he did a lot of things on early graffiti as far as scratchings on ossuaries and on early funerary literature about prayers to Jesus that go back to the 30s AD.
Wow.
That's some of these indications of worship. Now, right away you say, worship? Well, wow, that sounds like a theological reference. Well, yeah, and it reflects historical views of people who would pray to Jesus just a few years after the crucifixion. So, yeah, we do have that data. Most of it's late, but there are a few early examples that are very evidential.
It's fascinating, really interesting. I want to move on now to the self-identification of Jesus, and one of Jesus' favourite identities for himself, or one of his favourite titles for himself, was the Son of Man. Right. Now, a lot of people take that to mean that he was just claiming to be human, but I think there's more depth to it than that. Can you explain what the term Son of Man means for our audience today?
Yes, that's a really good question. Son of Man, a definition of Son of Man can come in more than one form. In the book of Psalms, what is the Son of Man that you pay any attention to him? Son of Man is the son of a physical man. So son of men would be men, or more generically humankind. Okay, now in the book of Ezekiel, Son of Man is a prophet. Almost 100 times you hear this phrase, prophesy, O Son of Man. So it's used in a prophetic context of a prophet. But the most enigmatic one is in Daniel chapter 7, where Daniel says, I saw a vision, and in the vision, the Ancient of Days, who Christians would call God the Father and Jews would call God, the Ancient of Days is sending an individual to earth called Son of Man. And his job is to set up God's kingdom. And here's the crazy thing. This Son of Man figure is pre-existent.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know it's pre-existent? Well, he didn't call up some man from Israel in 30 AD. He's sending him before the birth of Jesus. So this person is called in the critical literature, even Jewish literature, he's called a pre-existent figure, existing before his earthly physical life. Further, that Son of Man in Jewish literature that now I've just seen recently is being dated to the 3rd and 4th century BCE, before Christ.
Wow.
It's being dated to the anywhere from the same century of Jesus, 1st century, old days we'd say AD, all the way back to the 3rd to 4th century BCE. These books are of Jewish origin, and the Son of Man, two important things. He is worshipped, and he occupies the right hand of God. He's sitting on God's throne. Now, it's often said that calling yourself the Messiah will not get you killed in Jewish thought, because in some of the Jewish commentary, you could be a Messiah and be a human being.
Yeah.
But you could be the Son of God too. But saying you can sit on God's throne, right? And in Mark 14, where Jesus he's asked, "Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed One?" And he says, "Yes, ego me." He says, "Yes to Son of Man, yes to Son of God." And then he changes it. Henceforth, you'll see the Son of Man coming on the clouds and seated on the right hand of God. Now, if he were only saying, "Yes, I'm the Son of God, and by the way, I'm a man too," I think the high priest would have said, "Oh, okay. We know you're a man. Can you emphasize this Son of God part for us?" But when Jesus said, "Yes to Son of God," and affirmed he was a Son of Man, the high priest went ballistic. And of course, it was symbolism. Yeah. But he tore his garment, which indicates blasphemy. What was the blasphemy? Calling yourself the Messiah? No. Blasphemy, most New Testament scholars think, is when he claimed to be occupying God's throne.
Right.
And coming on the clouds, which in the Old Testament is always a reference and a prerogative only of God. So that's how he got himself in trouble. But the Book of Enoch, pre-Christian, non-Christian Book of Enoch, says he's worshipped and occupies God's throne. Right, so right from the beginning, whoever this figure was that they were proclaiming, he is this pre-existent, what we would say, divine figure, is right there in the Jewish literature.
Right.
Before Christ, which sets the table for Jesus calling himself Son of Man more than any other title.
Okay. So let's establish where we've got so far. There is credible historical evidence and data for a literal Jesus living in the first century who healed, who performed exorcisms, who died on the cross, was buried, and the tomb was found empty. He referred to himself as the Son of Man, and he self-identified as the Son of Man. And I just want to take this now one step further, because somebody might turn around and say, well, Jesus just thought of himself not as the Daniel figure, but just as like Ezekiel, or as a son of God like, or Son of Man like Adam was. So can we take that one step further? Did Jesus himself actually believe that he was the divine Son of God, God incarnate? And if so, what evidence do we have for Jesus's self-identity from Scripture?
Yep. Well, if we could roll out some of the things I've already put on the table and just come back and emphasize a couple.
Yeah.
So Son of Man can mean one of three things: a mere man, a prophet, or this pre-existent figure who's acting on God's behalf. And by the way, the book of Daniel itself, Daniel 7, ends with the comment that he will be served. This Son of Man will be served. In some translations, that word is translated worshipped. And you go back and you look it up and it says, no, it says served. But here's the issue. In the Greek Old Testament, the Septuagint, in the Greek Old Testament, that word is latruo. Latruo is used over 100 times, and every single time except I think once, it's serving, but he's served in a worship context. It's a temple word, and it's used in a temple context. So back to Daniel 7, that Son of Man, pre-existent Son of Man, is served in a sense of serving a divine figure. Okay, so Daniel is a Jewish book. By that I mean before you ever get to the first gospel, it's a Jewish book. The Son of Man is very specific and exalted. How do we know Jesus tapped into the Daniel Son of Man and not the Ezekiel or the Psalm Son of Man? Yeah. Okay, here's the reason. Twice he paraphrases the Daniel 7 passage and applies it to himself. And one of these two times is the one I just mentioned before the high priest, which I think Mark 14, 61 to 64, I think it's the clearest self-identification that we have of Jesus in the Gospels. If someone said, what's the best verse? I wouldn't. So many Christians go to John 8:58, before Abraham was, I am. John 10:30, I and the Father are one. not only is that the latest gospel, you're okay using John. It's still early for historiography. But not only are you using the latest gospel, both those verses to me are they need a little bit of explanation. Remember, the Jewish hearers thought, before Abraham was, you're not even 50 years old. So they missed his point. I and the Father are one. All right, some people tried to stone him there, but Jesus had already said a husband and wife are one. So in what sense are you meaning this? But in Mark 14, 61 to 64, are you the Christ, the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One, the Son of God? Jesus says, I am. He changes the subject to Son of Man, says the Son of Man, coming on the clouds, seated on the right hand of God. And I could just see the response. Every time got to a higher crescendo of anger.
Yeah.
And finally, now I say anger. I don't mean craziness. I mean ceremonial anger. I mean the kind that makes you rip your clothes and say, ha, you've gone over the line. You've gone over, I got you. I got you. Because the high priest turns to the crowd, I mean, not the crowd, but the group of elders, and says, what should we do? Has he committed blasphemy? And they say, yeah, he's committed blasphemy. Now, I want to be really, really clear. I am not speaking against the Jewish people, quote unquote, or the Jewish people killed Jesus.
No.
Or I just saw this in print recently where they said, we're being called Christ killers. Not at all. I'm only talking about an historical framework of what happened. If Rome hadn't been the main culprit, Jesus wouldn't have been crucified because the Jews didn't crucify. They stoned.
Right. That's right.
So the fact that he was crucified shows, without even the thing about Pilate and Herod, without even those accounts, it was a Roman decision to crucify.
Yes.
So, Jesus might have been getting a little bit too hot for them, a little bit too hot to handle in whatever terms. But it's plain that when Jesus cites that phrase, Christ, 2, Son of God, 3, Son of Man, 4, coming on the clouds, 5, seated on God's right hand, it's like the high priest is saying, dude, you've gone way over the line on this one. Let's just stop right there, because I think you've sealed your own fate. What do you all think? Yeah, blasphemy. All right, over. I think that's what happened. But to your direct question, he paraphrases Daniel 7 there, and he paraphrases Daniel 7 one other time. So it's clear to us what he means by Son of Man.
Absolutely. So with Jesus, obviously he was raised within first century Israel. This is a Jewish culture. They had the Tanakh, the Torah, they had the oral law. And if we go back to what we call the Old Testament, but what Jewish people will call their Bible, the Tanakh, scattered throughout their Bible are prophecies or predictions of a coming age called the Day of the Lord. It's quite a violent age. I think many Christians today call it the tribulation period. After this, there is also something called the Kingdom of God. And in the Old Testament prophets, it's described as an exaltation of the land of Israel, almost into a mountain, and that from the top of this mountain, the Shekinah or the Shekinah glory of God will radiate over all the earth, and the whole earth will enter into a kind of state or age of real blessing of God. And to head this up was the Messiah figure. Now, did Jesus believe himself to be the king of this coming kingdom of God?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's amazing. We haven't discussed these questions ahead of time, but you're asking some things here that are kind of right on the money. Jesus' number one proclamation, the thing he said the most. Now, again, I love to cite skeptics because I'm tired of today's skeptics saying you're just citing fellow Christians and you're citing the New Testament and that's garbage. I want to know what the skeptics are saying. So, okay, let me cite one. Rudolf Bultmann, the German New Testament scholar who was to the left, I think, of Bart Ehrman, the present atheist, New Testament, probably best known in North America anyway, New Testament scholar. Rudolf Bultmann was a very famous German skeptic who died in 1976. And even a Bultmann and others would say Jesus' central proclamation was two prongs on the same topic. The topic, Kingdom of God. the two prongs, the kingdom is coming, and I'm paraphrasing this in today's terms, but secondly, what you do with me determines your relationship to that kingdom. And you say, well, okay, so there's going to be a kingdom like you defined, yes. And yeah, but where do you get this Jesus is boss in the kingdom kind of stuff? Well, if you only go to John, the Gospel of John, almost 100 times we're told to believe, 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 believe. Now the Greek words for believe don't mean, I believe I like strawberry ice cream better than any other ice cream. I believe so-and-so was the President of the United States or the Prime Minister, whatever, the director of this movement or that movement. I believe. No, in Greek, pisteuo, or the noun pistis, the word means to jump in with both feet. Okay. The word means to commit. The word means all on board. It means you bring your whole self into this. And it's amazing that in Old and New Testaments, the relationship between God and his followers is likened over and over to a groom and a bride. The father is the groom, and in the Old Testament, Jews were the bride.
Israel,
and in the New Testament, we say the bride of Christ for the church. And when Israel went astray, or when Paul is talking about Christians rebelling, in several passages, the words that are used are marriage infidelity. So the scenario is marriage. It's like, well, how do you come to Christ? Well, did you say I do to Christ? Well, what do you mean? Are you asking me if I think he's the first president of Israel? No, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, what did you do with Jesus? Because in New Testament terms, jumping in with both feet means I'm your guy. I'm following you. And you go, well, that's John. That's John. John's all about belief. What about the synoptics? All right, the synoptics say it a little bit differently, but here's how they say it. Take up your cross and follow me. Whoever has picked up his cross and followed me, and the disciples say, well, we followed you. What do we get in the deal? And Jesus said, whoever has followed me, preferred me, there you go again, preferred me above father, mother, sister, brother, and followed me, in this world will be blessed 100-fold, and in the world to come will have eternal life. But they both have in common, jump in with both feet and say, I do, I do to Jesus, like you say in marriage, or take up your cross and follow me and leave everyone else, prefer me above everybody. What they all have in common is these two things. There is a kingdom, and you better get on board, and you get on board by jumping in with both feet into with me and my message. So that's Jesus' number one teaching, was the kingdom of God and how to get there.
Yeah.
Sorry for that long explanation, but
that's great.
It's pretty neat the way it's unpacked in terms of marriage. I mean, that it really is commitment.
Okay, so this will carry on as a bit of a carry-on kind of question to the answer you've just given, and it'll tie in quite nicely, actually. We come to John chapter 3. We have this great Jewish Rabban called Nicodemus. He comes to Jesus at night, and he says that we know you've come from God because of all the miracles that you're doing, so on and so forth. And Jesus responds that you cannot enter the kingdom unless you're born again. And this shocks Nicodemus because early Jewish belief was that all Israel, or Pharisaic belief was that all Israel has a share in the age to come. Even if you're the worst of sinners, you still had a portion in the kingdom of God. And another quote, I believe, is that Abraham himself sits at the gates of Gehenna to snatch any Israelite consigned thereto. So should you accidentally slip into hell as a Jewish person, Abraham will snatch you out and you'll be fine. So Nicodemus had this view that all Jewish people, if you were born a Jew, you would gain automatic entrance into the kingdom of God, even though it may be of a lesser or greater status. Jesus comes along to him and says, actually, no, you're wrong. You have to be born again. And this shocks Nicodemus. Now, why did this shock Nicodemus, and what was Jesus talking about there?
Well, I think Jesus was telling Nicodemus, just to extend from the comments I just made.
Yeah.
I think Jesus is saying, we're not dating here. we're getting married. So if you want to jump in, my Greek professor, same chapter, my Greek professor used to translate John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, who for whomsoever commits himself to him shall not perish but have everlasting life. I think he's saying to Nicodemus, birthright is not enough here. We're talking, have you joined the group? Have you punched your, I don't want to say punched your membership card. That's way too parochial, but
sure.
We get the idea of, I love the phrase I do. I think Jesus is asking Nicodemus, are you on board? Are you on board? Because, you know, we have a secular fantasy, The Wizard of Oz. And the theme of The Wizard of Oz is stay on the yellow brick road no matter what. And as the way it starts, Dorothy jumps onto the road and stays on it, but she's not on it. She has to step on it and move. And I think the picture is, once we get on this path, Pilgrim's Progress, it's a path. All these images, Book of Hebrews, chapter 11, they were all seeking a city whose building and maker is God. It hasn't come yet. I think what they're saying is, even if you haven't seen it, get on board, follow, and to use the imagery in the Wizard of Oz, there's going to be some trees throwing apples at you. There's going to be a big guy with an axe. You're going to go into the darkness of the woods where there's lions and tigers and bears, oh my, and then you get out the other side and there's these, whatever they were, plants, daisies, whatever, that would put you to sleep. And here's the key. When it puts you to sleep, you need your buddies to come over and pull you up and slap your face and say, here, I'll carry your basket for you. And because we're working together, it's the body of Christ. So you get this whole idea. But the whole idea of Wizard of Oz is, no matter what happens, stay on the yellow brick road. And remember, all the little people are shouting at her as they're walking, stay on the yellow brick road. And what are they looking for? The Emerald City. It's a lot like a secular Pilgrim's Progress, a lot like Hebrews 11. I think that's the key. It's a progress, and I think Nicodemus is being shocked to be told that he's got more to do. To whom are you saying yes? Are you saying yes to a concept, or are you saying yes to a person? Because, again, I emphasize, the death, burial, resurrection of Jesus is the key. That's the Christian gospel. But we're not saying yes to the facts. We're saying yes to the Jesus about whom the facts are true.
Yeah.
Just one quick example. When you say I do to somebody, you don't marry good looks, smart, good personality, fun to be with. You say I do to the person who has those characteristics.
Yeah.
And when you say I do to Jesus, it's the Jesus who is the Son of God, Son of Man, died on the cross for our sins, was buried, rose again, and he's leading us on the road to the Emerald City. So I got this different idea of take up your cross and follow me, as he says. So it all works together, and who he is part of this. Do you know who you're saying I do to? And are you following? That's the new and someone might say, well, that sounds like good works to me. Well, that's kind of a crazy response in a way, because when I said I do in marriage, nobody jumps up in the crowd and says, good man, you just said good works towards your wife. You'd say, no, I made a commitment to my wife. It's very much jumping in with both feet in the sense of making a commitment to the person about whom these characteristics are true.
Yeah.
That's what believers are called to do. Nicodemus was a little bit shocked that he was being called to make that commitment.
That's amazing. Just as an aside, do you know whether The Wizard of Oz was written by a Christian?
Is that right?
No, I was asking you. I don't know.
Oh, I have no idea.
Because I think with Dorothy,
right?
she had the ruby slippers that took her home, and whether that's a symbol of Christ's blood or not, I'm not sure.
I have no idea. But to me, the idea of an Emerald City, it's interesting that in the book of Revelation, the descriptive verses in 21 and 22, whenever people can say, oh, the city coming down is metaphorical, or the city coming down is physical, it's all missing my point. Yeah. My point is, when they describe what this is, about 1/3 of all the descriptive verses are colors and stones. And so when we say the Emerald City, that's not far from the biblical picture. Only the New Jerusalem has multi. Remember, every doorway, every entrance was a stone of a different color. It was a foundation. The streets were gold. It's very much in terms of stones and colors. And I think that Christian or non-Christian, somebody who writes a story like Wizard of Oz or Pilgrim's Progress, they're using very deep-seated imagery that we can relate to, and in this case, it ends up in the last 2 chapters in the New Testament.
Yeah, it does. One final question, if that's okay, and it kind of centers around the gospel message that you've already shared with us. And the question is maybe more a philosophical one than a theological one, but why did God choose faith or pistis or adherence to as the means of salvation rather than good works?
Well, you know what? I'm not sure we're told exactly what's in God's mind here.
Yeah.
However, if we use marriage as the example again, doesn't that maybe give us a little hint that jumping in with both feet in a total heart commitment is more important to God than it's the second greatest command. When the lawyer, the legal expert, asks him, the second greatest command is love your neighbor as yourself, in the parable of the Good Samaritan. Doing unto others is very, very high in Jesus' economy. However, it's number 2. Number 1 is love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind. It's a mental jumping on. It's a commitment. So I'm just guessing that that's in a Jewish way. If the heart is not an organ, if the heart is our full selves, I think we'd have to argue that God wants us more than he wants what we do. And he even goes as far as to say what you do isn't going to get you there. It's your heart regarding me. And for John, it's believe. Now, the Synoptic Gospels say believe too, but you've got things like take up your cross and follow me. And we don't think of that, again, we don't think of saying I do in a marriage is good works. We think of commitment.
Yeah. All
All of mine is yours, and all of yours is mine. We are sharing. And I think that's a great picture of 1 Corinthians 12 in the body of Christ too. What happens when you come into the body.
So salvation then basically is all about a relationship rather than about trying to earn your way there. That's why it's based on that commitment.
Not only is that true, everybody who is reading my things, they know that I'm somebody who loves history. I love historical events. I love historical events, I would say, as much as anybody does. I love the topic. And yet, we're not saying I do to a concept called deity. We're not saying I do to a concept called died for my sins. We're not saying I do to a concept like buried, and we're not saying I do to a concept like raised. We're saying I do to the person about whom all those things are true. This commitment idea, whether it's Jewish marriage, Christian marriage, the Old Testament, the New Testament, that image is so deep, the one of commitment and believe, which is the New Testament meaning for the word belief. I think it's inbred there for a reason. I think that's God's heart. And again, I go back to that lawyer. What's the greatest command? And Jesus said, well, what do you read? You'll love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, strength, and mind. That's number 1. You jump in with both feet. Oh, and by the way, number 2, get out there and work with your neighbor. From this point on, that's where Jesus, after he tells the parable of the Good Samaritan only in the Gospel of Luke, he says, go and do thou likewise. I tell people, going and doing likewise is extremely important because it's number 2. The only thing more important than number 2 is number 1. So what are you doing with the Lord? Have you said I do? If you say I do to husband or wife, that's going to issue out into works. But if you say to your sweetheart, you're engaged, you're betrothed, you're dating, you're whatever, and you go, I would really like to marry you. I'm going to go wash your car and see if I can do something else to help you. What? That's very kind. But I think the other person would have a disconnect between you're being sold out to me, and your very nice thing of washing my car. It's wow. I like your heart in this matter. And it just seems to be the picture of the whole Bible, Old and New Testament. In fact, several of the New Testament writers argue that even going back to Abraham, pre-Jewish state, the key was on belief, because Abraham, he got up and left his father's land. But if he didn't believe, if he didn't have a prior act of commitment, he wouldn't have gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much for today. And it's been an absolute kind of, once again, another feast of knowledge. And you've answered all of my questions. And I'm sure many, many people are going to benefit from this video. So if people want to get your resources, where's the best place to find your books or literature or materials?
Well, there's two places, and neither one of them has to do anything with spending a penny. I don't want to be involved with saying, oh, yeah, go buy my books. My books are available on anywhere online or a lot of bookstores. The two places just to see a bunch of lectures would be my website, GaryHabermas.com, or my YouTube channel. Go to YouTube and put my name in. There's over 100 lectures and like this one, and short little snippet 10-minute things to 2-hour things on YouTube. Nothing's for sale on either site. So I hope there's plenty there on topics like doubt and topics you discussed. How do we know Jesus is a miracle worker? How do we know he claimed to be deity? How do you know he really died by crucifixion? What's the purpose of death by crucifixion? How do we know he was buried, raised? How do we know he appeared? Anybody can say he appeared. How do we know he did? I'm interested in you saying this comes back to anywhere from a day to a year or so after the cross. How do we get back that early? Many things on both those sites that are all available free of charge.
Today, I'm joined by Dr. Frank Turek, who is considered to be one of the leading Christian apologists in the world today. Today, we're going to be discussing the logical basis for the Christian faith. Good morning to you, Dr. Frank.
My mom says I'm one of the leading apologists, nobody else. Nice try, Paul.
That's who I spoke to.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, yes, he's very good.
Okay, for our UK viewers, please could you share who you are and how you came to personal faith in Jesus Christ?
Yes. As a child, I always believed in God, but I didn't really know who Jesus was. And it wasn't until after college I went into the Navy and I met a man who was the son of a Methodist minister. And I had so many questions for him, Paul, about Christianity, that he finally just said, you need to get Josh McDowell books.
Okay.
So I got Evidence Demands a Verdict and More Than a Carpenter. And back in 1985, when I was in the U.S. Navy, I became a Christian. And then after the Navy, I wound up coming to Charlotte, North Carolina to attend a seminary run by Dr. Norman Geisler, who had started a seminary down here in Charlotte back in 1992. We my family and I moved here in 1993 and got a seminary degree and began to do seminars and write books with Dr. Geisler. One of them is called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. And so after that, I started a ministry called crossexamined.org, and cross-examined with a D on the end of it. What we do is we go to colleges, high schools, and churches, and we present evidence that Christianity is true.
That's wonderful. And how long have you been going to colleges and universities?
Oh, even before we started Cross-Examined, probably the early 2000s, so probably I'd say 17, 18 years I've been going to colleges quite a bit. And mostly in the U.S., but I have done some schools overseas as well.
That's great. Are they quite open to that then in the United States?
Well, the way we're invited is by a Christian group on campus that's an authorized group. So they host us, and then we promote it to the local community and, of course, the college. And so, yes, we get decent crowds at these. We get anywhere from, say, 300 to 700, 800 people showing up for an I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist college event, depending on the college and how much we promote it. So, yeah, there are people that are open to it. Obviously, there's a lot of people on college campuses that don't want us to be there. But sure. In America, especially if it's a public school, you know, it's run by, it gets tax dollars. They can't, according to our laws, they can't prevent us from coming. So,
oh, that's great.
We we can go into the lion's den and present the evidence, even though a lot of people don't want us to be there.
Fair enough. Now, one of the objections we have in the UK, and probably have this in the States too, is, why should I believe in the God of Christianity and not the God of Hinduism, Sikhism, Islam, whatever? Why should I believe in the God of Christianity? Why is the God of Christianity the only one?
Because there's evidence that the God of Christianity is the only one. That's the shortest answer I can give. Unlike what has been said about these other world religions, you really can't confirm those religions by any sort of evidentiary means. Whereas Christianity, you can. You can show that there is a God, a theistic God beyond the world who created the world, which means that any non-theistic religion like Hinduism or Buddhism or a religion that is non-theistic can't be true when it comes to the nature of God, because they don't think God is theistic.
Right.
And then what differentiates Christianity from other theistic worldviews is the resurrection of Jesus, because if Jesus rose from the dead, then Christianity's true. Because, look, I just have a personal policy. If somebody rises from the dead, I just trust whatever the guy says, If he's proved to be God, then whatever he teaches is true. And Jesus said the Old Testament was the Word of God, and he promised the New Testament. So if you can show two things, that God exists, a theistic God, and that, number two, Jesus rose from the dead, then you can see that Christianity is the true world religion. Now, this doesn't mean that everything taught by other world religions is false. We're not saying that.
Sure.
Because every world religion teaches something that's true. We're simply saying, as a system of thought, it looks like Christianity is the true system of religious thought.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that answer. It's a great answer. So if I were a person investigating the existence of God today, what would be your top 3 arguments or evidences for the existence of God?
Typically, the ones that I provide on a college campus are the 3 that you're familiar with, being part of reasonable faith. The one that William Lane Craig has made famous in recent years, the past 40 or so years, the cosmological argument, which goes back to the beginning of the universe. If there was a beginning to the universe, there must be a beginner. The second argument is the design argument, or the teleological argument. The universe is designed, it appears to be fine-tuned, and life appears to be designed as well. And the third argument is the moral argument, that if there's one thing morally wrong out there, Paul, there's got to be a standard beyond us, which would be God's nature, that defines what goodness is, and any deviation from that standard would be evil.
Sure.
Say, if torturing babies for fun is wrong, then God exists, because he is the standard by which we can judge torturing babies for fun is wrong. If there's no God, if there's no purpose to life, if there's no meaning, if there's no immaterial standard of justice, then you can't say torturing babies for fun, or racism is wrong, or slavery is wrong, or Nazism is wrong, or any of these things. You can only say that if God exists. And of course, your own C.S. Lewis did that brilliantly. He pointed that out in Mere Christianity and the Abolition of Man. But if you add the 3 arguments up, Paul, the cosmological, teleological, and moral arguments, you wind up getting the attributes of a theistic God without opening any religious document. You get a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent, moral creator who created and sustains all things. And you haven't even opened any religious document. You're getting this from what Dr. William Lane Craig would call natural theology, right? You're getting the fact that the universe had a beginning, it appears to be designed, life is designed, and there's a moral standard out there. You're getting that just all from observing the world around you and observing the moral law within. You don't need any religious document to tell you these things. Now, it turns out it does line up with religious documents, particularly the Bible, but you can arrive at those conclusions without any reference to any Bible or religious book.
It's amazing. I personally, I was raised in what I would call an atheistic or agnostic home. My parents, it's not that we didn't believe in God, we just didn't talk about God. God just didn't come up. We never attended church unless it's a funeral or a wedding. And at the age of 16, I can remember being out on the soccer field, the school soccer field, and we were kicking the ball around. And I looked up. That's what kind of brought me to a personal faith in God. I looked up at the sky, and the sky was covered in stars. And it dawned on me at that moment that all of this either came from nothing or it came from something that existed prior to, or causally prior to, the universe itself. And it was then that dawned on me that God must exist. Paul speaks something similar to this in Romans 1, that everybody is without excuse, for natural revelation, natural creation is revealed to all of mankind. So for me personally, I can really appreciate the value of the cosmological argument. And as you've mentioned, Dr. William Lane Craig has formalized this into something called the Kalam cosmological argument, which is now one of my favorite arguments. Could you go through the Kalam with us and explain it in detail for our UK viewers?
Sure. The Kalam says that everything that has a beginning has a cause. The universe had a beginning, therefore the universe had a cause, and it turns out that cause is God. And even atheists today are admitting that the universe, space-time and matter, had a beginning out of nothing. Stephen Hawking, who probably was the top, at least well-known physicist in the world until he died a few years ago, and he was an atheist, he said that almost everyone now believes that the universe and time itself had a beginning at the Big Bang, that literally there was a creation event. Now, Hawking tried to come up with another explanation other than God. He failed. In fact, Hawking's explanation in one of the last books he ever wrote, which was called The Grand Design, he says this on page 181. He says, because there's a law like gravity, the universe can and will create itself out of nothing. To which your own John Lennox, who's a brilliant philosopher and mathematician from Oxford University there in the UK, said, when brilliant scientists say nonsense, it's still nonsense. So he was saying that about Hawking, who said a law like gravity. First of all, there was no gravity. And secondly, gravity doesn't create things. Gravity just does the same thing over and over again. So gravity couldn't have created us. Gravity itself needed creation. And so the interesting thing about the cosmological argument for me, Paul, is that when you unpack it, it gives you more attributes of God than any other argument. Because if space-time and matter had a beginning out of nothing, which even atheists are admitting, then it seems to me whatever created space-time and matter must be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal in order to choose to create, because impersonal forces can't choose anything. And to go from a state of nothingness to a state of creation, someone had to make a choice, and only persons do that. The being would also have to be intelligent to have a mind to make a choice. And so I always ask people, when you think about a spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, intelligent cause, who do you think of? God. Yeah, well, how do you know
sounds like God.
My answer is always, we don't know it's the Christian God yet. We haven't done enough research yet. But if we keep looking at evidence, particularly the evidence for Jesus, we're going to realize that the same being that walked out of the tomb 1,987 years ago is the same being in whose divine nature created the universe out of nothing. So the cosmological argument basically just says if something had a beginning, it needs a cause. And since the universe had a beginning, then it needs a cause as well. And that cause has to be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, powerful, personal, and intelligent.
Wow. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Frank. What about atheists who are now trying to push for an eternal universe? What are some of the problems with an eternal universe?
Well, it doesn't meet the data, for one. The universe did have a beginning, and we go through that in our book, I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. That's why even atheists are saying that, that the universe had a beginning. Secondly, from a philosophical perspective, rather than even the scientific evidence. You can look at scientific evidence, second law of thermodynamics, universe is expanding, the radiation afterglow, the Einstein's theory of general relativity showed that space-time and matter are correlative. They had a beginning out of nothing. But if you look at the philosophical evidence, which is really what the Kalam is getting at, that space-time and matter had to have a beginning, particularly time had to have a beginning, because if time did not have a beginning, today never would have arrived. Because you can't traverse an infinite number of days. If there were an infinite number of days before today, today never would have arrived. Because you'd always have to live another day, because there's an infinite number of days before today, before this day got here. But since this day is here, time must have had a beginning. And if time had a beginning, whatever created time must be timeless, which means that being didn't have a beginning. So the who made God question goes out the window.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
The creator is timeless.
So one of the good analogies for this is Hilbert's Hotel.
Yes.
And so I encourage our viewers to...
Hotel is, it's a good thought experiment, but I think it requires too much brain power on my part to go through it. I just prefer to use the infinite number of days to demonstrate the same thing, that you'd never get to today if there were an infinite number of days before today. You'd always have to go through a day before today, because there's an infinite number of them, before today got here, which means you never get to today.
Yeah, I often explain to my friends, if we were in a bar together and I offered to buy you a drink and you kind of accepted, I'd say I'd buy it you after an infinite amount of time. Would you ever receive that drink? And they think about it for a while, scratch their heads and go, well, no, I wouldn't, not after an infinite amount of time. And then I buy them a drink and I say, this proves that an infinite amount of time has not preceded today, for you have already received the drink from me. So I use that illustration sometimes in a bar or something, and
that works.
Gets people to understand.
Absolutely.
Oh, brilliant.
That is the argument in a pint-size size. Right?
Absolutely.
That's perfect.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Okay, many atheists today are shifting from the position that God does not exist to the position that they hold a lack of belief in God. Is this a valid shift, and why is this shift occurring today?
Well, I think it's occurring because atheists don't want to have the burden of proof to prove their position at all. They just want to say, I lack a belief in your God. But there's a number of ways you could point this out, you could deal with it. First of all, if someone says, I lack a belief in something, what they're saying is their psychological state is in such a manner, but it's not saying anything about the world external to them. Like if I just say I lack a belief in God, okay, my mind lacks a belief in God, but that's not telling anyone anything about whether or not God really exists outside my mind.
Sure.
Right? In other words, you're just telling me your psychological state. Actually, what I do when people bring this up, particularly on a college campus, if they say, I lack a belief in God, I might say, well, you're just talking about your psychological state. That's not saying anything about the reality. It would be like me saying, if they're a materialist, I lack a belief in materialism. Well, if I say that, I'm not giving any evidence for and against materialism. I'm just saying that psychologically, I don't believe in it. Okay, so what? But I think here's an easy way of dealing with the issue, Paul, and that is to say this. Here's a proposition. God exists. Do you agree with that proposition? Do you disagree with that proposition? Or don't you know? Are you saying I don't know? And there's only three possible choices with that proposition, right? Instead of getting into labels, whether you're an atheist or agnostic or you lack of, just say, where do you stand? And what they're mostly going to say is they're either going to say, no, I don't agree with that proposition that God exists, or I don't know. Well, if they say no, they're an atheist. If they say they don't know, they're an agnostic. Problem solved, okay? So
that's a great response.
Trying to argue over labels or definitions,
sure.
Why don't you just say you agree, you disagree, you don't know with that proposition?
That's why I appreciate your ministry so much, because it just gets to the bare bones of these issues. So I love watching you. And
there's one other thing I want to say about it too, Paul, and this is something that maybe it's just me, maybe I'm the one off base here, but it seems to me that if you're going to come into the public square and say I'm an atheist, okay, fine, say that. But it seems to me you still have the burden of proof to explain reality the way it is from an atheistic perspective. In other words, when atheists say they lack a belief, they may say that on one hand, but on the other hand, they also say, well, I know how life got here. It was through evolution.
Sure.
Right? That's a positive belief. Or I know how the universe got here. It got through a quantum vacuum. Or there's a multiverse, right? Or they'll say something like that, which is supposed to explain reality in the absence of God. So they still have to put forth some sort of justification for their worldview. And if they say atheism is not a worldview, well, then you're not really engaging in the marketplace of ideas. You're just saying that you lack a belief in God or you don't think God exists, but you're not advancing any sort of position to explain everything else. And I think you need to do that, right? I liken it to this. You know, my friend J. Warner Wallace is a cold case homicide detective.
Yeah.
If he comes across a murdered body, he might look at the evidence and say, I think this is the true suspect. This is the guy that committed the murder. If another detective is at the scene and he looks at the evidence and he goes, I lack a belief your guy is the suspect. Well, Jim could say, okay, tell me why you lack a belief my guy is the subject. And maybe he gives you some reasons. And then you say, okay, well, who do you think the suspect is? And the guy goes, the other detective goes, oh, I don't need to have another suspect. I just lack a belief your guy is the true suspect. Is that guy a good detective if he stops right there? No, he still has the burden of proof to bring forth another suspect.
Yeah.
He just can't say my suspect is the wrong guy and then retire, right? He's got to keep looking for the true suspect. it's been put this way: it's easy to smell a rotten egg; it's hard to lay a better one. If the atheists are going to say, if they're going to say that Christianity is a rotten egg, okay, give us the reasons why you think it's a rotten egg, but why don't you lay a better one? I can tell you materialism is not a better egg.
Sure.
Materialism means we don't even know what we think. There's no reason to believe anything we think, as John Lennox has famously pointed out, as C.S. Lewis has pointed out. There's no reason to believe anything we think of atheism's true if we're just moist robots. So, I really think it's a cop-out to say I lack a belief in God, just like it would be a cop-out for me to say I lack a belief in materialism. I'm not putting forth any argument for Christianity, nor am I putting forth any argument against materialism, if that's all I say.
Sure. That makes sense. Now, you just touched on my next question. My next question was, under materialistic worldview, we're nothing more than moist robots, lumps of matter fizzing with chemical reactions. How can materialists then trust in anything they think? Any opinion that they have?
Right. Well, I don't think they can, but indeed they do, which should tell them that their philosophy is wrong. Because if everything's driven by the laws of physics, as materialists say it is, then that means all their thoughts are driven by the laws of physics. But if all of their thoughts are driven by the laws of physics, why should they even think the thought that all their thoughts are driven by the laws of physics is true?
Exactly.
You see the problem here? And for some reason, atheists don't seem to see this inconsistency in their worldview. They've actually made reason impossible by their ideology of materialism. They've made it impossible, Paul. And in fact, can I just read something from C.S. Lewis? I can't say anything better than C.S. Lewis.
Sure.
So let me just read what he said. Here's what he said on a BBC broadcast way, way back. He said, suppose there were no intelligence behind the universe. In that case, nobody designed my brain for the purpose of thinking. Thought is merely the byproduct of some atoms within my skull. But if so, how can I trust my own thinking to be true? But if I can't trust my own thinking, of course I can't trust the arguments leading to atheism, and therefore have no reason to be an atheist or anything else. Unless I believe in God, I can't believe in thought. So I can never use thought to disbelieve in God. So what we say in America when somebody comes up with an argument like that, all we say is, boom. Boom. There's nothing else you can say. He's absolutely right. If you can't believe in thought, if you don't believe in God, you can't believe in thought.
Sure.
And yet, in order to use thought to disbelieve in God, you're stealing from God to argue against him, which is a subject of a book I wrote called Stealing from God. Atheists are stealing many things from God to say God doesn't exist.
And just to clarify for our viewers as well, that goes for free will too, correct?
Same thing. Yeah, you don't have free will if you're a moist robot. So how can you trust anything you think? How can you make free choices? How can you hold anybody accountable for anything? You can't.
Okay, so that goes for morality, crime, law, science, everything. Everything's out the window under materialism.
Everything's out the window, it seems.
Yeah.
And I don't understand. I don't know, Paul, maybe you're more well-read than I am on this, but I have never seen an atheist try and take this on. They just avoid it.
They do.
I've asked Michael Shermer in both of my debates with him to deal with it. He wouldn't. Christopher Hitchens, same thing. They don't deal with the issue of materialism and the fact that it negates our ability to reason. It negates our ability to have free will. I mean, who was it? Daniel Dennett, who said that consciousness is an illusion.
Yes.
Well, one wonders if he was conscious when he wrote that. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Why believe it if you're not conscious?
Yeah. And why would atoms or quarks or molecules, why would they produce thoughts in the first place? What's the point of that? What's the purpose of that? And
how do we even know molecules, quarks exist unless we have the free will to follow the evidence where it leads?
Exactly. Okay, well, now we're getting into kind of information territory here. And so life appears to be grounded in genetic information. How does the existence of information in the cell point to a designer?
Well, you can use a very simple argument. If you're walking along the beach in Brighton and you see in the sand, John loves Mary, you don't assume the waves did that.
Sure.
Or crabs came out of the water and made that message. You know that a message, even a short message like John loves Mary, requires a mind, because natural forces don't create messages. And so a short message like that, if that requires a mind, how about a message 3.2 billion letters long in every one of our 32 or every one of our 40 trillion cells?
Yeah.
That's got to come from a mind as well. Even Bill Gates, the founder of Microsoft, said DNA is like a computer program, but it's far, far more advanced than any software we've ever created. Well, where I come from, if there's a program, there's got to be a programmer. If there's a code, there's got to be a coder. If there's a message, there's got to be a messenger. And so what we see in DNA is really, it's like binary code. And binary code only comes from a mind. It doesn't come from an impersonal force. It doesn't come from the four natural forces of nature, strong and weak nuclear forces, electromagnetism, and gravity. You don't get messages from those things.
Sure.
And every living thing has a message. Even the simplest living thing, an amoeba, has at least 1,000 volumes worth of an encyclopedia of information in it.
Wow.
Even Richard Dawkins admits that. Well, where does that come from? It can't come from natural forces. It comes from a mind. And I know the atheists are going to quickly say, oh, this is a God of the gaps argument. No, it's not a God of the gaps argument. We're not arguing from a gap in our knowledge. When you see John loves Mary on the sand, you don't just lack a natural explanation for that. You don't just have a gap in your knowledge about natural forces. It's that John loves Mary is positive, empirically verifiable evidence for an intelligent cause.
Yes.
Same thing is true with our genetic code. So we're arguing from what we do know, not from what we don't know.
Sure. And you've got epigenetics too. That's kind of even more advanced.
Yeah, that's really the structure of the cell.
Yeah.
You just can't have a code sitting out in the middle of nowhere. It's got to be within a structure of a cell. And Stephen Meyer is really the brains behind this. Stephen Meyer, who wrote Signature in the Cell and Darwin's Doubt. In fact, his book Darwin's Doubt goes into epigenetic information, that the structure of a living thing has to be in such a manner that it can live, and you can't build it randomly. And DNA doesn't give you the structure. Right. See, even if you could mutate DNA from now till doomsday, you'll never get a new body type, because DNA doesn't alter the epigenetic information or the structure. It just alters the code itself, which codes for proteins. So it's not giving you the structure on that. And so this is why, as you know, that your own Royal Society there in London back in 2016 called a meeting in November of 2016 to investigate a new theory of macroevolution, because the current neo-Darwinian theory doesn't work.
Doesn't work, no.
You can't just mutate DNA and get what you want in new body plans. Epigenetic information prevents that, among many other things. So the current theory of Darwinism doesn't work. They're going to keep looking.
That's great. Thank you so much. Well, some people today claim that objective truth does not exist. How would you respond to such a person?
Is that objectively true? It's just self-defeating. It's like saying I can't speak a word in English, right?
Sure.
It's the same thing. It's like when people say there's, all truth is relative. Well, that's not a relative truth. That's an absolute truth. Or when they say you can't know anything, well, how do you know that's true? How do you know you can't know? Or if they say all truth comes from science, well, that truth doesn't come from science. In fact, most of what you don't know from science, right? Honey, do you love me? I don't know. Let's run an experiment. No, I mean, in fact, science itself is built on philosophy. You can't do science without the laws of logic, without the laws of mathematics, without reliable cause and effect, without the idea that your mind can ascertain truths about the real world outside your brain.
Yep.
Those are all philosophical principles. In fact, in our book, Stealing from God, we have a chapter on science, and the title of the chapter is called "Science Doesn't Say Anything, Scientists Do."
Yes.
Right. I mean, why? Because all data needs to be gathered, all data needs to be interpreted, and who does that? Scientists do that.
Human experience, isn't it? Yeah.
That's why it's interesting when you see people in the media saying science says this or science says that. Whether it's climate change or COVID. No, science doesn't say anything. Science doesn't say a word. It's scientists saying things, and you have to figure out if number one, they have good data, and number two, are they interpreting it correctly? And many times they're not.
And a bias, of course. They obviously have a bias if they're an atheist or even a theist.
Exactly.
So,
yes, they've ruled out the only other type of cause, and that's an intelligent cause. So they always think it's got to be a natural cause when it comes to, say, the beginning of the life or the beginning of the universe.
Great. We have a lot of objections against Christianity today. Two of the main ones at the moment are the immoral command of God to Joshua to destroy the Canaanites, and the permitting of slavery and punishment of slaves in the Torah. How would you address these objections?
Well, it depends on who's asking them. If an atheist is asking them, I'm going to say, by what standard are you judging those things wrong?
Sure, yeah.
Because, they're using, here's another instance where they're stealing
Morality,
from God
yeah.
to argue against him, right? Because if we're just molecules in motion, there's no purpose to life. Killing the Canaanites or slavery or any of these things isn't wrong. It's just survival of the fittest, But it is a good question for an atheist to ask a Christian. Okay, I might not have a standard of justice and love, but you do, and you're saying your God is a God who is just and loving, and he does these things. How can that be so? Well, let's take the slavery issue for a minute. And, in 2 minutes, we're not going to cover the whole issue. But when we see the word slavery in the Bible, it's not the kind of slavery that William Wilberforce got rid of in the UK, or Abraham Lincoln got rid of here in the United States. It was indentured servitude in the Old Testament. It wasn't kidnapping people and against their will making them servants or slaves. In fact, in the Old Testament, that's punishable by death. Kidnapping is punishable by death.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And in the New Testament, it's also prohibited. So if we were applying either the Old or the New Testament to the kind of slavery that the New World had, 150, 200 years ago, we would have either executed the slave traders or imprisoned them rather than supporting them.
Sure.
So the slavery in the Bible is not the kind of slavery that we had here. It was indentured servitude, and it wasn't race-based. It was people who were in debt and wanted to work off their debt and have a roof over their head and meals every day. They would put themselves as a servant into a household in order to have those kinds of benefits. So there's a lot more we could say on this. In fact, Paul Copan has written a great book called Is God a Moral Monster?, which goes into all the distinctions that need to be made when you're looking at an issue like slavery. Because when we see the word slave, we put our own meaning into that,
sure.
Our 21st century meaning, not the meaning of, 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
With regard to the Canaanites, if you look at Joshua killing the Canaanites, as it says there in Deuteronomy 7, there's a couple of things you need to say about that. First is that, as Copan points out in his book, when it says, first of all, it says wipe everybody out, and then it says don't intermarry with them. And you're going, like the next verse says that. You're going, wait a minute. How can you intermarry with anybody you've just wiped out? And what Copan says, this is common in ancient Near East literature, that to say annihilate everyone was an exaggerated or hyperbolic way of saying defeat them totally, push them out of the land. It wasn't everyone needed to die. Even when they used this with seemingly literal language, murder everyone, women, children, cattle, all this, it was push them out of the land. That's what that meant, because you wouldn't even have these people to intermarry with later. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, Copan's wrong about that, and God literally said wipe everybody out. Is he doing that for no reason, or does he have reasons for judging those folks? Well, he has reasons. One of the reasons was they were sacrificing their children to Molech, the metal hot god that even the Israelites were doing this. Solomon was doing this. And it's one reason God brought judgment on Israel. If you read Jeremiah 7, he's saying you're sacrificing to Molech. It's over. God's going to judge you. So I always ask atheists, why is it that whenever I go to a college campus, you complain that there's too much evil in the world, and yet now you're complaining when God stops evil in the Old Testament? He's wiping this evil culture out, and you're going, hey, it's all wrong. But one last point I want to make is that when God brings judgment on people and kills them, it's not murder for him. Right?
No, it's not. No.
Yeah, God doesn't murder anyone. No. When we die, God just moves us from this life to the next life. Yeah. If Christianity is true, people don't die; they just change location.
That's true.
Right? Yeah. They go from this life to the next. It's up to God when that happens. Whether we're 82 or 2 years old, that's up to Him. Also, if you notice, this wasn't genocide because it was really judgment, because God ordered the same thing on the Israelites. If you look at the golden calf. He says, wipe out all those people that worship the golden calf. It wasn't wipe them all out because they're Israelites. Wipe them out because they sinned. And in the theocratic society of ancient Israel, that was a capital offense.
Yeah.
And of course, the Old Testament is a theocracy. It's not meant to be the ideal for all time. There's a new covenant, and the writer of Hebrews says the old covenant is obsolete, Hebrews 8:13. All that has passed away anyway. But I think we just need the right context to understand these passages. And the best book, as I say on this, is God a Moral Monster by Paul Copan, and I have it right here on my shelf somewhere. In fact, I just had Paul on my podcast just a couple of weeks ago. Okay. And he does, here it is right here, this book right here. Right. Is God a Moral Monster. So if you don't have this book, you need to get it, because Paul goes through many of the Old Testament issues right here.
That's great. And also, God gave the Canaanites 400 years to repent.
He did.
400 years to get right, to stop doing what they were doing. So, God isn't quick to judge.
No, you're absolutely right. He's long-suffering, so to speak, and I'm just worried that our societies are ultimately going to get judged because we keep killing our children on the altar of convenience.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what was going on in Old Testament Israel, and God eventually judged it in 586 BC.
Times change, but people don't.
That's right.
Okay, many opponents of Christianity today would claim that we simply cannot trust 2,000-year-old scriptures as they are unreliable. Would you say this is a valid claim?
No, and I would ask them, how did they come to that conclusion? What evidence do they have for that position? Because most people don't have evidence. They just have a slogan they've heard, Paul. Oh, the Bible's been changed throughout the centuries. So whenever somebody says that, I want to ask them questions. What do you mean by that? What do you mean it's been changed throughout the centuries? What evidence do you have for that position? In fact, with regard to the New Testament, I might add a third question and say, have you ever considered that the New Testament, we know what the New Testament originally said because we have nearly 6,000 handwritten Greek manuscripts, from fragments in the 2nd century all the way to complete manuscripts, all the way up to the time of the printing press. And we compare all those manuscripts, we can recreate the original to more than 99% accuracy. So we know what the original said. Even the famous skeptic Bart Ehrman agrees we know what the original said. The question is the original true? That's another question. But it hasn't been changed throughout the centuries in terms of the text being corrupted. We know what the text originally said.
Yeah. And I was speaking to Dr. Gary Habermas yesterday, and he was talking about the creeds found in Romans 10, 1 Corinthians 15, Romans 1, how early these creeds actually were. Can you say something about those creeds?
Yeah, Gary's the expert on it. He's identified 41 creeds in the New Testament that are earlier than the documents themselves. And I think the most important one is 1 Corinthians 15, verses 3 to 8, because that names what happened to Jesus and who appeared to him. And even scholars like Bart Ehrman, the atheist scholar from here in the United States, who is a big skeptic, says he agrees that creed goes all the way back to within a year or two of the resurrection, or a year or two of the event. He doesn't believe there was a resurrection, but he said this is an early creed. And Paul just wrote it down in about 55 AD when he's writing to the church at Corinth, but he's saying he received this earlier than that. He's writing it down. It would be like somebody today in the UK writing a book about what happened at say it's even sooner than the Falklands War. Let's just say 9/11, which affected the whole world. What's that?
Brexit?
Yeah, Brexit.
Talk about Brexit.
Well, Brexit was just a couple of years ago. I'm trying to think of something like 20 years ago.
Okay.
Which was 9/11, which affected the whole world. If somebody was writing about 9/11 in the UK today, they could interview people that were alive and even were there and witnessed it.
Sure.
So despite the fact that the person is writing it right now in 2020, doesn't mean that the data is 20 years old. No. The data is fresh in the memory of, or even written documents that people have written down from the event itself. It goes all the way back to the event itself. So despite the fact that Paul's writing 1 Corinthians in 55 AD, the data that he includes in 1 Corinthians goes all the way back to the event itself.
Right. So what you're saying is right out of the gate, they had a belief that Jesus was divine, that Jesus Christ died on the cross, was buried in the tomb, rose again on the third day, and through trusting in that we can be forgiven of our sin and saved.
Goes all the way back to the beginning of the Christian creeds, all the way back to the beginning of Christianity, right to the resurrection. And I think what people don't understand, Paul, and it really didn't dawn on me until recently. I always tell people this. I always say to people, Christianity is not true because a series of documents we put under one book we call the Bible says it's true. In fact, Christianity would be true if the Bible never existed. And people go, what? How can that be? Because Christianity did not originate with a book. It originated with an event.
Yeah.
It originated with the resurrection. And I always say, do you realize there were thousands of Christians before a line of the New Testament was ever written? How? Why? How? Because Christianity is built on an event, not a book. Now, later they wrote down books so we could know about it and orient our lives to it. But there would be no books written by Jews in the first century about Jesus rising from the dead unless he did rise from the dead. Why are Jews writing down something they didn't believe in initially, that someone would be resurrected in the middle of time, not just at the end of time, and somebody who is a man could be God and claim to be God? They didn't think those two things were possible. No. They didn't think resurrections were possible in the middle of time. They didn't think a man could be God. That was blasphemy.
Absolutely
and yet
blasphemy.
Here they are saying all this happened, and then they go and die for it. Why? Because it really happened, right? So I always say that the New Testament writers did not create the resurrection. The resurrection created the New Testament writers.
Excellent.
You wouldn't have documents from the first century written by Jews about Jesus rising from the dead unless he did rise from the dead. You wouldn't have a New Testament unless the resurrection occurred, in other words.
Yeah. That's brilliant. Final request then, Dr. Frank. For our viewers today, please could you explain what steps they need to take to start a relationship with God?
Well, they need to repent of what they've done, and they need to accept the free gift of salvation that Christ has provided. Jesus said, I came to give my life as a ransom for many. So he's paying our price, or our sin, I should say. He's paying our punishment from our sin in our place. And not only are we forgiven for what we've done, we're given his righteousness. God literally comes to earth to save us from ourselves, from the sins that we've provided, or that we've committed, I should say. And, as you know, there's a big identity crisis in the world right now. People are trying to find identity in any which way. And in Christianity is the only worldview where you don't achieve your identity, you receive your identity. You just receive it. You just accept it. There's no pressure on you. It's just you accept what Christ has done. This is why the eyewitness John said he's given us the right to become children of God by receiving what he has provided for us. So you don't have to achieve anything. All you have to do is receive it. And of course, people are going to say, oh no, my identity's in my, my denomination or my sexual orientation or my bank account or my vocation. Or no, your identity's in your Savior, the one that created you and died for you, so you could be reconciled to him. That identity is secure. Paul said there's nothing that can separate us from the love of Christ. By simply accepting what he's done, you can be forgiven for anything you've done and given his righteousness. Now, why would anyone reject that? You know why? Because they think they can achieve happiness another way.
Sure.
That's why I always ask people, Paul, on a college campus in particular if they're atheists, I ask them, if Christianity were true, would you become a Christian? And many of them say no. And it's not a reason thing, obviously. It's a heart thing. It's not a head thing. It's a heart issue. They don't want Christianity to be true because they don't want there to be a God, because they want to be God of their own lives. They're not on a truth quest or on a happiness quest, and they think they can achieve happiness and contentment apart from God, when in reality, the only way to get true contentment and happiness is to go straight through truth, and Jesus is the truth. That's why when he says, you shall know the truth and the truth will set you free, that implies that if you don't know the truth, you're in bondage.
Yeah.
You need to be set free by the truth, but you need to accept the truth. And it's the greatest truth ever known. It's the greatest story ever told because it's true.
So obviously people are bound with sex, drugs, alcohol, money. And often it's these things, not that they're necessarily wrong in their own context, but they don't want to give up the freedom in these things in order to turn to God. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, in fact, there are three things that'll derail all of us: sex, money, and power.
Yeah.
Those are all good things, as you just said. The problem is we often use illicit means to get them.
Yeah.
We take shortcuts to get them. And that's when we actually hurt ourselves. We think we're helping ourselves, but we're not. We're hurting ourselves. And so those are good things. The problem is we just can't try and get them any other way than the proper way if we're going to live a life that's fulfilling and ultimately helps build God's kingdom for eternity. So, yeah, temptation obviously is available and pressing on all of us. And that's why we need God's help to resist it and do what's right, not only for God's kingdom, but for our own good.
Well, thank you so much for that.
I mean, imagine this, Paul. If any of us and any of us watching right now acted on every desire we had, we'd all be dead a long time ago, right? If we did that. As C.S. Lewis famously said, for any kind of success in this world, quite a lot of restraint is going to be necessary. It is. It's just it's a dangerous world. You just can't do whatever you want and expect to reap benefits from it.
Sure.
Not over the long term. Maybe over the short term you can, but over the long term, it's a disaster.
Thank you so much for your answers today. And how can our viewers interact with you or get your resources? Where's the best place to go?
Yeah, crossexamined.org. That's crossexamined, all one word with a D on the end of it.org. And from there, you'll see everything else we do. We have a YouTube channel, 2 words, Cross-Examined. There's over 800 videos on there. Many of them are short Q&A videos from the college campus you can share with others. Facebook page, 2 of them, Cross-Examined, and Dr. Frank Turek, Dr. Frank Turek. We have Instagram. We have a TV show that people can watch on our app for free, the Cross-Examined app. We have a podcast every week. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. That's on iTunes or anywhere you get podcasts, so you can listen to that once a week. So, we're in this COVID area, especially, we're trying to do a lot via online. And so thank you for the opportunity to speak to your group there, Paul. But they can go to crossexamined.org and find all this.